spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level, you indeed are. Quite different. Right when Commander Li saw Luo Feng enter, he started. Observing this legendary genius, the Luo Feng in front of him was wearing a regular training uniform and had a few balls of sweat on his forehead. A seemingly formless energy emanated from Luo Feng, which caused him to seem like an extremely powerful beast. This caused Commander Li and Executive Officer Wang's heartbeats to accelerate a bit. They didn't know that this was because Luo Feng was practicing the celestial deity catalog a few thousand times earlier this morning. Due to his exhaustion, he couldn't perfectly control his spiritual force, which caused quite a bit to leak out. You guys chat, I'll go out first, smiled Wu Tong. Thank you, Chief Instructor Wu. Li Dewei and Wang Luohan watched Wu Tong leave. Even though Li Dewei and Wang Luohan are of high status, Wu Tong is still part of the dojo of limits. The Chinese government still want to remain on friendly relations with the dojo of limits. Commander Li, Executive Office, let us sit and chat, smiled Luo Feng as he sat down. Li Dewei and Wang Luohan both smiled as they sat down. Li Dewei smiled as he said, I have long heard of Mr. Luo Feng's grand name in the Palace of War Gods. I watched Mr. Luo Feng from afar, and now, after meeting face to face, I realized that Mr. Luo Feng seems even more extraordinary than he did in the Palace of War Gods. If Commander Li keeps complimenting me, I'll end up flying, laughed Luo Feng. Not a compliment, respect, smiled Commander Li. I will be 62 this year, but I'm still an intermediate level war god. This is my limit according to our military's information. Mr. Luo Feng once defeated Phantom Demon Catalan, Blood Shadow Ethan, Great Bear Kada, and Vulture Li Yao, the 4 great advanced level war gods, and 3 of these 4 have black god sets. This battle score is outstanding. The highest title, Invincible War God, was given to Mr. Luo Feng by the Dojo of Limits, which also matches Mr. Luo Feng's strength as a fighter. I truly respect Mr. Luo Feng. After hearing this, Luo Feng didn't let it get to his head. Truthfully, when someone is complimented, especially by someone with high status like the commander of the southeastern military sector, it would make them really happy. However, Luo Feng hasn't meddled around in the government. He is in a high position because of his ability, and also because of his personality. Just a few simple sentences caused Luo Feng to have a good impression. Since Li Dewei and Wang Luohan were clear even though they held high positions in the Chinese government, as Li Dewei is the commander of a military sector and the general of the land forces, Luo Feng is an examiner of the Dojo of Limits, and the Dojo of Limits is the Earth's most elite power. Of course they'll hold an extraordinary position even though they haven't formed a country. None of the 5 great countries are willing to mess with them. Instead, they would prefer to be on friendly terms. If they have a request for Luo Feng, they of course have to get Luo Feng into a good mood. Otherwise, if they get escorted out by Luo Feng, even if they are the higher-ups of the military, they can't do anything about him. Mr. Luo Feng, if you don't mind, I'll disrespectfully call you Luo Feng, and no need to call me Commander or anything, just call me Li Dewei, Old Li, or even Brother Li, smiled Li Dewei. Haha, I'll call you Old Li, smiled Luo Feng. Old Li, feel free to say anything you guys came here for. In the envelope the Dojo of Limits gave to Luo Feng about the responsibilities of an examiner, things that the examiner would face, and Things that the examiner is responsible for all of these were mentioned so. Luo Feng vaguely knew what these two people were here for. Alright, I'll be directly to Wei's face became a bit more serious, even. Though our human society has powerful fighters and laser cannons, the monster hordes are too powerful. Not that I'm trying to lower morale in terms of numbers, even the land monsters far outnumber us humans, sighed Li Dewei as he shook his head. If it weren't for the threat of the laser cannon, how could humans live peacefully in headquarter cities? Luo Feng slightly frowned as he continued to listen quietly. Humans and land monsters are in a stalemate. We won't use our laser cannons against the Emperor-level monsters, and the Emperor-level monsters won't join the monster hordes in their invasions. Against the headquarter cities, both sides have an agreement, Li Dewei sighed. As he said, actually, about the agreement your head, Hong, was the one who negotiated with the Emperor-level monsters back then. Luo Feng froze. Negotiations between humans and monsters. Hong went to negotiate. The monster hordes on land and the monster hordes in the sky aren't too dangerous. Last year, our China had 1 grade 1 monster tide, 6 grade 2 monster tides, and 21 grade 3 monster tides. These are all within an acceptable range, said Li Dewei nonchalantly. Luo Feng was shocked. These numbers were all confidential. Luo Feng didn't know that the country was attacked this much every year. The most dangerous monsters to our country are the monsters in the sea. Li Wei's expression was extremely serious. Even laser cannons cannot threaten the powerful sea monsters that are deep in the sea, and the amount of monsters in the sea vastly outnumber the amount of land monsters and sky monsters. How could they give in and negotiate? Also, once in the sea, human fighters probably only have 20 to 30% of their power left. We cannot even initiate the attack. Li Dewei shook his head. Luo Feng nodded silently. Indeed, humans are weakened quite a bit in the water. Even that little lake by the Misty Island almost ended up killing Luo Feng, and don't even mention the vast, boundless sea. As of now, humanity has no way of initiating the attack against the sea monsters. We can only defend. Li Dewei's face had sadness written on it. The monsters in the sea can attack the inner parts of the country via the rivers. The sea monsters have peculiar powers. As long as there are enough of them, they can create their own rivers, so as humans cannot allow them to enter, we have to block them with terrain, laser cannons, and our army. Losses are big. Li Dewei shook his head. Even if we kill billions of sea monsters at once, who knows how many sea monsters are born every day? The battles between the large and small monsters causes many of them to die. Whether or not we kill them makes no difference to the sea monsters overall, said Li Dewei helplessly. Luo Feng also felt helpless. Indeed, monsters frequently kill each other. Survival of the fittest. Whether or not humans kill some sea monsters makes no difference to the sea monsters overall. So, Luo Feng, I hope you can occasionally assist our southeastern military sector when we need it and deal with some of the more powerful sea monsters. Don't worry, Emperor-level monsters wouldn't dare to enter the rivers. Our laser cannons are waiting for them, said Li Dewei. An invincible war god is sometimes more effective than an army of 10,000 in a battle against monsters. Alright, I accept, said Luo Feng without hesitation. The battle between humans and monsters determines their survival, so he should help. Thank you, said Li Dewei thankfully. An invincible war god and a spirit reader. In a battle against a sea monster tide with no emperor-level monsters, is even more useful than 10 laser cannons. Luo Feng, according to the rules, the army will grant you the title of Major General even though it doesn't come with much power, it represents status. You can save yourself a lot of trouble if you ever go to the army from now on. Smiled Li Dewei, this title is pretty good already, the title of a commander of a military subsector is Major General too. Haha, old Li, to tell you the truth, I wanted to enroll into military school when I was in high school, laughed Luo Feng. Oh, how come you didn't then? Otherwise, a great talent like you would be in our military, followed Li Dewei. Nobody can predict the twists of life, smiled Luo Feng as he shook his head. He couldn't enroll into military school, but ended up as a major general. Keep in mind that there is no Navy anymore, Air Force, just look at the price of a fighter jet and you'll know that the size of the Air Force is definitely small, so as of now, the land army makes up most of a country's army, which means that a title of Major General is indeed quite prestigious. Luo Feng, even though you don't have that much power as a Major General, according to the rules, your level of Invincible War God enables you to receive a personal army of 900 people, said Li Dewei. Oh, a personal army of 900 people, what about the Examiner of the Thunder Dojo, smiled Luo Feng as he asked. His is a personal army of 500 people. Li Dewei and Wang Luohan, who remained silent the whole time, laughed. They were clear that the Dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo are always competing with each other. Both huge dojos are spread across all over the world as for their heads, one of them is 1 and one of them is 2. Both of them are existences that quickly came to power after the Grand Nirvana period, and Thunder God even claims that his speed and fitness level are 1. Maybe in terms of strength, he's a bit off from Hong, but clearly, he is the closest man to Hong at the moment. Just from this chat, Luo Feng became a Major General of China and now has a personal army of 900 people. Of course, his responsibility is to assist the southeastern military sector when they need help and deflect the sea monsters' invasion. The days passed one by one and September 1st approached. The night of September 1st is the night where the Dojo of Limits in the main sector holds their welcome banquet for the new examiner. Night of August 31st. Listening room, Su Xian appeared on the wall's display. Luo Feng, how about I wear this? Would this fit for the banquet? On the display, Su Xian was wearing a light yellow evening dress. Pretty good. Luo Feng was smiling a bit as he nodded. Why do you always say pretty good? Su Xian started to get a bit irritated. Answer me right now. Only 3 answers, not good, average, very good. Luo Feng touched his nose and smiled. Okay, this one is average, not as good as the purple one from before. Oh, then let me try the next one. Su Xian jogged away and disappeared from the display. Suddenly, Luo Feng's tactical communications watch rang. Beep beep. Mail. Luo Feng pressed the button and opened the mail. The title was Archaeological Ruin Discovered. Archaeological ruin. As if a bucket full of water poured onto his head, Luo Feng shuddered. He stopped his smiling and instantly became serious. His eyes were like lightning as they stared at the mail. He said softly, open. Beep. The mail instantly opened, and a letter with Chinese on it appeared. Examiner Luo Feng. Please arrive at the world headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Hongning Headquarters City before 6 p.m. 9:29. Many war gods will assemble and head to Archaeological ruin 9 foot together. 3 reminders. 1. Archaeological ruin 9 foot is one of the safer ruins. It is the only place to get a black god. Set war gods have a 28 chance to succeed and a 72 chance to die. Please think carefully before deciding whether or not to enter. Once you enter, you cannot back out. 2. Everyone only has one chance to enter archaeological ruin 9 foot. 3. Fighters who enter archaeological ruin 9 foot are forbidden from using special defensive gear like the Black God. Set they are only allowed to use battle uniforms created on Earth. Please think carefully before making your decision. If you decide to enter, please prepare arrive at the appointed location before the specified date. Dojo of Limits. August 31, 2057. At the end of the letter was the emblem of the Dojo of Limits, which was shaped like a stamp. Just this simple letter caused Luo Feng to calm down completely. He lowered his head as he stared at the 3 reminders. He felt like the temperature around him dropped by several degrees. 72 chance of death, Luo Feng frowned, and a success rate of 28, which is to say, if you fail, you die. And this is too high. 3 out of 4 people die. Clearly, only competent war gods would dare to enter archaeological ruin 9. However, even though they're competent, the death rate is still as high as 72. This means that the humans on Earth have not found the trick to succeeding. If they knew, then the death rate wouldn't be so high. And you're not allowed to use special gear like the Black God. Set Luo Feng frowned. What kind of bullshit place is this? They even forbid you from using certain gear. Deep into the night, Luo Feng sat on the sofa in the listening room quietly. He frowned as he contemplated. He knew absolutely nothing about archaeological ruin 9. Knowledge is the key to victory. If he just charges into the archaeological ruin like a blind man, and is also forbidden from using the Black God set without enough defense, he might lose his life. Luo Feng, how about this one on the display? Su Xian changed into another dress. Yeah, not bad. Luo Feng raised his head and squeezed out a smile. What's wrong? Even Su Xian in the main city sector could tell something was wrong with Luo Feng through the display. I still have some things to take care of. I'll tell you later, said Luo Feng. Oh, alright, don't pressure yourself too much. You're already doing great, encouraged Su Xian. Beep. The projection turned off. The listening room returned to darkness. Luo Feng sat on the sofa alone. It was already deep into the night, so it was very quiet. After thinking alone for a bit, Luo Feng made his decision. Beep, beep, beep. He dialed the inner Dojo of Limits phone number. Even though it is a bit rash to do so, he definitely cannot go into archaeological ruin 9 without knowing anything. Hello. The low sound rose. Even though he talked to this mysterious person a few times, Luo Feng realized that this mysterious person's voice almost always remained cold and low. Only when he said, "Thanks, Mr." last time, did this mysterious person's tone change as he laughed a bit. Hello, I'm Luo Feng, said Luo Feng. I know it's you, Examiner Luo Feng. What do you need? The voice was cold as always. I just received a mail titled Archaeological Ruin Discovered. It said that this time's target, Archaeological Ruin 9, has a death rate of 72 and we cannot use the Black God. Set correct? Asked Luo Feng. Yes, answered the low voice easily. Luo Feng continued to ask, I want to know, do war gods encounter the same challenges and dangers? different. As long as your fitness level reaches the War God level, you can enter. Archaeological Ruin 9. The low voice didn't pause at all. Beginner level. War Gods, Intermediate level War Gods, and Advanced level War Gods encounter different challenges and dangers after entering Archaeological Ruin 9. Some Advanced level War Gods could lose their lives, while beginner level War Gods succeed. Luo Feng's face changed slightly. This was what he was most afraid of, different difficulties, then it's up to luck. Even though he's strong, what if he gets into an extremely dangerous situation? However, according to the data, advanced level War Gods have higher success rates than intermediate level War Gods, and intermediate level War Gods have higher success rates than beginner level War Gods, said the low voice. Luo Feng frowned slightly. Back when he talked with the head, Hong, it sounded like that he could easily get a Black God set if he entered the archaeological ruin, as if there was no danger at all, but now that he looks at it, this place has a death rate of 72, and people are forbidden from using the Black God set. Why are we forbidden from using the Black God set? Luo Feng couldn't help but to continue asking. You cannot enter while wearing the Black God set, answered the low voice. Simply. What are my chances of success if I enter? Asked Luo Feng. Using previous cases of success as reference, the archaeological ruin is full of things that cannot be predicted, so I cannot give a precise answer. I can only give a guess. The chances of success should be over 80, answered the low voice. Luo Feng went silent. Yeah, the archaeological ruin is an archaeological ruin because it is special. Humans as of now cannot understand them completely. When I talked with the head made it sound quite easy, Luo Feng continued. I don't know, answered the low voice. Luo Feng froze. Usually, you have to apply to enter Archaeological Ruin 9 as for examiner. Luo Feng, the head chose you directly, said the low voice. As for whether or not it is easy to pass, from my data, I cannot guarantee you will pass for sure. Maybe the head has other reasons. You can ask the head. Luo Feng slightly nodded. Sorry for bothering. Beep. The phone call ended. Luo Feng quietly sat inside the listening room. Luo Feng still had no idea what to do even after chatting with the mysterious person. This archaeological ruin 9 was too unpredictable. Nobody knows what will happen after entering. Everyone can only enter once, so even Hong probably can't enter a second time to investigate the ruins. Otherwise, there would be no need to send a group of war gods to their deaths. Since the head is letting me go, then I guess I'll ask the head when I go to headquarters on September 29th, thought Luo Feng to himself. Maybe other war gods would try their hardest to get a Black God set. But to Luo Feng, there is no need. He needs at least a bit of confidence. Before he can take risks, he has no confidence at all right now, so what if he rushes in and, splat, dies? Wouldn't that be a waste? Only high reward can make people take high risks. A Black God set isn't enough to make Luo Feng risk it. Night of September 1st, the sky was dark. In Mingyu sector, a group of armed, patrolling soldiers looked towards a lawn in the distance. A dark blue triangular fighter jet was parked on the lawn. Around the fighter jet were 30 armed soldiers. Luo Feng, who rarely dressed formally, was in a suit as he walked towards the fighter jet. Officer, the 30 armed soldiers saluted. Since he was granted the title of Major General, Luo Feng had a personal army of 900 people. Since Mingyu sector already had soldiers on guard. Luo Feng split his own personal army into 3 groups. The 3 groups take turns patrolling, so their mission was indeed quite relaxing. Yeah, nodded Luo Feng. Voila. The hatch opened and Luo Feng entered the auto jet like a breeze of wind. After that, the auto jet started to rise. It flew out the city's defense systems and transformed into a flowing blue light as it disappeared into the horizon. Jiangnan headquarters city, inside the residential area in Limit Hall. Around 90 of the fighters in the headquarters city are here. The sound of music reverberated. In the residential area was a large, snow-white, 3-story villa tonight. They are going to hold the banquet to welcome the new examiner here. So long ago, they blocked off the surroundings outside a 100-meter radius with white fencing, blocking people from entering. A red carpet extended over 100 meters from the gate of the fence to the entrance to the white villa. And now, many big shots of Jiangnan headquarters city arrived one by one, like commanders of military subsectors and sectors, representatives of various country special forces, and even high-ranking officials of the government. The people of the HR Alliance were only allowed to participate in tonight's banquet because of their status. Anyways, this is definitely a banquet of the highest level in Jiangnan headquarters city. Haha, Commander Li, welcome welcome. Examiner Luo Feng hasn't arrived yet, smiled Li Dewei as he asked. Examiner Luo is the main character tonight. This banquet is a banquet too. Welcome him. It's normal for him to be a bit late, please understand. Commander Li laughed. Chairman Zhou Xingyong, excuse me, Zhou Xingyong, immediately ran to welcome other guests. Even if you only count the war gods, a ton of people came. And over 10 people with the title of commander in the military have arrived. Li Dewei held his glass of wine and walked to an empty corner. A youth wearing a suit came up to him and said quietly, Commander, if everything goes according to plan, something huge will happen within an hour. Oh, a smile appeared on Li Dewei's face. Music flowed into every corner of the hall. Handsome waiters and beautiful waitresses served fragrant wine and food. In the hall, all sorts of famous people were chatting with each other. Old Li, what are you hiding here by yourself? For a deep sound rang. A tall, middle-aged brute was wearing a suit as he smiled and walked over. Li Dewei looked over and couldn't help but to laugh. Yi Zhong, even though you're a huge mayor, you sure came early today. All our old friends are gathered here for once, so how can I not come early? Smiled the burly brute. Just from his appearance, this burly brute seems more like a fighter from the military than a mayor. After the Grand Nirvana period, there are only 6 headquarters cities across all of China. Each headquarters city's mayor is a high-ranking official. Their position is way higher than the mayors, governors, etc. before the Grand Nirvana period. As of now, 2 people are in command of a headquarters city together, namely the mayor, who looks over the civilians, and the highest-ranking military official in the headquarters city, and the highest-ranking military official in Jiangnan City is Li Dewei. I heard you took a trip to Mingyu sector a few days ago, smiled Mayor Yi. Anything good? Luo Feng is patriotic, smiled Li Dewei. Suddenly, his eyes glanced towards the distance and couldn't help but to laugh. Look, the people of the Su family have arrived. Mayor Yi also turned his head and looked over. While doing so, he even said, the Su family, I heard this examiner Luo is dating with that little girl from the Su family. Oh, That must be Su Xin, no wonder Luo Feng likes her. This girl is quite nice. In the distance, 3 people from the Su family have arrived. The one leading was a slightly chubby, white-haired old man. Beside him was a middle-aged woman wearing a black dress, who seemed like a noblewoman. The other was Su Xin in her purple dress. A woman's greatest weapon is her youth. Su Xin was already young, and after wearing this shoulder-revealing dress, it made her seem even more beautiful, which could cause people's eyes to light up. You aren't satisfied with this little girl from the Su family being with Luo Feng mocked de Wei. You can also find a pretty young girl from the Yi family to steal Luo Feng away from the Su family's little girl. This is a 19-year-old invincible war god who could become an existence surpassing the war god level. If you don't strike now, you won't have any chance in the future, man. Mayor Yi couldn't help but to glance at him and laugh helplessly. An old man like you doesn't seem like a general at all. In the corner of the hall, Su Xin was currently holding a wine glass as she chatted with her aunt in the corner. Even though their Su family is one of the 12 families, everyone who came here today are extremely important people. Their Su family isn't conspicuous at all. As for Su Xin and her aunt are even more quiet since they are using their family's identity to come. Who's the one talking with Grandpa? Asked Su Xin quietly. The Thunder Dojo's examiner's son, Lei Yufeng. Her aunt also responded quietly. Yufeng, your father hasn't arrived yet. The head of the Su family, Su Yun Gua, was currently smiling as he talked with a long-haired youth. Today is the day to welcome the examiner of the Dojo of Limits. That examiner Luo hasn't even arrived yet, and my dad is the examiner of the Thunder Dojo too. Come so early probably isn't such a good idea, said the long-haired youth. His voice wasn't kept quiet either, so quite a few servers of the Dojo of Limits glanced over with dissatisfaction. Chairman Zhou Xingyong glanced over. Chairman, this Lei Yufeng is too cocky. Chief Yu Sun couldn't help but to say quietly, even though this is a banquet to welcome the examiner of the Dojo of Limits, he is so disrespectful. Their Thunder Dojo has always been competing with our Dojo of Limits, so it would be weird if they were respectful, scoffed Zhou Xingyong. Don't mind him, our new investigator is an invincible war god. Their fate has been sealed as long as Luo Feng is here on the soil of Jiangnan headquarter city. They will be below us. Chief Yu Sun on the side couldn't help but to nod and let out a smile. The Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits are the 2 leading fighter organizations on Earth. The Dojo of Limits is a bit stronger, but the Thunder Dojo isn't far off. Both dojos fight over regular students if they encounter a particularly talented fighter. Both dojos would send their invitations to recruit them. For example, Luo Feng also received the Thunder Dojo's invitation back then. Fighters are always competing. If you build a training camp, I'll build a training camp too. You have examiners, I have examiners too. You have investigators, I have investigators too. From the lowest ranking people to the highest ranking people, the 2 dojos have always been competing. They only have one competitor anyway, since no other power on Earth can oppose them. Even the 2 powerful heads are eternal rivals. Thunder God, second strongest fighter on Earth, world's best blade technique, and also claims to have the world's most powerful body and fastest speed. And Hong is the indisputable number 1 fighter on Earth. Usually, if your strength, speed, and reaction speed are all number 1. With the explosive power of Thunder God's 9-stage Thunder Blade, he should be able to become the world's most powerful fighter. Many fighters think so too, but after all these years, Hong has remained the indisputable number one fighter. Old Su, this is Lei Yufeng's eyes, couldn't help but to flash after seeing Su Xian all dressed up. This is my granddaughter. Su Xian smiled. Su Yunhua. Lei Yufeng actually went up to Su Xian and smiled. Lady Su, hello, I am Lei Yufeng. Hello. Su Xian was a bit dumbfounded. Nice to meet you. Right when Lei Yufeng finished that sentence, the entire hall went into an uproar. Examiner Luo is here. That fighter aircraft is an auto jet. Last time our organization offered 260 billion Chinese dollars, but the Dojo of Limits wasn't willing to sell us an auto jet. Examiner Luo is coming out of the jet. Examiner Luo is so young. Discussions were everywhere, and quite a few people in the entire hall headed towards the entrance. Su Xian and her aunt also walked over on that red carpet that was around 100 meters. Approached a young man in a black suit. He was currently smiling as he walked over. Everyone's eyes were on him right now. His formless aura was extremely formidable. As a powerful spirit reader, his eyes could cause one's heart to shake. Examiner Chairman Zhou Jingyong and the three chiefs, Zhu Gutao, Yu Sen, and Wang Kefan greeted him at the entrance. Chairman Zhou Luofeng directly stepped into the hall. Examiner, let me introduce to you a few important people. Chairman Zhou Zheng Yong wisely brought Luofeng to the area of the Su family's head, Su Yun Gua. Luofeng saw that white-haired old man instantly. He once saw this old man from a distance, so he recognized him. This is the head of the Su family, Su Yunhua. Mr. Su smiled. Zhou Jingyong. I am extremely glad to meet Examiner Luo. Examiner Luo's name has spread far and wide, and, after meeting, Examiner Luo's age is just absolutely jaw-dropping. Su Yunhua had smiles all over his face, as if a flower that has just bloomed. Age and strength, with these Examiner Luo's future limitless, absolutely limitless. These compliments caused quite a few people to scoff. You're just making it clear that Luofeng is your future grandson-in-law. Do you have to be so passionate? You praise me too much. It's my first time meeting old Su, and I'm filled with joy. Smiled Luofeng as he said a phrase. Examiner, let's go there. Zhou Jingyong was about to introduce another guest. No rush. But Luofeng headed straight towards Su Xian. However, when he saw the long-haired youth beside her, he couldn't help but to frown. Men want to be in control, so when a stranger was standing next to his own girlfriend, Luofeng naturally felt a bit irritated. Please move. Luofeng looked at the long-haired man. Lei Yufeng was being stared at by Luofeng. Lei Yufeng felt like he was going to suffocate just from the pressure brought by Luofeng's eyes. His consciousness was becoming blurry, and he instinctively moved back a few steps. After seeing Lei Yufeng move back, Luofeng stood in front of Su Xian and winked. Su Xian smiled brightly and put her arm around Luofeng's arm. Let's go. Luofeng and Su Xian walked next to Zhou Jingyong. Zhou Jingyong looked at Su Xian with shock, and then let out a face of amusement as he nodded, all right. This scene caused quite a few of the famous people in the entire hall to go silent with shock. Doing such a thing in such a place is basically announcing his relationship with Su Xian. This scene caused quite a few people to be disappointed, since many of them were trying to get close to Luofeng via marriage. Su Yunghua and his daughter let out a smile. Humph, but Lei Yufeng's face was looking horrible. This is the mayor of our Jiangnan headquarters city, Yi Zhong. Examiner, this is the director of the country's Special Forces Sector 9, Liu Yan. This is the director of the country's Special Forces Sector 11, Liu Dekai. Old Liu. This is the head of one of the 12 families in our Jiangnan city, Mr. Yi Feng. This is the commander of the northern military sector of Jiangnan city, Commander Tong Shuaizhu. Luo Feng came to know many special people under Zhou Xingyang's introductions. These people had immense power in China, and all of these people were polite when talking with Luo Feng. Examiner, one more. Zhou Xingyang kept his voice down. The last one's identity is absolutely amazing. He's the leader of the second squad in our military's most powerful special forces sector. Huashan, his teacher, is the creator of the organization Huashan, Jia Yi, who is in existence, surpassing the war god level. Military's most powerful special forces sector, Huashan. Why would they call it Huashan? How weird, laughed Luo Feng quietly. The creator, Representative Jia Yi, was the one who named it. Who knows why, said Zhou Xingyang quietly. Jia Yi is one of the few existences surpassing the war god level in China. He has tons of authority, and of course, the organizations he creates also has tons of authority. Chairman Zhou said no more, as he already brought Luo Feng in front of a middle-aged man. Right when Luo Feng was going to speak with the representative of the country's most powerful special forces sector. Haha, Examiner Luo, I'm late, sorry about that, laughter which could rival. The sound of thunder rang across the entire hall. The originally noisy hall immediately quieted down. Everyone turned their heads over and saw a slightly skinny middle-aged man in a suit whose eyes were like lightning. He was currently smiling a bit as he looked around. He yelled, Luo Feng, Luo Examiner, where is he? Where I have always wanted to meet Examiner Luo, and see what kind of young legendary hero he is. Dad Lei Yufeng walked to his father's side. This man is the examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Thunder Dojo. Lei Meng, to be able to take up the position of a large headquarters city's examiner. Lei Meng is also a famous advanced level war god in terms of power. He's even a bit stronger than Vulture Li Yao. Of course, he's a bit weaker than Phantom Demon Catalan. Phantom Demon Catalan's fitness level has reached the peak of the advanced level war god level, and he has spiritual force. And Lei Meng simply has his fitness level at the peak. Lei Meng is here. Now things are going to be interesting. Who knows how things will unfold? Various famous people from all over were interested as they prepared to watch the show. Sometimes they would look towards Lei Meng, and sometimes they would look towards Luo Feng. Across the entire world, who doesn't know that the Thunder Dojo and Dojo of Limits are always competing with each other? Other people are too afraid to mess with the Dojo of Limits, but the Thunder Dojo isn't, and Hong and Thunder God remain silent when they see their people compete with each other. Luo Feng was currently standing in front of the representative of China's most powerful special forces sector. After hearing Examiner Lei Meng's words, Luo Feng didn't even glance over. Instead, he smiled towards the representative of the military special forces sector and extended his hand. Hello, I am Luo Feng. I have long heard of Representative Jia's huge name and have always been admiring him. I am glad to be able to meet Representative Jia's student, Jiang Long. I am also glad to meet a talented person like Examiner Luo Jiang. Long's feelings toward Luo Feng, whoosh, soared up greatly. Know that the person who was most frustrated with Lei Meng's sudden entrance was Jiang Long. Because Luo Feng was right about to talk with him with Lei Meng's sudden appearance. If Luo Feng turned his head and went to talk with Lei Meng while treating him, Jiang Long, as heir, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? And now, Luo Feng's course of action is to treat that Lei Meng as heir and pretend he didn't even see him. After that, he kept smiling and chatted with Jiang Long. Of course Jiang Long would feel great. However, on the other side of the hall, Lei Meng wasn't feeling good. Examiner, Squadron Leader Jiang is one of Representative Zhang's most powerful students. Chairman Zhou Xingyong woke up and also smiled as he introduced. As of now, he's already an advanced level war god and is one of the most powerful people in Huashan. When compared with Examiner Luo, there's still a difference, smiled Jiang Long. In terms of experience, Squadron Leader Jiang has way more than me. Luo Feng also smiled. If Luo Feng is respectful to Jiang Long will also be respectful to Luo Feng. Excuse me, said Luo Feng. Please go ahead, Examiner Luo, smiled Jiang Long. We will talk later. Only after chatting with Squadron Leader Jiang from China's most powerful Special Forces Sector Huashan did Luo Feng bring Su Xian with him as he smiled and headed towards Examiner Lei Meng. Examiner Luo, my father rushed all the way here just to congratulate you and happily wanted to chat with Examiner Luo. However, Examiner Luo pretended that he didn't even see my father. Long-haired Lei Yufeng frowned as he said with dissatisfaction, this is seriously Yufeng. Lei Meng waved his hand to stop his son from continuing. Luo Feng laughed in his heart as he saw this scene. If this Lei Meng wanted to stop his son from speaking, he would have stopped him a while ago when he received the letter talking about the responsibilities of an examiner from the World Headquarters. It mentioned to protect the honor of the Dojo of Limits. Especially when competing with the Thunder Dojo, you have to defeat them. Competing with the Thunder Dojo has already become a kind of tradition since Luo Feng took up the position. He of course has to show some backbone. I am really sorry, I was talking with Mr. Jiang Long just now. Mr. Lei Meng's entrance was a bit sudden, so I could not just shake off Mr. Jiang Long to the side. Examiner Lei, am I right? Smiled Luo Feng. Lei Meng frowned and said nothing. I am really happy that Mr. Lei Meng could come. Smiles were all over Luo Feng's face. We will talk more later. As he said that, Luo Feng glanced at Chairman Zhou Xingyong. Zhou Xingyong nodded and headed towards the platform in front of the hall. On the platform, Zhou Xingyong stood on top of it and looked down towards the important figures as he smiled. On this day, September 1st, our Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits welcomes a new examiner. Who is he? He defeated Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kada, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Vulture Li Yao, the 4 advanced level war gods, all alone. These phrases caused the face of Lei Meng, Examiner Lei, to change for the worse, because even though Lei Meng is powerful, he still isn't at Phantom Demon Catalan's level yet. And Luo Feng fought the 4 of them. If Luo Feng really fought against Lei Meng one-on-one, Lei Meng will certainly lose. 3 of the 4 had black god sets, but even so, when they encountered him, they lost. Furthermore, he even received the highest title of our Dojo of Limits, Invincible War God, and he is also extremely young. Even if I do not name him, we all know who he is. Let us welcome Jiangnan Headquarter City's Dojo of Limits New Examiner. Invincible War God. Luo Feng. Chairman Zhou Xingyang's great voice echoed around the hall, the guests below also smiled as they clapped at the same time, the music suitably rang. While the music played, Luo Feng told Su Xian he was going and then smiled as he walked towards the platform alone. Zhou Xingyang walked down and Luo Feng walked up. On the platform, Luo Feng looked down towards the guests as he glanced past that Lei Meng. Examiner Lei, his expression didn't change at all, he remained smiling. Everyone. Luo Feng looked towards everyone. Jiangnan Headquarter City, here is my home, to be able to become Jiangnan Headquarter City's Dojo of Limits Examiner after growing up makes me feel extremely honored. I won't say too much, but, as an examiner, I will definitely perform my duties and responsibilities well. I will not lower the prestige of our Dojo of Limits. These words caused a round of applause. The people from the Dojo of Limits clapped especially hard. But Lei Meng and the others watched silently. China is my native country. If my native country is in trouble, I won't just watch, and the war between monsters and humanity will not allow me to retreat. Previously, I have accepted General Li Dewei's invitation. Luo Feng looked towards Commander Li Dewei below, and Commander Li Dewei smiled and nodded. All right, that will be it. The most important thing tonight is for everyone to be happy. Chairman Zhou, prepare the banquet, smiled Luo Feng. The various guests ate dinner together, well, pretending to eat and mostly chatting, since the people who came to this banquet are all major figures. They rarely have the opportunity to meet, for example, who can just meet the important members of the country's special forces whenever they want to. After the banquet, the various guests ate fruits as they chatted in groups. Soft music reverberated around the hall and the atmosphere was quite comfortable. Luo Feng was also chatting with Squadron Leader Jiang and Lu Dekai right when everyone was chatting in the hall. What a loud exclamation rang across the hall, which caused everyone to stop discussing and look over. The one who yelled was actually the commander of the southeastern sector, General of the Land Forces Li Dewei. Li Dewei was currently having a call. I'll be back immediately. Li Dewei's expression was serious as he hung up. Commander Li, what's wrong? Headquarter City Mayor Yi Zhong came over. Huge problem. The monster hordes from the sea have already come into conflict with the front lines of the southeastern sector. Li Dewei's expression was serious. After saying this, the entire hall went into an uproar. The sea monsters have formed hordes and are invading. What grade? Asked Mayor Yi. Grade 1 monster tide, said Li Dewei. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Luo Feng was stunned. Keep in mind that War God Lu Gang lost his life to a grade 3 rat tide. That tide already had an infinite number of rat-type monsters above the grade 3 monster tide is the grade 2 monster tide, grade 1 monster tide, and of course, the legendary disaster grade monster tide. However, a disaster grade tide has rarely occurred on Earth. The label for a disaster grade is when an emperor-level monster is included, which leads to disastrous results. A grade 1 monster tide already represents an unending wave of monsters. Now that there's a grade 1 monster tide, I need to go back immediately. I hope the war gods here can help when we need it the most. Li Dewei looked towards the guests, since there were quite a few war gods here. How can we retreat at a time like this? The Thunder Dojo's examiner Lei Meng said loudly. At the same time, he purposefully looked towards Luo Feng. Commander Li, There's no time to waste, let's leave immediately. Luo Feng directly headed towards Commander Li. For cases like this, especially times like these, Lei Meng and Luo Feng are competing, so how can the two examiners retreat from a grade 1 monster tide? Wouldn't retreating harm the honor of their dojo? Since they have taken up the position of examiner, they naturally have to take up the responsibilities that come with the position. They have to bring honor to their respective dojos. Luo Feng, be careful, said Su Xian as she came over. Don't worry, Luo Feng smiled as he squeezed Su Xian's nose. After that, Luo Feng got on his auto jet. Lei Meng also got on his disc-shaped fighter jet. Other war gods who wanted to help also got on their fighter jets. They all soared and swiftly headed southeast. In the fighter jet Li Dewei was on. Commander Li Dewei and the youth from before were both sitting on a chair. Commander, some people might have guessed this move, laughed the youth beside him. Li Dewei's expression was serious. So what if they know the sea monsters have been gathering? The amount of sea monsters in the Huangpu River region is starting to scare us. If we don't fight today, the monster hordes will probably attack after 1 or 2 months. We can't just always wait for the monster hordes to initiate the attack, can we? We might as well start the battle earlier. We can attack before the sea monsters make sufficient preparations. And using this banquet, we can get quite a few war gods to help. Smiled Li Dewei, especially Luo Feng and Lei Meng. One of them is an invincible war god, while one of them has a black god set. If the two of them cooperate with our army, they won't be less effective than a huge army of 200,000 people. The youth nodded. Tell me, who will be able to kill more horde leaders later, Luo Feng or Lei Meng? Smiled Li Dewei. Family name is the Chinese character for thunder, same one used for the Thunder Dojo. Autojet 1. Follow the disc-shaped fighter jet in the very front, commanded Luo Feng. The black suit on Luo Feng instantly started to change. Soon enough, it completely disappeared, revealing the white-collared shirt within. Luo Feng took off the white shirt and revealed the black vest within. Throwing knives danced as they flew out of the vest. Hoova! They quickly assembled, forming the soaring shuttle. The amount of monsters in the sea monster horde will be uncountable, so my golden silk net will just get in the way, thought Luo Feng to himself. He didn't bring his golden silk net, because it is only useful in a 1v1 situation. The black membrane covered his entire body and swiftly transformed into the shape of a battle uniform set. A black helmet even appeared on his head. Fellow war gods, a sound carried from the tactical communications watch. I am Li Dewei. I am Li Dewei. 50 more seconds to arrive at the front lines. There are an uncountable amount of sea monsters ahead. Fellow powerful war gods, please enter the front lines and assist the army in fending off this times monster tide. War gods with black god sets could try and enter the horde to attack within. We have arrived. After hearing this sound from his tactical communications watch, Luo Feng quietly said, "1, open the hatch." Voila! The hatch opened. Luo Feng, who had his black uniform set on his body, helmet on his head, and ghost blade on his back, stepped onto the soaring shuttle and directly flew out. After that, the auto jet closed its hatch and then hovered in midair. Fighter jets swiftly landed in the forward base below. This forward base was blocking a region of the Huangpu River. This region was completely clogged with large amounts of boulders and reinforced steel, a miniature military base. built out of reinforced steel, was built on top. Large amounts of cold light fired out of large, sturdy cannons. So this is a Grade 1 monster. Tide Luo Feng was hovering on his soaring shuttle around 1,000 meters above the ground and was completely stunned as he looked below. The Huangpu River was an important passage for the limitless sea monsters in the southeastern sea to attack the mainland through for dozens of years. Tons of sea monsters caused the Huangpu River's depth and width to become even more astonishing than it was before the Grand Nirvana period. Who knew how many sea monsters were lying in wait in the Great Huangpu River? And the military base here was clogging up the entire Huangpu River. So the monsters can't get past. And now, rumble as if the sky was going to fall and the earth was going to shatter. The sound of cannon fire rumbled throughout the area. Densely packed sea monsters of all types covered the entire ground as they either flew out or crawled out from within the Huangpu River. Within these monsters were ferocious arthropod-type monsters, crawling-type monsters which were most familiar with the land, peculiar Cnidaria-type monsters, echinoderm-type monsters, and tons of fish-type monsters. The monsters in the sea are at least 10 times more horrifying than the ones on land. 1. There are tons of them too. They have extremely odd abilities. For example, just look at the shrimp-type and crab-type monsters within the arthropod group. Before the Grand Nirvana period, thousands of different species of shrimp and crabs have been discovered. If you count in the ones that haven't been discovered, there are probably tens of thousands of different species. After mutating, the shrimp-type and crab-type monsters have reached an even more astonishing number, and this is even more so the case for Cnidaria types and echinoderm types. Before the Grand Nirvana period, humans have predicted that there are over 2 million different species in the sea. And now, after the Grand Nirvana period, nobody knows. They only know that there are way too many horrifying monsters of all types. What happened to the various island countries from back then are an example of their power, so no country dares to underestimate the monsters in the sea. Holy shit! What types of monsters are these? Luo Feng was flabbergasted. Whoosh! Luo Feng's gaze turned cold and the membrane instantly covered his face, revealing only his eyes. After that, he soared downwards on his soaring shuttle. From the sky, the monsters seemed densely packed. After charging downwards, the monsters seemed even more formidable. Huge amounts of all types of fish-type monsters jumped to a height of 20 to 30 meters out of the Huangpu River. A seemingly infinite amount of fish-type monsters savagely revealed their teeth, which could even grind reinforced steel. Luo Feng, Lei Meng, please kill some of the Horde leader, level C-type monsters on the land. Commander Li's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Horde leader level. Luo Feng looked below. Right away, he saw a gigantic sea monster that was around 15 to 16 meters long. With a huge turtle shell on its back, there were even some portions of the gigantic turtle shell that were sticking out and also had a faint gold color. To them, its head was like a dinosaur's head. It had a tough skull and even grew out a black pointy horn. Its gigantic saw-blade-like mouth made none doubt its destructive power. It was currently swiftly moving without pause. Can't aim, it's moving too quickly. In a building around 1,000 meters away, one of the operators of the laser cannon said in a panic, "These Horde leader levels have all become smart after getting hit before. None of them stop moving after landing on shore. No matter how fast the laser cannon is, it still needs a human to press a button to command it. A human's reaction time, added with the time it takes to press the button, isn't fast enough. Boom boom boom. The cannonballs fired from cannons, with calibers of over 100 millimeters, rained all over the front lines, the 200-meter region between the real military base and the sea virtually became a sea of fire, an uncountable amount of sea monsters crazily charged, while the military base crazily fired all sorts of cannons. Whoosh! A black light flew through the infinite sea monster horde like lightning. Poo-pung. Because the firepower covered the entire region, quite a few large caliber bullets shot towards him. There was even a cannonball that flew straight towards him. However, it was controlled by a shapeless energy and ended up blowing up on a rampaging crab-type monster. Even though steel pieces flew everywhere, the black shadow's speed didn't drop at all. Die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 cold blades rotated as they flew in front of him. The blades flew across the neck of the gigantic turtle-type monster that was charging at the military base, like cutting through an apple. The horde leader-level sea monster's horrifying head was directly split open. Its huge body kept charging forward, smashing away quite a few other sea monsters in the process. After that, it stopped moving. Great, nice, Examiner LUO is so powerful. Quite a few people in the military base yelled in joy. Rumble, pu. But now, a gigantic monster that seemed like a snake crashed into the military base. The walls of the military base shook violently. The wall had quite a few holes and cracks in it already, so after it shook, large amounts of concrete fell from it, and at the same time, without any sound or sign at all, a blinding white light shot out from one of the towers in the military base. It gave this huge horde leader-level monster no chance to dodge as it directly incinerated it into nothing. The laser cannon. However, as the snake-shaped horde leader monster crashed into the wall, it also released an extremely powerful electrical attack at the same time. PAA. Twisted bolt of lightning rapidly spread out and even slipped inside the military base along the muzzles of the cannons. This horrifying bolt of lightning caused quite a few casualties in the military base. I can't believe there are so many horde leader-level monsters. Luo Feng scanned around and locked onto another horde leader-level monster. Whoosh. Even Luo Feng's own body is tough enough to ignore some cannon fire. Regular sniper rifles can only threaten low-level commander-level monsters. These huge cannons can usually kill medium-level commander-level monsters. As for high-level commander-level monsters, it is all up to luck, and for horde leader-level monsters, they can only rely on the laser cannon. But for Luo Feng, the toughness of the Black God set is even tougher than an Emperor-level monster. You usually need an astonishing amount of impact force to kill a human wearing a Black God set by shocking him to death, just like how Luo Feng couldn't do much against Li Yao, since the Black God set can absorb 90 of the impact force, and the remaining 10 spreads across the entire body, which means every part of the body can help withstand against the force of impact. Over 90 of the laser cannons in the military base on the front lines were used against horde leaders. Just that amount of power. Even if Luo Feng accidentally gets hit, it won't harm him. The third horde leader level. A gigantic monster that was around 30 meters long shook its black tentacles like crazy as it tried to kill Luo Feng. Against this gigantic being that seemed like a small mountain, Luo Feng got on his soaring shuttle and nimbly dodged the tentacle attacks again and again at the same time, his cold, throwing knives shot towards this octopus-type monster. Inside the military base operations room, all around were 3D holograms displaying the scenes of battle outside. Commander Li Dewey's expression was serious. Beside him stood other top officials in the military. As for the war gods, they have headed outside to assist the army a while ago to stop the monsters that are capable of charging into the military base. Beep beep beep. The alarm suddenly rang. A transparent jellyfish-type monster entered the base. The alarm system immediately gave its alert. At the same time, the 3D holograms around them immediately displayed an image using infrared. They saw a transparent jellyfish with large amounts of soft tentacles entering the outer part of the military base. Thankfully, there were very few soldiers on the outer part. Squad 3, head towards Trap H21. Li Dewey directly gave his command. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire military base shook violently, and the people in the operations room lost balance for a bit. There's an extremely powerful sea monster crazily attacking our military base. From the water below, someone yelled immediately. The appetizer is over, and now we're playing for real. Commander Li Dewey remained expressionless as he commanded, with the military base as the center, throw napalm bombs in the surrounding 1,000-meter radius. Yes. The command was sent out. An old man wearing a military uniform in the operations room couldn't help but to ask, Commander, isn't it a bit early to throw the napalm bombs out? Even though the sea monsters are powerful, even after mutating, they can only stay on land for a short period of time. If time goes on for too long, they'll die from lack of water. Sea monsters need water, so even if napalm bombs can't burn these sea monsters to death, it can quickly use up the water in their bodies. So, fire is an extremely effective measure to use against sea monsters. Not early. Li Dewey let out a rare smile. This time we have an invincible war god to help us. I thought he didn't have a black god set, but he actually does. An invincible war god with a black god set has an astonishing amount of power. Contact Luo Feng, commanded Li Dewey. Examiner Luo Feng, please enter the water and kill the large sea monster that is attacking our military base from below, requested Li Dewey. Through the 3D hologram they could see Luo Feng in his black uniform set just killed a horrifying Nidaria type monster. After receiving this message, he stepped on his soaring shuttle and, with a whoosh, ignored all the various sea monsters and charged straight towards the Grand Huangpu River like lightning. Splash! Luo Feng charged into the Huangpu River. With his naked eye, he could only see peculiar-shaped sea monsters. When his spiritual force spread out, it covered the surrounding 100-meter radius. Within this 100-meter radius were over 100 different types of fish-type monsters, and various other monsters of different types. There sure are a bunch of them. Luo Feng could feel the threat that sea monsters had against humanity. Keep charging downwards. As of now, plane after plane flew in the air and dropped large amounts of a new kind of napalm bombs, like a celestial maiden spreading flower petals, with the military base as the center. The surrounding 1,000-meter radius was covered with the weapons that the sea monsters hated the most. Even both sides and the surface of the Huangpu River were covered. Hoo-hoo! The surrounding 1,000-meter radius instantly became a sea of fire. The Monsters' bodies aren't afraid of being burned, but the water in their body is swiftly evaporating. Monsters like Cnidaria-type monsters, jellyfish, etc., can probably stay alive on land for 2 or 3 hours after their mutation. However, in a fire, they rapidly lose large amounts of water, so they can't even last for 2 to 3 minutes. According to the type, different monsters can last for different amounts of time. These napalm bombs, even after being dropped onto water, continued burning. Water cannot extinguish it. Dirt won't put it out either. Rolling around on the ground will do nothing. In fact, doing that will just increase the amount of flames on your body, which is to say, even if you escape the sea of fire, you'll still be on fire. You can say that this is the weapon that sea monsters hate the most. Without a doubt. In the Sea of Fire, the overall power of the sea monsters dropped by around 70. But even so, it is still going to be extremely difficult for the military base to block off this attack. Huangpu River, 50 meters below the surface. Because the sea monsters have been swimming around here for dozens of years, the Huangpu River was indeed much deeper than it was before. Just these 3 big guys under the light of the fire on the surface of the river. Luo Feng, who was at the bottom of the river, saw 3 gigantic beings in the distance. With a glance, the shortest of the 3 gigantic beings was around 60 meters long. The largest one was at an astonishing 90 meters long. If you put it upright, it can rival the height of a 30-story building. The one thing they have in common is they all have a sharp horn. The sharp horn on their heads crazily slammed into the foundation of the military base. Every time their sharp horn attacks, it can pierce into a distance of 7 to 8 meters. This caused the entire base to rumble. However, the horns can't pierce a large enough hole for their gigantic bodies to enter through. So, they can only attack over and over again to get the desired width, go in a few meters, and then go back to crazily attacking again. As of now, they have only moved forward by around 10 meters. 2 mountain-shaking whales and a roaring sky beast. Luo Feng was astonished. The largest one was indeed the roaring sky beast. The other 2 mountain-shaking whales, determining from the size of their bodies, are probably medium-level horde leader-level monsters, and that roaring sky beast is probably a high-level horde leader level. The current Luo Feng doesn't really care about high-level horde leaders. But this roaring sky beast. Even though Luo Feng knew very little about sea monsters, he still knew quite a bit about the extremely horrifying and infamous sea monsters. The roaring sky monster was indeed one of these extremely horrifying monsters. The roaring sky monster has a gigantic amount of power. Its strongest attack is the sound wave attack. Sound wave attack. Luo Feng slightly frowned as he immediately transformed his black god set into earplugs and stuffed his ears. His black helmet formed layers and layers of protection over the portion of his ears. I need to kill the roaring sky beast as fast as possible and then eliminate the 2 mountain-shaking whales. Luo Feng stepped on his soaring shuttle and transformed into a black bolt of lightning as he charged. The fact that the soaring shuttle is amazing cannot be denied. Even the water can help it speed up. No wonder it's a treasure that even Hong deems important. Ong. The gigantic roaring sky beast suddenly turned its head and, without any warning, immediately let out an ear-piercing sound. The sound then disappeared. Buzz. A vacuum was immediately blasted out of the water of the river between the Roaring Sky Beast and Luo Feng, the river water around Luo Feng completely disappeared, and the sound wave attack instantly hit Luo Feng. It was so fast that Luo Feng was given no chance to escape the sound wave attack that countless war gods feared struck Luo Feng. However, after going through the special material that makes up the Black God set, the attack rapidly weakened. And Luo Feng's ears were heavily protected, so the target of the attack, the obvious head, was easily spared from disaster. Luo Feng only had a slight headache and nothing else. He couldn't help but to let out a smile. The Black God set is indeed powerful. It can deflect sharp attacks. It can weaken impacts. It can greatly decrease the effect of sound waves. This mysterious treasure originating from archaeological ruin 9 was indeed mysterious. Whoosh! After deflecting the sound wave attack, Luo Feng immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the gigantic roaring sky beast. However, at this time the river water beside Luo Feng started rumbling and formless attacks struck towards Luo Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 curved blades immediately flew past the river water like moonlight around 70 to 80 meters to the left side in front of him. After that, a painful scream rang. The river water rumbled and a milk-white colored blood spread out. Humph! A transparent jellyfish-type monster actually tried to ambush a spirit. Reader, I guess it was tired of living, scoffed Luo Feng to himself. Out of the sea monsters, there are many types of jellyfish-type monsters as of now. 3 types that are completely invisible to the naked eye have been discovered. Even though they attack in different ways, they have still been categorized together as the invisible jellyfish type for human fighters. They pose a gigantic threat. But even if you can't see it by sight, Luo Feng's spiritual force detected it a long time ago. Roaring Sky Beast Mountain, Shaking Whale, Luo Feng seemed like he was going to slaughter some sheep as he charged towards the 3 gigantic horde leader level monsters. This battle between monsters and humanity was as tragic as always. It continued on until 8 a.m. of the second day. Even though the sea monsters never broke past the military base, quite a few horde leaders charged in by themselves. Large hordes of sea monsters capable of discharging electricity, and large hordes capable of spitting poison, and even hordes that can shoot air bubbles like shockwaves. All sorts of attacks from all sorts of peculiar sea monsters seeped into the military base, which caused quite a few casualties for the human army. Command room of the military base. High-ranking people of the military and the war gods that came to assist were gathered here. Everyone was in a good mood. Thank you, everyone. We were able to successfully defend against the wave of sea monsters. Within half a year, the sea monsters probably won't launch an assault of such a scale. Commander Li Dewei was in an extremely good mood. Even though losses were great, they are quite insignificant when compared with the losses in the past. The one who did the most work was Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Lei Meng were the only 2 people who possessed Black God sets out of all the war gods, including the ones originally part of the army. And even though Lei Meng is powerful, the sea monsters can escape once they lose. So even though Lei Meng can defeat horde leaders, it is extremely difficult for him to kill them. But Luo Feng is different. With his soaring shuttle and blade pieces, which horde leader can escape such speed? They all died. And this battle, Lei Meng killed 2 horde leaders. He also fought back quite a few of them. During critical moments, which helped the army quite a bit. Luo Feng killed 15 horde leaders. Fellow war gods, sell all your monster materials to our HR Alliance, laughed an old man in the command room. Those preparing to sell them to dojos, asked me, laughed Commander Li Dewei. Even though the war gods risked their lives to fight for the army, they usually don't ask for anything in return, however, as long as they can find the corpses of the monsters they killed, they would usually sell them to the HR Alliance. Since the HR Alliances offers better prices, the Chinese army also supports this process. Because the Chinese government receives a bit of profit from the HR Alliance, since they allow them to spread across the country. This time, Examiner Luo Feng earned the most. Examiner Luo Feng, you're going to be rich. A group of war gods smiled as they congratulated. Because Luo Feng was blocking the front, none of the war gods in the military base died, so everyone was in quite a good mood. I have 3 horde leaders' materials here. As for the other horde leaders, I don't need them. The huge black bag that Luo Feng was carrying automatically opened, and large amounts of monster materials poured out from it and dropped onto the ground. Even though he killed 15 horde leaders, he used his blade pieces to cut off the important parts and put them in his bag at the same time. He killed them. He only stored the materials of 3 horde leaders, which were all high-level ones. As for the other ones, he'll donate them to the country. Haha, then I will shamelessly accept them. Li Dewei didn't decline. Commander Li, you're not humble at all. A powerful war god started laughing on the side. Li Dewei smiled. Would a rich man like Luo Feng care about such a small amount? Out of the 15 horde leader level monsters, the most valuable materials are from the 3 that Luo Feng kept for himself. The old man that was currently examining the materials from the 3 high level horde leaders couldn't help but to glare at Li Dewei oddly, even though the other horde leaders are low-level or medium-level ones. There are a lot of them. I estimate that the total will come to 30 billion. A low-level horde leader ranges from 500 million, 3 billion at the HR Alliance. A medium-level horde leader ranges from 1.5 billion, 9 billion. Out of the 12 that Luo Feng killed, most of them were low-level horde leaders and not medium-level horde leaders, so the total would indeed come to around 30 billion. Roaring Sky Beast. 9-headed snake dragon. The old man that was examining the materials was flabbergasted. The roaring Sky Beast were extremely horrifying high-level horde leaders. They were even more powerful than the steel-armored dragon, since they are both in the sea. It is harder to kill them. I'll take these 2 for 20 billion. As for this one, I'll take it for 12 billion in total, 52 billion Chinese dollars, smiled the old man. Okay, nodded Luo Feng. Luo Feng wasn't too happy with the results from this war money. After becoming an invincible war god, money is not as important. Real treasures cannot be purchased with money. Military base. Li Dewei personally escorted Luo Feng outside. The 2 of them walked side by side out the base. How are the losses this time? Asked Luo Feng. Around 1,000 warriors died and almost 1,000 people are handicapped. Li Dewei shook his head as he sighed, and these results are considered good with you. Here, the most threatening horde leaders were killed off, so we had an easier time dealing with the monster horde. Just you alone can match a gigantic army of 200,000 in the past. Li Dewei couldn't help but to shake his head. In the war against the sea monsters, human casualties are too great. Otherwise, he wouldn't purposefully use the gathering of war gods this time. And Li Dewei shook his head as he laughed helplessly. The billions of sea monsters we killed this time, to the countless sea monsters in the sea, is like a drop in the ocean, just a drop in the ocean. A drop in the ocean, Luo Feng slightly nodded as he sighed. No, you don't understand. Li Dewei shook his head, without personally experiencing the struggle for life every single day back then, there is no way you can understand how my generation feels. Luo Feng froze. Li Dewei sighed. I was born in a beautiful time. The year I was born in was during the transfer of sovereignty over Hong Kong, 1997. My family can't be considered rich, but we were well off. I grew up without any worries. I played online games and read web novels. My parents would always scold me a bit every day, which irritated me quite a bit. Luo Feng looked at Li Dewei with shock. Online games, web novels. In this age, all the students spend their free time from class in the dojo. Becoming a fighter is the dream of every young person. Don't look at me like that, since you haven't experienced such a peaceful period. It is unimaginable. Li Dewei let out a smile as his eyes looked back on his memories. During that time, we would even chat on online discussion boards and shitpost. We could gather for dinner and go on field trips. There truly were no worries at all. However, 2015, it all started on January of 2015. We instantly fell from heaven to hell. That year was the year I was preparing for my high school exams. However, there were no exams. Nightmare befell. The virus spread across the entire world via air. Anything that needs to breathe was infected. My friends died one by one. The girl I had a crush on, the brothers I played basketball with, my neighbors, my guildies from my online games, all of them died one by one. I almost broke down. I thought I was going through a nightmare. Sadly, I realized that that was just the beginning of the nightmare. On the second half of the year of 2015, countless mutated monsters started attacking the cities where humans gathered, from a few scattered battles to full-blown wars. We didn't care about these primitive monsters, since we thought they wouldn't stand a chance against human weapons, but we were wrong. The real disaster began. Cities were invaded and humans started running for their lives. Almost 6 full years of running I passed by the angel of death multiple times. I struggled for my life every single time, for failure means death. Because of that, I had to pull through. From a simple youth who never experienced pain to a cruel, experienced warrior. Li Dewei's voice became low. In those 6 years, I watched my father die for me. I watched the girl I love who escaped with me lose her life to the mouth of a monster. I could only clench my teeth and run away while wiping my tears. I trained bitterly and squeezed out my body's potential. Finally, humans relied on laser cannons and powerful fighters to end up in a stalemate between the monsters on land, and thus, the Grand Nirvana period ended. Humans entered the headquarter city age, and I officially joined the army. With a blink of an eye, around 30 years passed. Li Dewei seemed to smile without worry, but Luo Feng felt like that smile contained too much bitterness to express. For 30 years, humans and monsters fought, even though the scale wasn't as large as the battles in the Grand Nirvana period. It never stopped. Li Dewei shook his head as he said, just counting the armies under my control. Do you know how many people have died in the past 30 years? Luo Feng froze. A rookie replacing a veteran. I can't even say how many times that has happened. Death notices being sent to their families one by one, they died, so humans can exist. Sadness could be seen in Li Dewey's eyes, however, I powerlessly realized that a new monster type will appear in each sea monster's assault. Every year a stronger monster will appear every year. What does that signify? Li Dewey stared at Luo Feng. It means that the sea monsters are continuously becoming more powerful. I'm scared. I am very scared. A tear could barely be seen in Li Dewey's eyes. Humans can never go on the offensive, and the monsters in the sea can continuously evolve and become more powerful. I am scared that there will be a day that humans will go extinct. Luo Feng's heart froze. However, for sea monsters to attack humans, they have to go through the rivers to attack the inland area. So, I will dedicate my life to blocking them. I will definitely not allow them to advance by a single millimeter. The farther they are blocked from the land, the bigger the buffer the headquarters city has. Ever since I became the commander of the southeastern military sector, for a whole 11 years, 6 months, and 3 days, the sea monsters have not been able to advance a single step further along the Huangpu River. As Luo Feng heard this, his heartbeat accelerated from his heart. He truly started to respect the senior in front of him. Because of their sacrifice, young people like him are allowed to grow up in headquarters cities peacefully. I'm going to do everything I can against these sea monsters for the rest of my life. All I want is for my future grandsons to have a future, to have hope, said Li Dewey softly. Future and hope. Yeah. If the headquarters cities are invaded again, will the future generations have any hope? Luo Feng. Li Dewey lightly patted Luo Feng's shoulders. In this age, humans can only rely on 2 trump cards to survive. One is the high-tech laser cannon, and one is the power of a fighter, fighters as powerful as Hong. For humans to survive, they can either invent a weapon more powerful than the laser cannon as of now, or another ultimate fighter like Hong and Thunder God can appear, or even a fighter that surpasses Hong and Thunder God. Li Dewey looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, when I was young, nobody taught me anything. Because of that, I went down the wrong path. I'm an intermediate level war god, but this is my limit. I have no hope of improving. But you are different. You aren't even 20 years old, yet Luo Feng, an existence surpassing the war god level, can be compared to an army of 1 million people, and Hong and Thunder God are even more powerful, making them unrivaled. Humans are able to peacefully live in headquarters cities now because Hong went to negotiate with the countless emperor-level monsters on land. So, 1. Hong is more valuable than a country's entire army. I hope you can reach that level, or even surpass that level. As he watched Luo Feng's auto jet fly away, Li Dewey had a complicated expression on as he silently mumbled to himself, I am already old, and Luo Feng, your future is limitless. Luo Feng's thoughts were in disarray because of the words that Li Dewey gave to Luo Feng at the Huangpu River's military base. He trained like crazy in the past, mainly for the sake of his parents and brother. Ever since he became an invincible war god, even though he still worked hard, he didn't have much pressure anymore. Enemy Li Yao hasn't cared about him for a while. Family, they're doing great. Money right now, money doesn't serve much of a function. Authority, even leaders and heads of organizations, families, and armies are all passionate when faced with him. Dad, Mom. Mingyu Sector. Luo Feng walked into his home. Your back breakfast is already ready for you, maid, yelled his father who was reading. Your brother is jogging outside ever since he got his legs back. He loves to jog. His father's smile was bright. Oh yeah, Feng, when are you planning on getting married? The only thing your mom and I want to do is to hug our grandsons. Luo Feng sat in front of the dining table. He drank hot porridge and listened to his father. Suddenly, he felt like he was extremely happy. The warriors in the military base give up their lives in battle so the civilians in the headquarters cities can live peacefully. Maybe this is why Commander Li Dewei and countless soldiers work so hard. Hey, Wei. He sat on the floor of the training room as he smiled while holding his cell phone. What, you're going to travel with your girlfriend this summer? How romantic. Yeah, alright. However, I don't have much time now, since I still have to go out at the end of the month. I'll see you later. Yeah, okay, see ya. Luo Feng's face was filled with smiles. Wei was having a good life too. His parents were also happy, and his brother's relationship was going great. Luo Feng recalled the words that Commander Li Dewei said. All I want is for my future grandsons to have a future, to have hope. There's still a future, there's still hope, mumbled Luo Feng to himself. I also want my parents to enjoy the rest of their lives. I also want my brother to marry and have kids and have a family. I don't want all of this to be destroyed by monster hordes. I want the future generation to have hope. In this moment, Luo Feng was determined like never before. I also want to pursue the limits of life and surpass my limits, become a representative, a chairman, and even more powerful than them, continue to surpass. I also want to become like Hong and use my own power to make the monster hordes of the land tremble. I also want for the future generation to have a future and to have hope. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with determination. Hard work. Move forward. Surpass. When I close my eyes for the final time, when I die, I don't want to have any regrets, because I didn't work hard enough in the past. After this time's cleansing of the soul, Luo Feng's beliefs were hardened like never before. For the entirety of September, Luo Feng dedicated himself to his blade technique, fitness level, celestial deity catalog, and other things. He has to train his dedication, instead of making him feel bored, made him feel a joy that came from within the deepest part of his heart. His body's genetics started to perfect themselves. His strength improved again and again. This physical change to his body made him feel great. Forcing himself to train leads to poor results if he enjoys his training. And the feeling of becoming a more powerful being, the rate at which he improves becomes alarming. Dawn of September 29th, the time when Luo Feng tested himself. And his fist strength reached 258,103 kilograms, which is over 256,000 kilograms. He has officially stepped into the advanced level war god level fitness level. Afternoon of September 29th, around 2 p.m. He wore a new blood red colored SS battle uniform, which he bought at the cheapest price from the Palace of War Gods, and had a SS ghost blade on his back. Luo Feng's body seemed like a polished jewel as he stood there. He seemed like a blade that could shoot towards the sky as he possessed infinite fighting spirit. Dad, Mom, I don't know how long I'll be gone this time. Luo Hua, while I'm gone, take care of Dad and Mom. Got it, bro. Be careful out there, followed his parents. Luo Feng slightly smiled and then directly walked outside towards his auto. Jet. The hatch of the jet automatically opened. Luo Feng entered it and the hatch closed. Whoosh. The dark blue triangular fighter jet swiftly ascended and flew out of Jiang Nan headquarters city's defense network. It then transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the dojo of Limit's world headquarters. Hongming headquarters city. The dojo of Limit's world headquarters was an old, gigantic spaceship. At the parking area beside the gigantic spaceship landed a dark blue triangular fighter jet. Inside the autojet. We can't use the Black God set in the archaeological ruins, so I have to leave it here. Luo Feng extended his right hand. Soon enough, the black membrane gathered on his right hand and transformed into a black glove. I still have to give up control. After the Black God set absorbs the blood of its host, it undergoes a transformation. It becomes tied to its owner's body like never before, as if it was its owner's skin. It could change into tens of thousands of different things and even hide below skin. However, there is one downside. Once it's on you, it is very hard to get it off. There are two ways to get it off your body. First way, death of the owner. Second way, force out the blood that the Black God set absorbed. This way, the Black God set will automatically come off. Now, I'll get the Black God set off. I have to let it absorb my blood again. Later laughed Luo Feng helplessly. In a moment, the black glove fell onto the seat of the autojet. 1. Put away the Black God set. After saying that, Luo Feng left the auto jet. Inside the gigantic spaceship. Right when Luo Feng arrived, he was led to a certain resting lounge. The lounge was huge and had a few dozen seats. 6 people were already in the lounge. With a glance, Luo Feng determined that a man and a woman were of Chinese descent. The one sitting with his eyes closed was Indian. As for the other 3, there were 2 black people who were also sitting silently, and a white man with curly golden hair. Hello, Luo Feng, I am Ta Baiyan, from Kyoto headquarters city. The Chinese man came over and introduced himself. From what I know, out of the 8 people departing this time, only you and me are from China. Oh, Lady Li, who I was talking to, is from Hongming headquarters city. Oh, Luo Feng slightly nodded, said a few words, and then sat on the side to prepare to enter the archaeological ruin. Soon enough, the 8th and last member arrived. All the war gods of the dojo of Limits headed to archaeological ruin 9 have arrived. Everyone, please follow me. Under the lead of a man wearing a loose red robe, Luo Feng and the other 7 war gods from all over the world arrived at a room made out of a weird purple colored wood. Luo Feng and the others have never seen the purple wood that made up the room. However, it had a weird smell that could help someone gather their spirits like never before. A man wearing black was currently standing in the room. His back was faced towards Luo Feng and the group head. Luo Feng and the other 7 people all slightly bowed. Only after that did the black-clothed man turn around. He scanned across Luo Feng's group as he said emotionlessly, "Archaeological ruin 9, even though it's one of the safer archaeological ruins, its death rate is still very high. If any of you want to leave, you can say it now, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." After entering the archaeological ruin, everyone stayed silent. "Very good," said the black-clothed man calmly. "Allure, come in." His sound spread out. Whoosh. A blurry image came together outside the door, which showed to be a mysterious girl who was wearing a golden mask and a black robe. Her black, long hair was spread out because the mask was blocking her face, you could only see her eyes, nose, and mouth. However, just from those, you could tell that she is an extremely beautiful person. Especially those eyes, it seemed to attract the deepest part of one's soul. She's mixed race, Luo Feng determined this from her eyes, allure of the 3 royal guards. No wonder she got that nickname. The 3 royal guards are the most loyal subordinates of Hong. Because they are always with Hong, the 3 of them are more powerful than the average strength of the 5 investigators. The 8 of you will depart to archaeological ruin 9 in a bit. Allure will lead, commanded the black-cloaked man. Yes. Everyone heeded the order. Luo Feng, stay. Everyone else, leave, commanded the black-cloaked man. Soon enough, only Luo Feng and the black-cloaked man, Hong, remained in the room. The black-cloaked man said calmly, Luo Feng, you asked the intersection about the archaeological ruins through phone. You don't want to go. Head. Luo Feng slightly bowed. I did make a phone call to ask about it at that time. I thought that it wasn't worth it to enter the archaeological ruin. Because after risking my life, the only thing I get in the end is a black god set. Because of that, I was quite hesitant at that time. You changed your mind. The black-cloaked man looked at Luo Feng with a bit of shock. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. The path to aim for the limits of life is filled with difficulty. Of course, I can't shy away from any challenges. Pedestrians can get hit by a car. Even in a sector, a dropped vase could hit your head. Nothing is absolutely safe. I picked this path because I need the courage to fight. If it's absolutely safe, then there's no point in challenging it only because there is danger. Can my blood boil and fill me with the will to fight? And also, I was already told that my chances of success is over 80, so what do I have to be afraid of? Luo Feng's eyes were bright. The black-cloaked man looked and nodded to himself. This young man in front of him is talented, but to become truly successful, talent isn't enough. This young man, compared to the last time he saw him, has at least double the fighting spirit, a flowing fighting spirit that seems to have been hammered repeatedly. If you truly want to break past the limits of life and become the most powerful fighter on earth, then you need an unstoppable fighting spirit that isn't willing to give in to anything. Good. All I want to tell you is, even though advanced level war god level spirit readers that entered the archaeological ruin 9 have failed, none of them died, said the black-cloaked man. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. No wonder. No wonder Hong wanted him to go, as if Hong knew nothing would go wrong. Of course, there are barely any advanced level war god level spirit readers in the first place, so we don't have enough data to absolutely guarantee your safety, said the black-cloaked man. Go join the group. Yes, head. Luo Feng left immediately. Whoosh. A universe-level autojet was currently soaring the air with amazing speed. Inside was indeed Royal Guard Allure and the 8 war gods. You guys can just call me Mrs. Representative. It felt extremely comfortable to listen to Allure's voice. Our destination is Archaeological Ruin 9. Archaeological Ruin 9 is in the depths of the Amazon rainforest in South America and is one of the safer archaeological ruins. The white guy suddenly said with curiosity, Mrs. Representative, so there are other archaeological ruins? Of course. No one could see Allure's full facial expression, but you could see the ends of her mouth curve upwards. I can tell you of one archaeological ruin. One is The first archaeological ruin we found on Earth. It is located in the depths of the sea around Bermuda in the North Atlantic. Including Luo Feng, everyone couldn't help but to gasp. Archaeological ruin 1, first one found. However, as of now, there is no way to enter the entrance of archaeological ruin 1. Allure's voice was a bit evil. Even the most powerful person and the hardest metallic weapon after entering will instantly be destroyed. Luo Feng and the others were at a loss for words. All the humans on Earth can't even get past the entrance of this archaeological ruin 1. Even Hong and Thunder God cannot enter. It seems that even SS grade materials and even higher quality materials will be destroyed. I probably shouldn't even bother thinking about this place. I need to bring up my skill first, thought Luo Feng to himself. Everyone, listen carefully. I'm only going to say this once. Allure's voice became slightly louder. Archaeological ruin 9 is an archaeological ruin that uses a disqualification type of trial. When you enter, fighters usually continue through the Type A tunnel. Spirit readers will be arranged to go through the Type B tunnel. After Allure said this, everyone started listening carefully. It seems like spirit readers and regular fighters are treated differently inside. After entering the depths of the archaeological ruin, everyone will encounter different things. The difficulty will be different too. However, those who succeed will receive the ruin's reward, a black god set. Those who fail, even if they don't die, will become handicapped. Allure suddenly stood up and faced towards the control area of the universe. Level Autojet, Command Ruin 9. Beep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 8 red lights flew out of the autojet and shot towards Luo Feng and the other war gods. Tactical communications watches on their wrists. The group became confused. Don't panic. The sides of Allure's mouth slightly curved upwards, as if she was about to laugh. There are words inside archaeological ruin 9, however, they are different from any language on Earth, said Allure. If you don't understand what is being said and can't read the words in the ruin, you will waste a huge amount of time. Early on, nobody understood these words. There were war gods that spent a full 7 months before coming out. Understanding what is being said in the ruins will save you guys a lot of time. So before entering, I will install a piece of translation software in your tactical communications watch. This translation software can translate everything in archaeological ruin 9 to Chinese and English. After you guys come out, I will be responsible for uninstalling this archaeological ruin 9 translation software. After 5 minutes, the installation process finished. South America, Amazon rainforest night. The universe level autojet was flying downwards. It then slowly descended. HUA. The hatch opened. Luo Feng and the other 7 war gods and Allure walked out together. What was around them was a forest whose ends could not be seen. A few monsters could be seen too, but none of them dared to come close. A chi-chi sound rang, and the dirt on the ground started rumbling. The ground unexpectedly split into 2 as it separated and revealed a tunnel towards the underground area that was 5 meters wide. Beep. A silverish gray elevator actually rose to the surface. The elevator doors opened and an old man wearing a red robe came out. Representative Allure. The red-robed old man slightly bowed. Okay. Allure looked towards Luo Feng and the other 7 people as the sides of her mouth slightly curved upwards. All right, hurry and enter, and then go in the Archaeological ruin. Each of you will encounter different things. I hope all of you can come out alive. After that, Representative Allure directly flew into the universe-level autojet, which quickly flew away. Everyone, please make haste. Archaeological Ruin 9 will only be open this year for 2 more hours, reminded the red-robed old man. The final 2 hours. It seems like you can only enter this archaeological Ruin 9 at certain times, thought Luo Feng to himself. At the same time, he remained silent as he entered the silverish-gray elevator with the 7 other powerful war god fighters. The red-robed old man pressed the button. Beep. The elevator doors closed and the silverish-gray elevator started to descend. Shishi. The opening quickly closed and the depths of the Amazon rainforest went back to silence. Even so, none of the various monsters roaming around in the Amazon rainforest dared to come near this place. HUA. The elevator doors opened. What appeared in front of them was a black hallway forged out of alloy. There were lights along the hallway. Everyone, welcome to the base of the human camp in Archaeological Ruin 9. The red-robed man spoke fluent Chinese, and then followed up with fluent English. Right now, we are kind of in a rush, so I won't go on. Everyone, please follow me. The red-robed man walked ahead and the other 8 people followed behind. There were 9 checkpoints along the black hallway. Finally, they arrived in an empty lobby that was around a few hundred meters wide. There were almost 100 people from all over the world gathered in the lobby, and most of them were in front of computers. Welcome, war gods. War gods, we will pray for your success. Go go go, we'll receive our fellow war gods. When they return, we will have absolutely amazing champagne. The various members in the underground base seemed to be overpassionate. However, Luo Feng and the other 7 remained silent. The red-robed old man smiled on the side. Ignore these guys, all of them have remained here for too long, so they get a bit excited when they see outsiders. Alright, are the 8 of you ready? He said that in Chinese and English. Luo Feng and the other 7 remained silent. They just stared at him. Very good. Open the entrance, yelled the red-robed old man loudly. Crack. An arc-shaped portion of the alloyed wall in front of the lobby split open and revealed a circular tunnel. What? Holy! The 8 war gods, who remained silent the whole time, looked at the round tunnel with shock. Even their eyes were filled with complete shock. Luo Feng also couldn't hide his surprisement when the tunnel first started opening. The first 2 to 3 meters were still made out of alloy. However, further in was a weird dark brown color, as if tree branch after tree branch tied together to form this tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was actually a mirror that continuously emitted light. It's probably a mirror. Keep going forward through the tunnel and enter that mirror that's emitting light. That actually isn't a mirror, but the entrance to Archaeological Ruin 9. Once you enter, there'll be no turning back. War gods, I pray that you can come out alive. The red-robed old man looked at Luo Feng and the other 7 war gods. The people in the empty lobby also looked at Luo Feng and the 7 others. After going in, their lives will be left to fate. The 8 war gods remained silent for a bit. Everyone. Luo Feng walked towards the tunnel. I'll be going in first. Enter. Go. With Luo Feng in front, the other war gods also entered the tunnel one by one. Crack! The alloyed wall behind them closed. There was no way back. After stepping on the dark brown tree branches that formed the peculiar tunnel, a weird smell emanated. Luo Feng smelled it. this smell is coming. From this tree branch, how come it smells like the black god set only? After the black god set sticks to you, can you smell its light, yet never fading smell? The shining mirror is the entrance to the archaeological ruin. Luo Feng looked in front of him. Brother Luo Feng, I wish you good luck, yelled Ta Ba Yen on the side. Good luck to you too. Luo Feng laughed and then stepped forward into the shining mirror without hesitation. As if it was the surface of water, the mirror easily swallowed Luo Feng. I'll go next. The black man spoke his native language, clenched his teeth, and then stepped into the circular mirror. One by one, all 8 people entered. This was a black lobby. The front part of the lobby was a semicircle shaped. The entire lobby was a few hundred meters wide. A dreamy light shone from the black lobby's ceiling, causing the entire lobby to seem quite dreamlike. This is Archaeological Ruin 9. Luo Feng stood inside the lobby and looked around him, his face slightly changed. Where's everybody else? At the same time, Ta Ba Yen and the other war gods also appeared in their own black lobbies. These black lobbies were exactly the same. Just what you'd expect from an archaeological ruin. Right when I stepped through, everything was blurry, and then I appeared in this lobby. I'm even separated from everyone else. Ta Ba Yen looked at his surroundings with curiosity. Despite saying that, they all knew that each war god would encounter different things with different difficulties inside the ruin before even entering. Suddenly, a dreamy light encapsulated Ta Ba Yen. XXXXXX, a complicated sound rang in the lobby. Thankfully there's a translation software. Ta Ba Yen lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Just 2 seconds later, the tactical communications watch gave its translation. Please enter the Type A tunnel. After that, a few words appeared on the display of the tactical communications watch, matching the translated ancient ruins language. The black lobby was currently rumbling slowly. Only after about half a minute did a black tunnel appear. Beside the tunnel were a few complicated letters. Oh, the words are the same, so this must be the type of tunnel. This is the only tunnel here anyway. Ta Ba Yen directly walked towards the tunnel. After he entered, the entire black lobby instantly disappeared. You can say that, at the same time, 7 of the 8 war gods were headed towards the depths of the archaeological ruins along the tunnels. In the black lobby, a dreamy light encapsulated Luo Feng. What's going on? This colorful light has surrounded me for over 60 seconds. Already, how come there's no response at all? Luo Feng was quite confused as he raised his head and looked at the colored light. He had no idea that the other 7 war gods were quickly released from the light and were already headed to their respective tunnels to the depths of the archaeological ruin. Only Luo Feng. XXXXXX, a piercing sound that had rhythm to it suddenly rang across the black lobby. Translation software. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. The software was running, and what came out of the tactical communications watch was the sound alert, alert, alert. Alert. Luo Feng froze. Luo Feng did not know that a situation like this has never occurred since humanity discovered Archaeological Ruin 9. The dreamy light that was surrounding Luo Feng suddenly disappeared. At the same time, crystals that were as thick as a finger shot down from the walls of the black lobby. At least 100 crystal ropes shot towards like lightning. They were even faster than the vines in the Misty Island back then. Not good. Luo Feng wanted to dodge Sadly, these crystal ropes were unbelievably fast, so Luo Feng had no time to respond as they instantly wrapped around him. The crystal ropes wrapped Luo Feng into a dumpling. What's going on? How come I never heard that you get tied up right after entering Luo Feng? Quickly controlled the soaring shuttle in his backpack. 6 blade pieces flew outside of his backpack and slashed towards the crystal ropes like lightning. The blade pieces of the soaring shuttle that could cut through steel like tofu couldn't even leave a mark on the crystal ropes. Break open. Luo Feng struggled with all his power. Pu, pu, pu. He continued to slash with his blades. Sadly, as if a tiny child was struggling, nothing he did could get him out of the crystal ropes. Luo Feng soon understood that his strength is nothing in this archaeological ruin. Makes sense, is an archaeological ruin that can grant Black God set after Black God set something he can oppose. Archaeological ruins are indeed filled with mysteries. Who would have thought that I would run into a situation like this right off the bat? However, these crystal ropes are merely immobilizing me. They don't seem to want to kill me, Luo Feng thought to himself. And at this moment, a flowing light flowed through the crystal ropes that were tying up Luo Feng and headed towards the ceiling of the black lobby as if a machine was sending a signal. This process lasted for about 30 seconds. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, all the crystal ropes quickly retracted and merged into the walls. XXXX, XXXXXXXXX. A bunch of words rang across the black lobby. Luo Feng looked down towards his tactical communications watch. Complicated words appeared on the display of the tactical communications watch. At the same time, it spoke in Chinese. Congratulations, your brain vigor is 21, greater than 18. You are qualified to enter the elite tunnel of the training base, because this is the first time the elite tunnel has opened in the past 5,000 years. Please wait 15 minutes. Luo Feng stood in the black lobby, his thoughts in a mess. Didn't that royal guard allure say that there were only the Type A and Type B tunnels throughout the entirety of archaeological ruin 9? How come an elite tunnel popped out all of a sudden? And this is the first time in the past 5,000 years. And it even talked about some brain vigor. What is brain vigor? Luo Feng was confused. My brain vigor is 21, greater than 18. It looks like a brain vigor of 18 is the bottom line of qualification from the words of this archaeological ruin. It seems like nobody out of all the war gods that have entered so far were able to enter this elite tunnel. Is this good or bad? The good part is that the elite tunnel is different from the original Type A and Type B tunnels, so there might be an unexpected reward. The bad part is that, once he enters the elite tunnel, the experiences of previous fighters won't help. Since this is the first time it has opened in the past 5,000 years, nobody knew what would happen after entering this elite tunnel. 15 minutes sure is taking a long time to pass. There is no signal on my tactical communications watch at all. It looks like you can't connect with the outside world within the ruins. Luo Feng glanced at his watch. However, he wasn't surprised if the outside world could connect with the people in the ruins. Then the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo, etc. would know much more about the archaeological ruins. Time passed slowly. Luo Feng waited silently. XXXXXXXX. A bunch of words rang across the black lobby at the same time. The lobby started slightly rumbling. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch, which translated the phrase, "Please enter the elite tunnel." He raised his head. A dark tunnel, whose end could not be seen, appeared in the wall of the black lobby. Beside the tunnel were a few complicated words that matched the words displayed on his tactical communications watch. Elite Tunnel, huh? With a thought from Luo Feng, 365 blade pieces went out of the crack that Luo Feng purposefully left in his backpack and quickly flew out to form the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng jumped and stepped on the soaring shuttle. Once he was on the soaring shuttle, his speed and agility increased by quite a bit. Go! Whoosh! With a speed that could rival a car, he flew into the black tunnel. The black tunnel was extraordinarily dark. After flying for around 500 meters, Luo Feng finally saw several new paths in the road. 9 paths, a maze. Luo Feng frowned. According to what Royal Guard Allure said and his own experiences, he knew that this archaeological ruin 9 uses a disqualification type of training, so it has all sorts of training content. A maze appeared. For what Luo Feng was confused. Okay, I'll first pick a path. Luo Feng flew into the first path from the left. In just a moment, another 9 paths appeared at the end of this path. Damn, 9 after 9. At this rate, even the greatest expert will get lost. Luo Feng carefully examined his surroundings. Around him were ancient tunnels formed by the black tree branches. Nothing stood out. In a path around 300 meters away from Luo Feng, a blurry black shadow seeped out of the walls in the path made out of the black tree branches. In a moment, as if water was dripping, the black shadow fell onto the floor of the path. It slowly came together, forming a black-robed person wearing a silverish gray mask. The same thing was happening in the other paths, in the 9 paths in front of Luo Feng and the 9 paths behind Luo Feng. Each of the paths gave birth to a black-robed man wearing a silverish gray mask. A total of 18 black-robed men started gathering towards Luo Feng. People. Luo Feng saw a black-robed man come out of a faraway path. With a glance, this black-robed man was wearing a silverish gray mask and had green eyes. His eyes were revealing his unhidden killing intent. Another one. A black-robed man came out of another path. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 9 black-robed men stood in front of the 9 paths, their green eyes filled with killing intent as they stared at Luo Feng. Roar! A roar carried from behind Luo Feng. There are 9 behind me too. Luo Feng's spiritual force clearly discovered that there were 9 black-robed men headed towards him, one step at a time, as they growled quietly. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 9 black-robed men behind charged towards Luo Feng along the tunnel like lightning. The 9 black-robed men in front did the same. Each of the black-robed men were filled with killing intent. I can't get stuck between them in this tunnel, or else I'll be in big trouble from this 2-pronged attack. Charge! Boom! With his foot on the soaring shuttle and his hexagonal shield and ghost blade in hand, Luo Feng charged forwards like a blood-red phantom. Breakthrough. Luo Feng's eyes became cold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 curved blade pieces danced like floating butterflies. They drew past an arc as they immediately charged towards the closest black-robed man. The black-robed man held as the silverish gray gloves on his hand actually tried to stop those extremely fast blade pieces. Each blade piece held over 500,000 kilograms of impact force. All 6 blade pieces attacked the black-robed man at the same time. Like a cannonball, the black-robed man flew out. As he flew out of the tunnel, he even hit another black-robed man. Roar roar. The 9 black-robed men in the tunnel behind were clearly not as fast as Luo Feng. However, the other 8 black-robed men in front of him didn't charge alone. Instead, they blocked the path. Those who block me will die. Breakthrough. Luo Feng's speed accelerated to his limit. A horrifying speed of 1000 ms caused a sonic boom. Even the air itself was curved under such speed. The 6 blade pieces in front of Luo Feng cleared all obstacles. Yet, the 8 black-robed men howled crazily in front of the tunnel ahead as they waved their right hands that had the silverish-gray glove on. Injuring 10 fingers cannot compare to breaking one of them. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. Whoosh! At the instant he charged out of the tunnel, the soaring shuttle drew past an arc and charged towards the right. He only had one target, the black-robed man on the very right, and Luo Feng's left hand was holding the shield, ready to deflect any possible attacks. Ping pu. 3 heavy fists smashed into the shield that Luo Feng was holding. Each of the fists were as heavy as mountains, over 100,000 kilograms. Thankfully the 3 fists didn't land at the exact same time, otherwise, Luo Feng might have died just from the vibrations. Pu. Fresh blood sprayed out, his left arm was completely broken. Luo Feng's eyes didn't even look at the other black-robed men, he only stared at the black-robed man to the very right. The 6 blade pieces cruelly charged towards the black-robed man's head and neck. Roar. As the black-robed man on the very right roared with anger, he swung his 2 hands like lightning. Sadly, Luo Feng's blade pieces were too fast. Over Mach 10, 2 of them successfully slashed the black-robed man's neck. Pu. The first blade piece couldn't even cut through 1 millimeter. Pu. However, the second blade piece slashed through half of the neck. Out of the way. Luo Feng, who was traveling over 1000 ms, roared as his eyes became red. The ghost blade in his right hand instantly transformed into a thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, quick to the extreme. Luo Feng was on his soaring shuttle, moving at a speed of over 1000 ms. Completely using the 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, and using his Thunderbolt technique. This blade is the strongest attack Luo Feng has ever done. The blade directly slashed past the heavily injured black-robed man. Boom! First the blade slashed past, and then Luo Feng's entire body smashed into him. The black-robed man blew up. Roar roar. The other black-robed men charged towards with rage like lightning. Each of them were sprinting at a speed of 800 ms, which is much faster than Liao's speed. Each of them rivaled Phantom Demon Catalan, including the black-robed man that Luo Feng blew away earlier. A full 17 black-robed men crazily pursued. Too late for you guys. Luo Feng charged towards the very right tunnel like lightning. Whoosh! With a sonic boom, Luo Feng left behind an afterimage as his speed on his soaring shuttle reached 1300 ms, which is 500 ms faster than the black-robed men. So in just a few seconds, Luo Feng left those black-robed men behind. However, Luo Feng continued to fly down path after path for half a minute before stopping. 9 paths after 9 paths after 9 paths, never ending. They better be able to find me after all this. This maze's design shocked Luo Feng. In terms of complexity, this maze was quite simple. It's just that, how do you even construct such a huge maze? After running so much, I probably won't be able to find the way back for a While Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed, at least I got through this part. Those 18 black-robed men were too hard to deal with, as each of them could rival a fighter at the peak of the war god level. The gloves they were wearing were also quite peculiar once surrounded by the 17 black-robed men. Luo Feng has no confidence in surviving without his black god set. All 17 black-robed men were at the place they were battling at earlier. The pieces of the dead black-robed man's corpse were scattered around the ground. Suddenly, as if it melted, the pieces of the corpse slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. The bodies of the 17 black-robed men became blurry as they transformed into a shadow and merged into the ground. In the depths of archaeological ruin 9, the hundreds of thousands of transparent crystal ropes extended towards the same direction. At the same time, a flowing light flowed through them as they gathered towards the same point. The black tree branches formed a wide path. There were 9 paths ahead. Another 9 paths. Will I ever reach the end at this point? No matter how good of a temper Luo Feng had, he couldn't help but to stop. Every path was exactly the same. If I succeed, I can get a black god set, but what counts as succeeding? Luo Feng looked at the paths in front of him and thought to himself helplessly if he was directly told that defeating a few black-robed men counts as passing, then he could work hard and go for it, but right now, there was no sign at all. Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head. In a silent path, Luo Feng was still thinking about what to do, and without a sign. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like rain, transparent flowing lights shot down from high above. These transparent flowing lights instantly formed a crystal house that was 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. It trapped Luo Feng inside. What's going on? Before I could even react, it formed a crystal house and locked me up. Luo Feng looked at this crystal house with a thought. 6 throwing knives smashed towards a circle on the same crystal wall with a speed of over Mach 10. The crystal house slightly shook. Sadly, not a mark was left on the crystal wall. What is this house made out of? Even diamond would have turned into powder from that impact. Luo Feng was a bit scared. A total impact force of over 3 million kilograms within a 5 centimeters diameter circle couldn't even leave a mark. XXXXXX. A mysterious sound reverberated within the crystal house for quite a while. Luo Feng was overjoyed. The archaeological ruin was finally giving a message. He quickly looked down towards his tactical communications watch, and his translation software immediately translated the entire message. Elite student Luo Feng, your test, the death mission, has officially begun. For the duration, you will receive food and water. The instruction manual of the basic 312 moves of the Spirit Reader. Controllers will be carved onto the wall of the testing room. After learning these 312 moves, you will have a chance to break out of the testing room. Luo Feng scanned the wall of the crystal house. On the semi-transparent wall of the crystal house were large amounts of all sorts of complicated engravings, over 300 human body diagrams, and archaeological ruin words beside them. For further explanation, Luo Feng felt like they were extremely complicated just by looking at them. This seems to be the basics of the Spirit Reader controllers, just the basics. The death mission requires you to break out of the testing room within 3 years. If you cannot break out of the testing room within 3 years, then you fail. Failure means death. In the half-transparent crystal house in the maze in the depths of the Archaeological ruin. Failure means death. 3 years. Luo Feng's face was looking extremely bad. He can't even contact the outside world within the archaeological ruins, and this special death mission gave him a duration of 3 years if he was actually stuck in these ruins for such a long time. What would the people outside think? They would probably think he's dead. And then they would contact his parents. Even Su Xian would know. What should I do? I'm not even dead. If I stay in here for a long time, I won't even be able to contact the outside world. Luo Feng was extremely anxious when he thought of his family. And Su Xian, thinking he's dead, he couldn't help but to become even more anxious. Fuck, can't believe I ran into this stupid test. I rather not have the treasures I received from succeeding. Luo Feng couldn't think of what would happen to his family if he wasn't there for 3 years. Hurry! I need to break out of this testing room as fast as possible. Luo Feng scanned across the walls of the crystal room. There were large amounts of complicated engravings on them, but Luo Feng couldn't bother with them anymore. He clenched his teeth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 throwing knives transformed into 6 lights as they blasted within a circle with a diameter of 3 centimeters. Boom. 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 Again and again, Luo Feng crazily attacked with all of his power. Break! Luo Feng screamed from his heart. I don't want to stay here for 3 years. He attacked again and again. However, not a scratch was left on this weird crystal-like material. It's no use, no use. Luo Feng helplessly kneeled onto the floor of the crystal house. Logic told him that since this mission gave him a full 3 years, breaking out of this crystal house is, without a doubt, extremely difficult. If only he could contact the outside world with his tactical communications. Watch to tell his family and his girlfriend that he's still alive, then that would be good too. But he can't contact them. If something happens to his parents, then what's the point of these rewards? If I can't oppose this, then I can only accept it. Luo Feng's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned across the diagrams and words of the instruction manual. If you give me 3 years, then I will break out of this testing room within 3 months. Click. Luo Feng pressed the button of the tactical communications watch as if he was taking a video. He recorded all of the diagrams and words on the wall into his tactical communications watch and then translated it to diagrams and Chinese through his translation software. After around 20 minutes, the secret instruction manual for controllers, basic 312 moves, was complete. As of now, it was 22:56:9:29:2057 in Beijing, China. Luo Feng has already started studying the instruction manual for controllers. Basic 312 moves. His desire to go home caused Luo Feng to focus completely into his studies. There was food and water in the archaeological ruin. If he's thirsty, he would drink. If he's hungry, he would eat. As for the rest of the time, it was completely used into studying these basics. After starting, Luo Feng realized how deep this instruction manual, basic 312 moves, was. In terms of complexity, who knows how many times more complicated this is compared to the Celestial Deity Catalog. The Celestial Deity Catalog is just a bunch of dull drawings where one has to model these drawings with throwing knives. This takes upon the idea of practice makes perfect, as the person continues to push his throwing knife control to the extreme. From this, the person is able to improve his control These drawings were created by Hong through an AI system. The drawings get harder and harder. However, the basic 312 moves is different. The ones who built this archaeological ruin 9, which was built to contain the training method of the basics of the spirit reader controllers, is a certain organization in the universe. This instruction manual gave birth to an uncountable amount of powerful people, tens to hundreds of times stronger than Luo Feng in the distant past. The thing that Luo Feng bought back then that was treasured by Hong, spirit reader basics, was created with the knowledge that humans had over the course of a few dozen years. But the basic 312 moves was created with thousands of millions of years of testing. Once he began training, Luo Feng immediately realized the difference between the two. Luo Feng improved quite slowly after practicing the celestial deity catalog for such a long time, but after practicing the basic 312 moves, his ability to control throwing knives increased with a whoosh. Even Luo Feng was surprised at his improvement. Boom. Still not enough. In the crystal house, Luo Feng, whose face was stubbled, stared at the crystal wall. There were no marks on the crystal wall, and the 10 blade pieces that crashed into the crystal wall danced back to the soaring shuttle. 10 whole blade pieces, each blade piece with an impact force of over 500,000 kilograms, is not even close to enough. Continue. Luo Feng yet again sank into the basic 312 moves, from 6 blade pieces to 10 blade pieces. Only 2 months and 21 days have passed. Keep in mind that after practicing the celestial deity catalog for a month, he couldn't even go from 6 throwing knives to 7. When the two are compared, the difference is shocking. Underground base of archaeological ruin 9. It's been 3 months. The red-robed old man shook his head as he sighed. 3 whole months, and Luo Feng hasn't come out yet. Notify the dojo of limits. Yes. The many members of the base quickly sent the message. Luo Feng had no idea how shocked the outside world was while he buried his head in his studies. As of now, of the 8 war gods that entered archaeological ruin 9, 5 people came out. Of these 5 people, 2 of them succeeded, while 3 of them were handicapped. There were another 3 people that didn't come out. Usually, if you aren't able to come out of the archaeological ruin alive, then you would be determined as dead. However, keep in mind that one of the 3 people that weren't able to come out was the famous invincible war god Luo Feng. Nobody would think that Luo Feng would fail. Even if he failed, he should at least be able to escape with a disability. But no news of Luo Feng and the 2 other war gods could be heard. Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, in the gigantic spaceship-like structure. The black-cloaked man, Hong, stood there silently as he looked outside through a window. Head said Allure respectfully. I really didn't think that. Hong sighed deeply. Of the 8 that entered, 5 came out. The fastest one came out in just 3 days. The slowest one came out in 15 days. The last 3 never came out, including Luo Feng. Usually, if they don't come out after 3 months, then they would be determined dead. Before the translation software was made, the longest time it took for a war god to come out was 7 months, since they couldn't read or understand anything that was going on in archaeological ruin 9. But after the translation software was made, efficiency was greatly increased. The longest time it takes for someone to come out is just half a month. The dojo doubled that time, making the final date 3 months. If they aren't able to come out of archaeological ruin 9 within 3 months, then they would be determined dead. 3 people couldn't make it out, the black-cloaked man, Hong, said quietly. Notify their family members of their death. Luo Feng is an exception. Notify his family that Luo Feng could be dead, but not confirmed. Yes, Allure bowed. But head, it's been 3 months. Allure couldn't help but to say. The black-clothed man sighed. I still cannot believe that Luo Feng would die in this archaeological ruin. 9 go. Yes, Allure left. The black-clothed man, Hong, silently looked outside the window he first saw. Luo Feng in the elite training camp at that time. Hong was shocked at Luo Feng's talent. After that, his hopes for Luo Feng increased steadily. He even handed the soaring shuttle over to Luo Feng. He thought that Luo Feng would become his right-hand man one day. But he didn't think that Luo Feng would die in archaeological ruin 9, one of the safer ruins. Dawn, Yangzhou City, Mingyu Sector. Honghua, what is going on in the kitchen? Gong Xianlan yelled. We weren't able to contact Feng for 3 months. I've been panicking the whole time. Relax. In the living room, Luo Honghua laughed as he looked at his newspaper. Our son is one of the most powerful people on earth. He kills monsters like he's cutting through vegetables. The commander of the southeastern sector even came to thank our family last time. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Maybe Feng is back. Luo Honghua immediately got up, but Gong Xianlan was even faster than him. She ran from the kitchen all the way to the door to open it. You guys are. The couple Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan looked at the 2 people in front of them with confusion on their faces. Standing outside their door was an extremely beautiful woman, and another woman beside her. Below the steps to the door were 4 more people, the chairman and the 3 chiefs of Jiangnan headquarter city's dojo of limits. The 6 of them had painful expressions on their faces. Honghua, something isn't right. I'm a bit scared, said Gong Xianlan quietly. Chairman Zhou, quick, come in, smiled Luo Honghua. The 6 of them came in. The woman in front bowed. Mr. Luo, Mrs. Gong, I am Luo Feng's teacher, Jiang Feng. Oh, teacher Jiang Feng, I've heard of you, smiled Gong Xianlan. I came today to notify you of something. Jiang Feng's eyes had a bit of sadness in them. She couldn't have imagined that the talented, yet hard working youth would. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan exchanged glances. Our dojo suspects that your son, Luo Feng, has died, so they wanted us to notify you too, said Jiang Feng quietly. Holy. Gong Xianlan's eyes widened as she immediately collapsed. Luo Honghua's body froze, but he still went to hold his wife. Luo Honghua's tears couldn't help but to stream down. Jiang Feng also held Gong Xianlan. Gong Xianlan's collapsed body froze as she looked at Jiang Feng in front of her with widened eyes. Her voice was shaking. Teacher Jiang, impossible, this is impossible. Our Feng is definitely fine. Impossible, impossible. Gong Xianlan's face was shockingly pale. We aren't sure, it hasn't been confirmed yet, followed Jiang Feng. Yes, not confirmed yet. Luo Honghua held Gong Xianlan. There won't be any problem, Feng will come back. But Gong Xianlan cried without a sound. Not sure. What kind of power is the Dojo of Limits? The strongest power on earth. The Dojo of Limits sent a few war gods to notify the 2 of them. If they didn't have a clue, would they just come and randomly say something like that? Father Luo Honghua was clear that there is over a 90% chance that his son, Luo Feng is dead. Hello, Chairman Zhou. Luo Hua walked in his home with a bright smile on his face, but after looking at his father and mother, he couldn't help but to panic as he ran over. Dad. Mom, what's wrong? Ever since they heard of the news, Luo Feng's family was in pain however. Like someone drowning trying their hardest to grab onto something, they wanted to believe that Luo Feng was alive since he wasn't confirmed to be dead yet. So they waited anxiously. They also couldn't bear to notify Luo Feng's girlfriend, Su Xian, about this. Time passed day by day. There are no walls on earth that can block all wind. Since Su Xian is part of the Su family, she kind of realized what was going on. After Luo Feng went missing for 5 months, when she anxiously asked Luo Feng's parents, they could only tell her the truth. Even though they were extremely sad, they were all waiting. Without an absolute confirmation, they won't give up. Depths of the archaeological ruin, inside the maze's crystal house. Luo Feng had tons of facial hair, but his eyes were as bright as the stars. He lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. A year, it's been an entire year. I've been in this archaeological ruin for an entire year with a thought. His formless yet powerful spiritual force flew out like a dragon as it rolled up. Blade piece after blade piece, a full 14 blade pieces, started dancing around him. They then transformed into 14 flowing lights as they smashed towards the same point on the crystal wall. Boom. 14 blade pieces, each one with an impact force of over 500,000 kilograms, which adds up to a total of over 7 million kilograms. Even an advanced level war god wearing a black god set will become heavily injured from the impacts if they are attacked multiple times, then their organs will be completely destroyed. Rumble, the crystal house shook a bit. Not enough. Over 7 million kilograms of impact force isn't enough. Keep in mind that the usual advanced level war god usually has a fist strength of 300,000 kilograms, with a multiplier of 3, their attacks will only end up at around 900,000 kilograms. Luo Feng is at least 8 times more powerful. This strength is definitely way beyond any advanced level war god. It could even threaten an existence surpassing the war god level. However, it is not enough. I definitely will be able to get out. Dad, Mom, Su Xian, wait for me. Luo Feng closed his eyes. 2 tears couldn't help but to flow down his cheek, which were quite visible since Luo Feng's face was filled with dust. Virtual space, a huge conference room. A silver floor, silver walls, and a huge silver round table. There were only 6 chairs that were so black they seemed to be able to swallow up sunlight. As of now, there were 5 white-robed people and 1 black-clothed person sitting on the chairs. This was indeed the round table conference of the highest level of the Dojo of Limits. The head Hong and the 5 investigators were here. Head, it has been an entire year since Luo Feng has entered archaeological ruin 9. Even people who couldn't understand and couldn't read what was in the archaeological ruin back then took at most 7 months. After people were able to understand, it took at most half a month. A white man spoke slowly. So we can confirm it. The black-clothed man said softly. Confirm. Luo Feng's death. The expressions of the 5 investigators slightly changed. Transfer Luo Feng's property to his family, said the black-clothed man, Hong. Without emotion, keep the autojet in the dojo. Yes. The 5 investigators heeded the command. However, they were a bit amazed that Hong cared about Luo Feng's family so much. For someone like Hong, Dealing with Luo Feng's property is nothing important at all, and yet, he personally gave the command even though Hong said leave the autojet in the dojo. Keep in mind that an emperor-level autojet is extremely expensive. Over 200 billion. Nobody would say anything if Luo Feng uses an autojet, but if Luo Feng's family has this autojet, it would be a disaster. And since Hong personally ordered the transfer of property, nobody would dare to try to take some for themselves. Keep in mind that Luo Feng's property is worth a gigantic amount. Sadly, we can't even hold a memorial for Luo Feng, since he died in Archaeological Ruin 9, sighed Investigator Lu. Usually, a memorial will be broadcasted across the entire country for war gods that have died. Even the leader of the country and various war gods will participate. Citizens from all over the country will watch the broadcast. However, memorials will not be publicly held for war gods that have died in Archaeological Ruin 9. One reason is that they need to make up a cause of death to hold the memorial. Another reason is that the Thunder Dojo once held a memorial for the war god that stayed in Archaeological Ruin 9 for 7 months, but who would have thought that he would actually come out again? Wouldn't it be awkward for someone to come to life after broadcasting his death to the entire country? Ever since that incident, memorials were not publicly held for those who died in Archaeological Ruin 9. Head, we should probably start discussing who should be the new examiner for Jiangnan Headquarter City. On 9/30/2058, a notice was posted on the website of the Dojo of Limits. The news of Luo Feng's death. The couple Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan received the news that day. Even though they also received a gigantic amount of wealth under Luo Feng's name that day, the two of them were still extremely sad. And when Su Xian received the news that day, she couldn't handle it. She directly quit school and left. She rode on a train alone and left Jiangnan Headquarter City to a foreign place. Even though the people of the Su family were easily able to track her down, the head of the Su family gave his command. Let Su Xian stay outside, just protect her secretly, and do not bother her. Jiangnan Headquarter City, Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, a villa on top of Marvelous Mountain. After a year later, it welcomes its owner again. Inside the villa. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I am so happy, so happy. Inside the villa, Li Yao raised his hands and then clenched his fists. He took in a deep breath and turned his head to his wife Vanina. The Dojo of Limits finally confirmed Luo Feng's death. Too bad I couldn't kill him myself. Vanina said quietly. No, doesn't he have family? He dared to kill our child. So we. Li Yao's eyes seemed to have a horrifying green light in them. However, his family is still the family members of someone who was in the Dojo of Limits, sneered Li Yao. If we kill them, then we'll get in trouble. The best way is to use civilians to torture his family, make them break down and even kill themselves in pain. That way, nobody can blame us. Li Yao looked towards Vanina. Now if I use the HR alliance, nobody will stop me, right? Last time Li Yao tried to do something like this, the chairman of the HR Alliance's underground assembly stopped him. Luo Feng is already dead. Who would care about the family members of a dead man? Laughed Vanina without a care. When Luo Feng was here, even the HR Alliance has to fear him, but now that he's dead, what do they have to be afraid of? Then let's begin, smiled Li Yao. Let me organize it. There are tons of psychology experts. It will be quite a simple task to torture them and break down their minds, smiled Vanina. Mingyu Sector. What? My mom got into an argument with someone at Lotus Pond Park and was injured. Luo Hua couldn't believe this, but even if she got hit, why would my mom cry so much? Nanny Tai quickly said, that bitch said way too much. Even I was enraged, but she had so many housewives helping her. Luo Hua squinted. Even though Luo Feng was the one who stood out the most in the Luo family, Luo Hua is also extremely talented, especially in terms of intelligence. Even Luo Feng admits that he isn't as smart as his brother, since his brother was able to thrive in the stock market at such a young age. The stock market is the place that can reflect human nature, and Luo Hua was fighting in the stock market ever since he was handicapped. As of now, he definitely counts as an expert in the stock market. It's just that he was always overshadowed by his brother. No matter how much money he makes, he never will be able to make as much as Luo Feng. However, he isn't dumb, rather, he's extremely intelligent. I always feared that my brother's enemy, that Li Yao, will come back. Could it be him? Even though he might be overreacting a bit, Luo Hua didn't dare to relax. As of now, he manages the gigantic amount of wealth, tens of billions of dollars, that Luo Feng left behind, and he still has 1,000-year black crow root spirit of nature, which is said to be a treasure that cannot be priced. 2 months later. What? Li Yao and Vanina's faces weren't looking good. We can't do anything either. That little Luo Hua of the Luo family actually hired 6 advanced level warlords as bodyguards whenever their parents go out. 2 advanced level warlords will follow them, said a young man. Respectfully, we do not have the ability to arrange war gods to help us, so we can't do it the hard way. So we tried a different approach that doesn't require force, but Luo Hua has now become the 8th largest stockholder of China's ICBC, so he can use China's special forces to protect his family. Li Yao and Vanina were flabbergasted. ICBC, that is China's largest bank, with assets around 10 trillion. They manage over 50 of the stocks of the country's financial sector, so the top 10 stockholders indeed hold an astonishingly high amount of authority. However, the top 5 stockholders are all huge organizations, and not a single person. How can a little shrimp like Luo Hua become the 8th largest stockholder of ICBC? Even if he has tens of billions of dollars, someone has to be willing to sell him all of those stocks. It's virtually impossible to purchase so many stocks in such a short amount of time in the stock market. In China, our HR alliance cannot compare to the country's special forces. This is their territory, bowed the young man as he said. Get out, roared Li Yao. The young man didn't dare to make a sound as he left. Li Yao's face was looking horrible. Luo Feng was hard enough to deal with. But who would have thought that this normal person named Luo Hua would make it so hard too? What method did he use to become the 8th largest stockholder of ICBC? Humph, I can't beat your brother. But I don't believe that I can't beat you either. Luo family. Li Yao's eyes were flashing with a cruel light. And when Li Yao started doing all sorts of things to deal with the Luo family, on 12/26/2058, which is around 1 year and 3 months after Luo Feng got stuck in the Crystal House. In the maze, the Crystal House was slightly transparent and extremely beautiful. However, it was even tougher than an emperor-level monster scales, and has trapped Luo Feng for 1 year and 3 months. Boom. After a boom, flowing lights broke through the Crystal House's wall, and a large black figure walked out with large steps with excitement. I'm finally out. I'm finally out. After 1 year and 3 months of hard work, he finally broke out of this crystal house. The crystal house, with a huge hole in its wall, suddenly let out a shishi sound. Soon after, it completely transformed into a dreamy light and then merged into the dark brown tree branches on the ground. XXXX, a familiar sound rang in the maze. After 1 year and 3 months, I finally hear this sound again. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked towards his tactical communications watch, which quickly translated into, "Congratulations, you passed the death mission test. Please go along the tunnel in front of you and keep going forward. See me to retrieve your rewards for completing the mission." While the sound was still reverberating, the solid wall formed out of the dark brown tree branches in front of Luo Feng started to make an opening. A tunnel that was 3 to 4 meters wide was formed. The tunnel was dark and there seemed to be a dreamy light at the end, the same kind of light that the crystal wall was letting off. I finally succeeded, so it's time to get my reward. Luo Feng turned around to put his bag on, and then his soaring shuttle flew up. Go! With a leap, he landed on the soaring shuttle. Whoosh! The soaring shuttle swiftly flew along the tunnel and quickly arrived at a palace shining with light as if it was a gorgeous palace where angels lived. The dreamy light in here never disappeared. The palace itself was around a few dozen meters wide. It was like the size of a gymnasium. Meet him where Luo Feng looked around him. It was all empty. Suddenly, a huge amount of light came together and quickly formed a blurry, tall person. It focused and became a crystal person with a bald head. The light formed a person. Luo Feng was a bit nervous. Everything that has happened in this archaeological ruin has long surpassed human capability. Even the most powerful fighter is nothing in this archaeological ruin. Naturally, Luo Feng would be a bit nervous in front of this crystal person. XXXXXX, the bald crystal person smiled as it talked. Its face was extremely detailed. If it was a real person, they would probably be quite beautiful. Luo Feng's tactical communications watch immediately translated, "Hello, Luo Feng." The bald crystal person took a glance at the tactical communications watch. After that, one of the flowing lights of the palace instantly shot into the tactical communications watch. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked, as he could tell from the tactical communications watch's display that this bald crystal person of the archaeological ruin was currently deleting a massive amount of information from the tactical communications watch. Relax! A slightly metallic sound left the bald crystal person's mouth. Chinese. Luo Feng looked at the person in front of him with shock. Don't be so shocked. I have observed how the humans on this planet have evolved. The evolution in your language, culture, history, everything. Of course, I understand your words and languages. The bald crystal person slightly smiled. To help you accept me, I'm talking to you in the form of a person. Luo Feng calmed down. Yeah, who knows how long this archaeological ruin has been around for. It isn't weird that they know exactly how the world has progressed. Humanity's technology is still in a primitive state, continued the bald crystal person. I know everything about you guys. Because of that, I am able to call out your name. Luo Feng, before you entered here, I called out to you once. Luo Feng froze. Yeah, 1 year and 3 months ago, he was called elite student Luo Feng. When the death mission activated at that time, he thought the translation software added that in. Now that he looks at it, the archaeological ruin indeed knew his name. Because you activated the death mission, I called out your name directly. Said the bald crystal person, if you failed the test, then you will die that way. The news won't go out, and if you pass the test, you have the right to enter Yunmo planet and become a member of Yunmo planet. You will also know that I am observing this planet. Yunmo planet. Luo Feng froze. The bald crystal person slightly nodded. Knowing is the same thing as not knowing. And now, I'll give you the rewards for passing the test. The bald crystal person waved his hand momentarily. A few objects from the depths of the palace were carried over by a colorful light. There were 4 objects in total: a black vest, a silver armguard, a book that seemed to shine with a bit of starlight, and a hexagonal-shaped metal card. These 4 objects hovered in front of the bald crystal person. The first thing is what you people call the Black God, said the bald crystal person, pointed at the black vest. The second, this silver armguard-shaped thing, is a mini quantum computer. The third is a technique for controllers, soaring sky. The fourth is a card that lets you enter Yunmo planet. The bald crystal person touched the last hexagonal-shaped metal card. There were 2 complicated words on it. He sighed. I'm following the program that my master set, but sadly, even if you get this card, you can't get the people of Yunmo planet to come get you, which means you can't enter Yunmo planet. Why? Luo Feng's mind was in a mess right now. And what is this Yunmo planet? Yunmo planet is a mysterious place in the vast universe. The bald crystal person looked at Luo Feng. Sadly, I can't contact Yunmo planet, and you can't contact Yunmo planet via the card according to the program in this base. I must give you this card, however, you can't use it anyway. Luo Feng was shocked. Sounds like this Yunmo planet is a mysterious and powerful organization in this universe. They set up this archaeological ruin a long, long time ago, and observed everything that was going on here. They would pick out the elites and grant them access to Yunmo planet. However, it seems like this archaeological ruin can't contact Yunmo planet. Yunmo planet is probably in trouble, or maybe it has been destroyed. Nothing is eternal, no matter how powerful or mysterious the organization is. It won't last forever. This archaeological ruin is in perfectly fine condition, so if contact cannot be made, the fault must lie in Yunmo planet. You can't use this Yunmo card, and you already know the usage of this Black God set. And this mini quantum computer is something that every genetic fighter and spirit reader wants. It is extremely useful, said the bald crystal person. Not only can it perform every function that your tactical communications watch can, it also has various other functions. The most important one is that it can evaluate a target's strength. Evaluate strength? Luo Feng was shocked. Put it on, said the bald crystal person, and then seep your spiritual force into it. As he said that, the silver armguard flew towards Luo Feng. Okay. Luo Feng first took off the armguard that was originally on his left arm and then put on this silver armguard right when a bit of his spiritual force went into it. The silver armguard quickly attached itself to his skin. On the surface of the silver armguard appeared a huge amount of pictures and words, which were all in Chinese. The mini quantum computer also has a translation function, said the bald crystal person. The translation software in your tactical communications watch will leak out too many of this ruined secrets, so I already deleted lots of information about this ruin from your tactical communications watch, including the controller's basic 312 moves. Luo Feng nodded. Who cares if it was deleted? Who knows how many times he has bitterly practiced those basic 312 moves over the course of a year and 3 months. He has those basic 312 moves memorized backwards and forwards. Press the most bottom left button on the mini quantum computer and then point the mini quantum computer towards someone to evaluate their strength. Said the bald crystal person. You can also control it with your voice. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked. The so-called most bottom left button was just a button formed by a few markings, since the entire surface of the mini quantum computer was smooth and flat. Luo Feng slightly pressed down onto the bottom left button and then pointed the mini quantum computer to himself. Momentarily, a few words appeared above the mini quantum computer. Battle. Strength, Spiritual Force Student Level 9, Genetic Energy Student Level 9. What does Student Level 9 mean? Luo Feng looked at the bald crystal person. Since you are already part of Yunmo planet, you have the right to know about this, said the bald crystal person. There are an infinite amount of life forms in this wide, vast universe. Most of the life forms have the strength of student level. The so-called student level, using the terminology of your world, basically means an average civilian. Luo Feng froze. An average civilian? He's just a regular person, just a civilian. The student level is split into 9 different levels. Level 1 is the lowest and level 9 is the highest. Level 1 is equivalent to your beginner level warrior level, and level 9 is equivalent to your advanced level war god level. Smiled the bald crystal person. The strongest fighter on your planet, Hong, has received a few inheritances from a few archaeological ruins. That's how he came to know about the 9 different levels. Maybe because he thought those 9 levels didn't sound good, he changed them to warrior, warlord, war god. However, across the vast universe, this level is labeled as student. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Above the student level is the Star Traveler level. Only after reaching the Star Traveler level can you be called genetic fighter, spirit reader. Before the Star Traveler level, you're just a student with no right to be called a genetic fighter, spirit reader. After the bald crystal person said this, Luo Feng was speechless. He is called an invincible war god, but it turns out he doesn't even have the right to be called a spirit reader. The Star Traveler level is also split into 9 levels. On your planet, existences surpassing the war god level are Star Traveler level fighters, said the bald crystal person. Luo Feng came to a realization. So all those mighty and great representatives are Star Traveler level fighters. After becoming a Star Traveler level fighter, you can wander around in space and at least keep your stomach full. You have the basics to survive. Smiled the bald crystal person. But your planet doesn't have the technology to allow you to wander around in space. What about strength? Luo Feng asked. How powerful are they? Luo Feng was curious as to how powerful the existences surpassing the war god level, Hong, and thunder god were. Most of them are at the Star Traveler level 1 stage. Only a few of them are at the Star Traveler level 2 stage. 2 of them are at the Star Traveler level 3 stage, said the bald crystal person. The most powerful fighter, Hong, is at the Star Traveler level 6 stage, and Thunder God is at the Star Traveler level 7 stage. The 2 of them are much more powerful than the rest. Luo Feng froze. Hong is at the Star Traveler level 6 stage and Thunder God is at the Star Traveler level 7 stage. Wait, Hong should be more powerful than Thunder God. Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. I am talking in terms of level, which is the power of their body, genetic energy, and spiritual force that is not their true battle power, said the bald crystal person. Hong's fitness level and genetic energy is indeed weaker than thunder gods. However, true battle power doesn't just rely on fitness level or genetic energy. Like you. The bald crystal person looked towards Luo Feng. Your spiritual force is at the student level 9 stage, but your battle ability amplifier is 16. Your genetic energy is at the student level 9 stage with a battle ability amplifier of 3-5. As of now, Luo Feng can simultaneously control 16 throwing knives at maximum power, both at the student level 9 stage, but is a battle ability amplifier of 2 and 10. The same thing. The bald crystal person looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng froze. Yeah. The mini quantum computer only looks at the basics of your body. When he first came here, his spiritual force could control 6 throwing knives, but now he can control 16 throwing knives. The difference in power is gigantic, but the test still labels him at the student level 9 stage. Student level 9 stage, battle ability amplifier of 16. Is equivalent to a Star Traveler level 1 stage, battle ability amplifier of 4, said the bald crystal person. Most Star Traveler level 1 fighters have battle ability amplifiers of 3 to 4, so your current battle power can compare to most people at the Star Traveler level 1 stage, which is your so-called existences surpassing the War God level. The bald crystal person pointed at the hovering book with a bit of starlight shining from it. However, you have an instruction manual teaching an attacking method for controllers, Soaring Sky. The Soaring Sky teaches you how to use the weapon for controllers, the Soaring Shuttle. In the past, you didn't even understand how to use the Soaring Shuttle and actually used it as a regular throwing knife. That is a disgrace to this weapon built for controllers. What is a controller? Asked Luo Feng. The fighters in the universe are split into genetic fighters and spirit readers. These are the two large categories. Genetic fighters are further split into smaller categories, and so are spirit readers. You are in the controller type category of the spirit readers. Using the words of your planet, it is simply telekinesis. Luo Feng was shocked. It looks like the universe has long established a perfect system about training spirit readers in the Star Traveler level. All wish for a weapon for spirit readers. Who would have thought you actually obtained one, said the bald crystal person. So you are quite lucky, even though that Hong knows about the treasure. 1. He isn't a spirit reader, and 2. He doesn't have the manual that teaches him how to use the Soaring Shuttle, so that's why he gave it to you. Luo Feng was overjoyed. No wonder. Hong seemed a bit reluctant and said that he purposefully lowered it to 30 stars. Even spirit readers of the Star Traveler level wish for a weapon like this. And he actually got it. If they don't have a weapon built for them, how much of their strength can they actually use? And now that you have the Soaring Shuttle and the instruction manual Soaring Sky, you can unleash the Soaring Shuttle's true potential. Without the Soaring Shuttle and instruction manual, you can already compare to a Star Traveler level 1's battle power. But with them, it's like giving wings to a tiger. Your strength will increase dramatically. As to how much it will increase, it depends on how well you can use the Soaring Shuttle, said the bald crystal person. Luo Feng's heart rate accelerated. Even though he hasn't broke through to the Star Traveler level yet, with his battle ability amplifier, Soaring Shuttle, and the Soaring Sky instruction manual, the usual existence surpassing the War God level won't be his opponent. Usually, you need to be able to control 12 throwing knives at maximum power to break through to the Star Traveler level. But you are talented, as your brain vigor is 21, so your breakthrough requirement is higher than the normal person's. You need to reach 16 throwing knives to be able to have a chance to break through, said the bald crystal person. Right now, you can break through at any time. I left the method for your breakthrough in the mini quantum computer. Take a close look at it when you get back. Luo Feng was excited. No wonder the crystal house's toughness setting was set so that he needed 16 throwing knives to break it open. He had to reach 16 throwing knives to be able to break through to the Star Traveler level. You are the first person on Earth to become a member of Yunmo planet in the past 5,000 years, said the bald crystal person, but you can't get proud in terms of battle power. That Hong is way more powerful than you. He has his own domain already. You can say that he is invincible in the Star Traveler level. As the first person in 5,000 years to become a member of Yunmo planet, even though you can't enter Yunmo planet anymore, I still hope for you to surpass them and become the strongest fighter, said the bald crystal person as he looked at Luo Feng. TL note, not sure if it's going to be explained in the future. Not explained elsewhere. Hong's domain essentially creates a space that is his. When people are in his domain, they feel like they are powerless before him and are sinking into darkness, as shown almost everywhere Hong appears. Previously, the bald crystal person was the central AI of the entire archaeological ruin. However, it's not the type of AI that Hong makes, but an AI with human intelligence and even a bit of human emotion. Its original program was to serve Yunmo planet, so it thought of itself as a member of Yunmo planet. Yunmo planet, only those with true talent, perseverance, and intellect are able to join. Otherwise, even a Star Traveler level fighter doesn't have the right to join. Luo Feng is extremely talented. To be able to finish the test in 1 year and 3 months, his perseverance and intellect is clearly displayed. Only someone like this has the right to enter Yunmo planet. Sadly, something happened to Yunmo planet all these years. This central AI hasn't been able to contact Yunmo planet, so it could only guess that something has happened to Yunmo planet. However, it is an AI, so it must obey the program it is following. Year after year it continued its mission on Earth. Now that there's finally someone who was able to become a part of Yunmo planet, its tiny emotion hoped for Luo Feng to surpass everyone on Earth. Yeah, I'll work hard, nodded Luo Feng. I wonder if there is anything above the Star Traveler level. Of course, Star Traveler level fighters are only able to survive in space while they wander around, said the bald crystal person above the Star Traveler level is the star level. Star level fighters are also split into 9 stages, and above the star level is the universe level. Star Traveler level, star level, universe level. Luo Feng kept that in mind. Star Traveler level fighters can fly between the stars. And star level fighters, to fighters on Earth, have the ability to destroy the sky and Earth. They can fly in space without a spaceship, but only for a short time. They cannot survive for a long period in space. Universe level fighters can wander around in space with just their body. Each of them are truly powerful. For your Earth, universe level fighters are deities that you cannot oppose. Even Hong and Thunder God are ants in front of them. They can just exhale a breath and the resulting shockwave would kill Hong. They can fight with battleships in the universe. Each of them are extremely powerful. Reaching the universe level counts as joining the ranks of the powerful. Fighters in the universe smiled, the bald crystal person, of course, just merely joining them if they choose to. A universe-level fighter can easily have a few dozen stars, a countless amount of beautiful women, authority, servants. And, only above the universe level, can you truly cause the many countries in the universe to fear you, said the bald crystal person. Luo Feng held his breath. A countless amount of beings in the universe are at the student level. Star Traveler level fighters merely exist. Star level fighters are kind of powerful beings. Universe level fighters are large, respectable figures. It takes a countless amount of stars to give birth to one universe level fighter. And there are barely any fighters above the universe level. Even countries around the universe have to respect those fighters, said the bald crystal person. Luo Feng was flabbergasted. It takes a countless amount of stars to give birth to a universe-level fighter. One can imagine how rare universe-level fighters are. Not bad, looks like Earth isn't doing too bad. Keep working, Luo Feng. You have hope for the star level. If you work hard, get lucky, meet famous people, etc., you still have a sliver of hope of reaching the universe level, said the bald crystal person. Luo Feng didn't even know what to say. Does this AI even know how to comfort people? He has to work hard and get lucky and meet famous people to just have a sliver of hope. That's basically saying, Luo Feng, you have a 1 in 100 million chance to reach the universe level. Well, the bald crystal person can't be blamed. It takes a countless amount of planets to give birth to a universe level fighter. Even though Luo Feng is talented, you cannot measure the amount of life forms in the universe. There are probably hundreds of billions of more existences that are more talented and are more determined than Luo Feng. The chances of becoming a universe-level fighter, they are indeed extremely small. That is an existence that can fight against a battleship with their bare hands. Extremely powerful. You aren't encouraging me, you're making me lose confidence, said Luo Feng helplessly. Go. Earth is your home, keep working hard. If there is a day where this location is discovered by other countries in the universe, then the stronger you become, the better it will be for you. You might even be able to help out your home planet. After saying that, the bald crystal person dissipated and became a countless number of flowing lights. The tunnel is open, you can return home. Go back home. Luo Feng's heart was beating quickly. The palace walls moved and then formed a tunnel made out of a huge amount of dark brown-colored tree branches. At the end of the tunnel was a shining mirror. Back then, he went through this mirror to enter the archaeological ruin. I can finally go back. Dad, Mom, Su Xi and Luo Feng put the soaring shuttle and the other things into his backpack and then took large steps as he headed towards the mirror. Through the tunnel. After that, he stepped out of the mirror. Archaeological Ruin 9, Underground Base. This base was formed by various different organizations on Earth, whether the 5 great countries, 2 dojos, or the HR Alliance. All of them have the right to send people into Archaeological Ruin 9. The various people here also come from various different organizations. Zhang Qing, who was wearing a white robe, stretched in front of the computer. Man, I'm bored. Sigh. This novel still hasn't updated yet. The members of this underground base indeed had very little to do other than the basic operations of the base. They just had to receive war gods and contact their organizations. Other than a few notebooks for work, there were various computers here for entertainment. After I play some games, I'll be off work. Zhongqing suddenly froze. Rumble. Zhongqing rapidly turned his head. The near 100 members of the entire underground lobby all turned their heads towards the large door. That door is the door to the tunnel that leads to archaeological ruin 9. Other than manually opening it, the door also automatically opens when the sensors sense a war god coming out. Someone is coming out. Wait, the war gods this year already came out 2 months ago. Another batch of war gods were indeed sent in again on 9/29/2058. However, the slowest one came out on 10/25. Now it's already 12/26. Ever since the translation software was created, nobody stayed in the ruins for a duration of 3 months before coming out. Damn, someone stayed in for 3 months. OMG. Oh Lord. All the members stood up and looked towards the slowly opening door. They all wanted to see which war god stayed in for 3 months before coming out. Crack. The door was mostly open and someone who was completely black stepped out. A black person. They all froze as they looked at the person in front of him. This person was black and his mustache was dirty, so he really seemed like a black person. Beep. A beam of light scanned past Luo Feng. Welcome back, War God Luo Feng. This was the electronic sound of the underground base. Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. Holy, 1 year and 3 months. Luo Feng is still alive. The entire lobby went into an uproar. Luo Feng's death back then was a huge incident. Even the head of the Dojo of Limits, Hong, treated that case seriously. Many people didn't think that Luo Feng would die, but who would have thought that 1 year and 3 months later, Luo Feng would come out of the archaeological ruin again. Welcome, War God Luo Feng. Someone came up to receive him. However, most of the people in the lobby were still going crazy. Holy, he stayed in archaeological ruin 9 for a year and 3 months ever. Since the translation software was made, the longest it took for someone to come out is half a month. How could this happen? Report, Luo Feng is back. Reporting to headquarters, the Chinese war god, Luo Feng, is back. The various members of the underground base started to do their work as they notified their respective organizations. This was definitely an earth-shaking piece of news. The genius, an invincible war god, stayed in the archaeological ruins for an amazing 1 year and 3 months. Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, inside the gigantic spaceship structure. Top floor, in an empty room. The black-clothed man, Hong, held a spear. As he closed his eyes he stood there silently, and then slowly began to practice his moves. One at a time he did them extremely slowly, but the weird thing is that once he started to do them, the surrounding space itself seemed to curve. The space became so curved that the spear became blurry. Knock, knock, knock. An anxious knocking sound rang from outside. The black-clothed man, Hong, slightly frowned. Everyone is banned from interrupting his training sessions. The only ones allowed to even reach this area are the 5 big investigators and the 3 royal guards. Nobody else has the right, but none of these 8 people are dumb, so unless something extremely important is happening, nobody would distract him. Come in, said the black-clothed man, Hong, coldly. The door opened automatically. 3 people came in, which were 2 royal guards with black robes and golden masks, and Investigator Liu. What's going on? Hong was extremely shocked. It was really shocking that 3 people came in together. Head investigator Liu was a bit excited as he said, Luo Feng came out. What? Hong froze. Beside him, the royal guard with the beautiful figure said quietly, Head, Luo Feng, who stayed in archaeological ruin 9 for 1 year and 3 months, came out alive. Even Hong was surprised. Too extraordinary. 1 year and 3 months inside an archaeological ruin that even he doesn't understand. Since Luo Feng stayed in there for such a long time, he must have had some special rewards. Depart right now. I'll personally go welcome War God Luo Feng of our dojo. The black-cloaked man, Hong, let out a comforting smile. The 5 powerful countries, 2 dojos, and the HR Alliance received this piece of news at virtually the exact same time. All of those powers were stunned. The archaeological ruins are something that even modern age technology cannot understand. Despite that, even though Luo Feng had the translation software with him, he actually managed to stay in there for 1 year and 3 months. Something special must have happened. Jiangnan Headquarter City, Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, in the villa on top of Marvelous Mountain. Not bad, Luo Hua, you managed to save your old dad's life from that. Li Yao sat on the sofa, his eyes shining with a fierce light while he held a glass of red wine. Whoosh! Someone charged into the living room like lightning. It was indeed the blonde-haired Vanina. What are you so in a rush for? Frowned Li Yao. He took a sip of red wine and closed his eyes in extreme satisfaction. Luo Feng is back, said Vanina in a rush. He came out of archaeological ruin 9. Li Yao, who had his eyes closed in satisfaction, widened his eyes out of disbelief. The glass slid off his fingers and smashed onto the ground. It split open, and the red wine that poured everywhere seemed like fresh blood. Human underground base of archaeological ruin 9. War God Luo Feng, here is a clean set of clothes. War God Luo Feng, do you need anything else? Luo Feng, who looked like a black person, took a glance at the 2 girls at the door and waved his hand. No need. With a thud, the door to the room closed. Haven't had a bath for a year and 3 months. Luo Feng swiftly took off his battle uniform set and his clothes, and then charged into the tub in the bathroom. Hot water continuously came out of the faucet when Luo Feng went in. The tub of the water swiftly became black. There's no helping it. Luo Feng only had water to drink in the archaeological ruin. Want to take a bath, Indiana? Your dreams. As he lay in the tub and allowed the hot water to wash his body, Luo Feng couldn't help but to use his mini quantum computer to make a call. The mini quantum computer has already copied all of the phone numbers and other crucial data from his tactical communications watch. It's been a year. I wonder how my parents are and if they're doing well. Actually, Luo Feng wanted to make this call right when he came out of the archaeological ruin, but since he was blocked by the massive amount of workers in the underground base, Luo Feng could only find a room to take a bath and then make the call from there. Beep beep beep. The call went through. Jiangnan Headquarter City, Yangzhou City Mingyu Sector. In a quiet room, Luo Hongguo was laying on a bed, his face pale white. Beside him was a hanging plastic bag. Since he was receiving 4 treatment, 2 nurses were currently with him in the room. It's a phone call from Luo Feng. It's a phone call from Luo Feng. The ring tone rang. Luo Hongguo, who had a pale face and closed eyes, instantly opened his eyes and ferociously turned his head towards the cell phone on the counter. He Couldn't care about anything else as he struggled to turn his body and extend his left hand to reach for the cell phone. This scene caused the two nurses beside him to jump with shock. One of them quickly said, "Mr. Luo, you cannot move your waist, let me do it." "No problem." As if he had infinite power, and the waist that was hurting was somebody else's. Luo Honghua actually managed to swiftly pick up the phone. As he looked at the display, Luo Honghua was in disbelief. "It's actually Feng who is calling." "Feng, keep in mind that the Dojo of Limits has already confirmed Luo Feng's death." Luo Feng's parents didn't know that Luo Feng was in Archaeological Ruin 9, so they thought that the dojo had a way to absolutely confirm Luo Feng's death. After taking a deep breath, Luo Honghua accepted the call. Beep. "Hello." Luo Honghua's voice was hoarse, low, and had a bit of worry and a bit of expectation in it, as if he was holding a piece of tofu and scared that it would break at any time. "Dad, it's me." The voice filled with energy and power that rang in Luo Honghua's dreams. Who knows how many times, that familiar voice that was so familiar it couldn't get any more familiar, caused Luo Honghua's eyes to widen. Luo Honghua's hands started to shake. "Feng, Feng, is that you?" "It's me, Dad," said Luo Feng. "Why don't you hurry up and video chat so I can see you?" Followed Luo Honghua. He was scared that someone was pranking him, since it isn't hard for modern technology to mimic someone's voice. "Dad, I'm taking a shower and I have a huge mustache." Luo Feng was a bit embarrassed. Beep. The video started. Luo Honghua stared at the screen of his cell phone. Within the heat of the bath was a human figure. His long hair was wet and he had a huge mustache. However, the shape of that face, and especially those eyes, caused Luo Honghua's eyes to light up. In the video, a throwing knife flew up and swiftly flew past Luo Feng's face, quickly cutting off that big mustache. What was left was a handsome young man. It was indeed Luo Feng. It was indeed the Luo Feng that he, Luo Honghua, has raised for 20 years. "Feng, Feng, you aren't dead." "Great, this is great." Luo Honghua's eyes teared up. He and his wife were extremely saddened because of what happened to their oldest son over this period of time. "Dad, sorry, I was stuck in a place and couldn't come out. I just came out. And now I'm in South America. I'll be back home in a few hours," said Luo Feng. Okay, no rush, your things are more important," said Luo Honghua. Suddenly, crack, the door to the room opened. Luo Hua, who was in a cotton sweater, came in with a cup of fresh milk. "Don't worry, Dad, everything has been dealt with. I will be home soon." "Is everything fine at home?" the voice from the phone carried over, which caused Luo Hua, who was bringing in some milk, to freeze. "Bro." Luo Hua widened his eyes in disbelief, and his tears practically started streaming down instantly. The two nurses on the side were flabbergasted. They were clear about how capable this Mr. Luo Hua was. He is the 8th largest stockholder of China's largest bank, ICBC, with property worth over 100 billion. People who go in and out of his home are people with extremely high authority in the stock market and agents of the country's special forces. Even they are nurses arranged by the country's special forces to take care of Luo Hua's father, and such a person started crying all of a sudden. "Everything is fine, everything at home is fine, everything will be fine when you come back," followed Luo Honghua. "Okay, I will be back soon." The phone call ended. Luo Hua walked towards his father and said with disbelief, "Dad, that's a phone call from Bro. Bro isn't dead." In just a few hours, he'll be home, followed Luo Honghua. Ha ha, ha, ha. Luo Hua seemed to be crying and seemed to be laughing. I knew bro would be fine. I knew it ever since he was young. Luo Feng was like a gigantic tree that was protecting him. He even became a fighter to earn money to help him stand up again. In his heart, Luo Hua is extremely grateful to his brother. In his life, his brother is extremely important. When the news of Luo Feng's death spread around, not only were his parents sad, he, Luo Hua, was also sad. However, he had to hold up the family. He isn't even 20 yet, but he had to fight against Li Yao's schemes and deal with all sorts of sly foxes. Luo Hua was indeed very, very tired. In a cafe in Kyoto headquarter city, Su Xian was currently sitting on a couch in the cafe. There was an extremely thin laptop in front of her. The desktop photo of the laptop was a photo of her and Luo Feng together. In the photo, Luo Feng was smiling extremely dramatically, as if he was a child. Su Xian tapped the screen and opened a folder. As she held her cup of coffee, Su Xian silently looked at the photos inside the folder. Hello, may I borrow your cell phone for a bit? A handsome young man smiled as he walked by. Su Xian glanced at him. Her eyes were cold. After that, she looked back to her laptop without making a sound. The handsome young man slightly frowned, but when he saw out of the corner of his eye the photo that Su Xian was currently looking at on the laptop, which was a photo that Su Xian and Luo Feng took together on top of a building in the wilderness, the handsome young man couldn't help but to walk away and curse in his mind. Damn, she already has a boyfriend. The cabbage is given to a pig. Wait, the background of that photo seemed to be a ruined city, and there were monsters. A couple taking a romantic photo in a city in the wilderness. I saw the wrong thing. I saw the wrong thing. The handsome young man couldn't believe this. And at this time an extremely sad song rang, which caused the handsome young man to turn his head in confusion. Using such a sad song as a ringtone, Su Xian's body shook on the sofa. She set this song as the ringtone for Luo Feng's number. She took her cell phone out and accepted the call. Su Xian, it's me. Instantly, the layer of ice sealing Su Xian's long frozen heart melted. Exit of the underground base. Luo Feng, who was wearing a black casual outfit and holding a gigantic backpack, smiled as he watched two flowing lights fly towards him in the sky. After making the two calls, Luo Feng's heart became much more relaxed. The two flowing lights in front of Luo Feng was Luo Feng's Emperor-level auto jet. After he came out of the archaeological ruin, Luo Feng gave the command to his auto jet, which instantly came flying over. That's Luo Feng saw the other blood-red, triangular-shaped fighter jet beside it. The two fighter jets descended simultaneously. The hatch opened and a staircase extended out. The black-clothed Hong stepped out first, whereas Royal Guard Allure and Investigator Lu followed after. Head Luo Feng slightly bowed. Good, you didn't let me down. The black-cloaked man, Hong, directly walked in front of Luo Feng. His eyes seemed to see straight through Luo Feng. And I feel like, Luo Feng, you're different from before. You must have received quite a bit this past year and 3 months. Go, let's talk on the fighter jet. Yes, Luo Feng clearly knew the head strength Star Traveler level 6 stage, but because he has a domain, even those at the Star Traveler level 9 stage probably aren't his opponent. He is invincible in the Star Traveler level The difference between the representatives at the Star Traveler Level 1 stage and the head strength is like the difference between a beginner level warrior and an invincible war god. And the difference between him and the head is also very huge. The prehistoric level autojet was in front while the emperor level autojet was behind. Inside the prehistoric level autojet, the black-clothed Hong Luo Feng Allure and Lu Ha sat on a chair that formed a circle. Luo Feng, you have the translation software, so why did you spend a year and 3 months inside archaeological ruin 9? The black-clothed man, Hong, looked at Luo Feng. Did you discover some secret in this archaeological ruin? 9. As the number 1 man on Earth, he also received some technological inheritances from the ruins, so there are barely any things left that can pique his curiosity. Archaeological ruin 9 happens to be one of those things. Yes, nodded Luo Feng. What secrets? Can you tell me? The black-cloaked man, Hong, looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng knew in his heart that the reason why the bald crystal person took the initiative to delete all that information from his tactical communications watch was to prevent the people on Earth from knowing them. Only members of UNMO planet are allowed to know them. My brain vigor is higher, so I triggered a special death mission, said Luo Feng half-truthfully. Death mission. The people on the seats were astonished. The black-clothed man, Hong, continued asking, did you receive the same rewards as the other war gods? There must have been something different. In the past, as long as they entered archaeological ruin 9 and succeeded, they all received a black god set. I did receive something extra. Not only did I get a black god set, I also got an instruction manual for spirit readers, said Luo Feng. Oh, the black-clothed man, Hong, was a bit disappointed. He is a fighter. All of his energy is put into his training as of now. According to what Hong knows about the universe, even though he is at the Star Traveler Level 6 stage, his true power is way higher than that. Many Star-level fighters don't have their own domain. With a domain, he is invincible in the Star Traveler level. With such a high state in his fighter abilities, of course he won't waste any more time on training spiritual force. Inside archaeological ruin 9, in the dark brown maze, the bald crystal person, whose entire body was shining, walked forward step by step. Luo Feng indeed didn't say anything about what happened in the ruins. The bald crystal person could barely feel a feeling that humans had, a sliver of sadness, as he sighed, Master, it's been 50,000 years I haven't been able to contact you. For 50,000 years. Even after 50,000 years, as an AI, it could only obey the core program and pick out war gods. The Emperor level autojet and the prehistoric level autojet were both hovering in midair. Luo Feng took out a black god set from the Emperor level autojet, got on his soaring shuttle, and then flew back into the prehistoric level autojet. Head, the black god set. Luo Feng put it on the seat. Yeah, the black-clothed man, Hong, slightly nodded his head. However, in his mind, Hong, for once, didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, because the AI of the autojet he sold only has a simple AI that listens to Hong's commands. Hong commanded that autojet to listen to Luo Feng, so of course the fighter jet obeyed if Luo Feng and Hong gave a command. At the same time, then the autojet would actually listen to the one with the highest authority, Hong. After the news of Luo Feng's death spread around, Hong took back the autojet and also took away the black god set after. Knowing that Luo Feng came out, Hong hurriedly put the black god set back in. Oh my gosh. When has he, Hong, ever been so embarrassed before? Good thing nobody knows about this. Luo Feng, let's split up here, said the black-cloaked man, Hong. Yes, head. Without caring about anything else, he said goodbye to the two existences. Surpassing the war god level, stepped on his soaring shuttle, and flew into his autojet. 1. Go home, commanded Luo Feng. Whoosh. The dark blue autojet instantly accelerated to over Mach 10 as it headed towards China's Jiangnan headquarters city's Yangzhou City. The sky was gray, there was no sunlight, the cold breeze carried up a few fallen leaves. There were quite a few children in Mingyu sector. The teenagers ignored the cold as they did some strength, agility, and blade exercises many people take the way of the fighter seriously. In Mingyu sector around the teenagers were quite a few parents, and some of them were fighters that were guiding these teenagers. Look, a fighter jet. Oh, it's dark blue, like war god Luo Feng's. It does look like it basically seems identical. Quite a few people in the sector looked towards the sky with shock. The dark blue triangular fighter jet was currently descending. It landed on the lawn. HUA. The hatch opened. A youth wearing a casual black shirt who was carrying a gigantic backpack ran towards one of the villas. The various adults and children in the sector looking from afar were all stunned at the face of that youth. Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. Is this a ghost? I thought the dojo of limits announced his death. The dojo in our headquarters city even held a memorial. Quite a few people were flabbergasted. Brother Chen, I'll see you later. Luo Feng, who was still running, smiled towards the stunned Chengu. Luo Chengu looked towards Luo Feng with shock as he pointed at Luo Feng. However, not a single phrase could leave his mouth. In the memorial, the original Fire Hammer Squad members were extremely sad. And fuck, now he's alive. Mingyu sector was definitely going to be in an uproar today. Jiangnan headquarters city was definitely going to be in an uproar today. In Luo Feng's home's backyard, brother Luo Hua and mother Gong Xian Lan all stood there. Beside them were a few bodyguards and servants. Feng yelled, Gong Xian Lan. Mom. Luo Feng ran over. His mother was visibly much more older than she was a year ago. Luo Feng couldn't help but to glance at Luo Hua as he said lowly, what's going on? How come you didn't boil the 1,000-year black crow root into a medicine and give it to Mom and Dad? Luo Feng told his brother a long time ago that he and his parents should drink the medicine made out of the 1,000-year black crow root, but Luo Hua and his parents said no rush. They wanted to see if they could find other relatives first and then split it between all of them. Bro. Luo Hua shook his head. I'll tell you later. Where's Dad? Luo Feng was confused. After going missing for a year, with his dad's temper, he should have came out by now. Your dad is in the room. Gong Xian Lan pulled his son's hand as she headed towards the room. In the quiet room, Father Luo Hongguo lay on the bed when Luo Feng opened the door and went in. Luo Hongguo's eyes contained an excitement never experienced before. His son, that he thought was lost forever, is standing in front of him. Luo Hongguo even wanted to get up from bed. Mr. Luo, you cannot move. Please watch your waist. The two nurses were shocked and then ran over. Dad, what happened to you? Luo Feng's face instantly changed. He sat beside the bed and grasped his father's hand. He started to frown deeply. Dad, wait, your face is so pale, how come you can't even get up? No problem, the doctor said I just have to rest for about a year and a half. Luo Hongguo let out a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. If Dad can see you, then it doesn't matter how injured I am really happy today, really happy, extremely happy. As he said that, a joyful tear started to appear in the corner of his eye. Luo Feng nodded, but his heart was filled with a bit of anger and confusion. Not right. Luo Hua, what is going on? Luo Feng looked towards his brother. You two go out. Luo Hua waved his hand at the two nurses. The two nurses swiftly left, leaving the 4 members of the Luo family in the room. Luo Hua looked at his brother. Bro, I'm useless. Can't blame your brother. Father Luo Hongguo stretched his arm from the bed to stop Luo Hua. Feng, over this period of time, especially the 3 months after the dojo of limits announced your death, our family has never had peace. All sorts of methods were used to deal with us. They even used some of the residents in the sector. Your mom has had to consume sleeping pills every single day to be able to sleep. Luo Hua's face turned green as he clenched his fists. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Luo Feng looked towards his brother and said lowly, tell me. It's Li Yao. Luo Hua took in a deep breath. Starting from 3 months ago, Li Yao has been using all sorts of methods to deal with our family via the HR alliance. Even though he didn't dare to directly kill the family members of a fighter in the dojo of limits, but certain methods are even worse than death. I could only do everything in my power. I even used the 1,000-year black crow route and contacted a major figure through Bro's friend, Commander Li Dewei, to transfer 120 billion worth of ICBC stocks to me. I became the 8th largest stockholder of ICBC, which gave me the authority to arrange members of the special forces to protect our family. But Li Yao never gave up his revenge. All sorts of methods against the mind, the body, no matter how underhanded they were. He used everything. Luo Hua shook his head. Now Mom and Dad can only stay at home. I have no other way. Last time, Dad just crossed the sidewalk and ended up getting in a traffic accident. Luckily, he had bodyguards protecting him, or else he wouldn't be alive anymore. The more Luo Feng listened, the uglier his face became. Shishi. The left hand he was holding the steel edge of the bed with became powder. He actually Luo Feng's face turned green. I can't believe this. Li Yao is this shameless. It's all his fault. Ever since Li Yao hid in Europe like a turtle, he couldn't be bothered to deal with him after he became famous. However, after the news of his death was confirmed, this Li Yao actually came to unleash his revenge on his family members right away. Luckily, his family had the family members of a fighter in the dojo of limits identity, so Li Yao couldn't come and attack them himself. If his brother was just a bit less capable, then bastard Luo Feng's body was shaking a bit. Anger surges, intense hatred rises. His killing intent couldn't be controlled. After a few minutes, after comforting his parents, Luo Feng was in the training hall upstairs. I made a mistake once, but I won't make the same mistake again. Luo Feng touched the ice-cold, dense blade pieces of his soaring shuttle. His blade-like gaze caused one's heart to go cold. Li Yao, you think I'm too scared to touch you because you keep hiding in a headquarter city? There are indeed laws that ban people from killing each other in headquarter cities, and killing a war god in a headquarter city is even more serious. But Luo Feng understood that the so-called law was to keep the country in order. As of now, his true power can compare to someone at the Star Traveler level. One stage, once he seriously begins to study soaring sky and brings out the soaring shuttle's true potential, he will become even more powerful. More powerful than the average representative. An existence surpassing the war god level, killing a war god that might anger some people, but the consequences won't be too major. Luo Feng can still accept them. Beep. Luo Feng looked towards the mini-quantum computer and turned on the Palace of War Gods sharing system. Back then, Li Yao and Vanina used this system to track down Wan Tong and the other war gods' position. The Palace of War Gods wanted war gods to use this system to help each other when they're in trouble. So every war god has this system installed, and today it is going to be used by Luo Feng to track down Li Yao. Oh, he's still in Jiangnan headquarters city. The skylight above opened. Whoosh. Luo Feng, who was wearing black, stepped on the soaring shuttle and soared into the sky. He flew along an arc as he charged towards the autojet. Voila, the hatch automatically opened. Golden silk net. Luo Feng looked inside the cabin, and his spiritual force, like a formless gigantic hand, directly grabbed the golden silk net. Luo Feng gazed towards the southwest. His gaze was like a blade. Liao. Jiangnan headquarters city's HR Alliance building, 32nd floor. Li Yao and Vanina were currently talking to the manager of the HR Alliance's building. Still 3 more hours before the passenger plane takes off. Vanina lowered her head and looked at her watch. Don't panic, said Li Yao lightly. What are you scared of? That Luo Feng is going to be back, frowned Vanina. I said a long time ago that we should have just rode a plane back to Europe. Wouldn't that solve everything? A plane? Li Yao shook his head. That plane worth only about 10 billion. If we fly a short distance around the headquarters city, then there would be no problem, but for long distances, there are many flying monsters around. Uninhabited areas, like the land and sea in the wilderness. Once an accident happens, only passenger airplanes are able to travel over long distances, or auto jets, or extremely advanced and expensive disc-shaped fighter jets that are priced at around 50 billion. Furthermore, this is a headquarters city, and you're still scared that Luo Feng will mess around, sneered Li Yao. Li Yao froze as he looked outside the French window. Look outside. Mr. Zhu was shocked. What could be seen was a black image in midair with his foot on the soaring shuttle as he charged towards this window like a bolt of black lightning. It's Luo Feng, exclaimed Vanina. Luo Feng. Li Yao's entire body was instantly protected by the black membrane, as it formed into a black battle uniform and a black helmet. Only his 2 eyes were revealed. Boom. The glass was smashed apart. Luo Feng, you dare? Li Yao roared as he smashed towards the window to his side and directly leaped into midair outside. From Li Yao's perspective, the area outside could be easily captured by all sorts of surveillance cameras, so Luo Feng wouldn't dare to mess around. Humph! Luo Feng swiftly passed through. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Flowing light after flowing light instantly shot out, a full 16 flowing lights, like 16 roaring dragons, caused powerful sonic booms that shattered the entire floor of the elegant lobby. Even Mr. Zhu was blown off to the side. Luo Feng only stared at Li Yao. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. The 16 flowing lights followed an arc. They were so fast that Li Yao had no chance to dodge, and they all simultaneously smashed into Li Yao's body. Humph! Throwing knives, a bit of disdain crossed through Li Yao's eyes. Boom! The incredible destructive force instantly carried through the black god set. Even though it was weakened by 90, the incredible impact force was still alarmingly large. Each throwing knife had an impact force of over 500,000, so 16 throwing knives combined to a total of over 8 million kilograms. Even after 90 of it is taken off, there's still over 800,000 kilograms of impact force left. Which is to say, Li Yao, with nothing to protect him, has to handle over 800,000 kilograms of impact force with his bare body. Back when Luo Feng was inside Archaeological Ruin 9, he relied on his shield to dissipate the large impact force of nearly 1 million kilograms from the mysterious black-robed man's attack. Even so, his arm still broke just as shield was able to dissipate half of the force, and his broken arm also took away quite a bit of it. The actual force that hit Luo Feng was 300,000 to 400,000 kilograms, but that still made Luo Feng spit out blood in pain. And Li Yao has to deal with an impact force that exceeds 800,000 kilograms. Usually, Li Yao would be killed. But luckily, the Black God set spread the force of impact to every location of his body, and his fitness level is at the peak of the advanced level War God level, which was quite a bit more powerful than Luo Feng's fitness level when he first entered Archaeological Ruin 9. Pu. 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 Li Yao's face became flushed red as fresh blood sprayed out of his mouth like a fountain just from this horrifying impact force. Just this one time caused Li Yao to lose most of his battle power. Impossible, impossible! Li Yao roared in his heart. I am at the peak of the War God level, and I have a Black God set. Even representatives surpassing the War God level can only damage me in one hit. Barely any representatives are able to kill me in one hit, but Luo Feng, could it be that he made a breakthrough and is now in existence, surpassing the War God level? War Gods all knew that advanced level War Gods with Black God sets cannot be killed by War Gods. Even representatives would have trouble killing them in one hit. There were many pedestrians below on the plaza of the HR Alliance building. Quite a few tourists were even taking photos for memories in the plaza. Rumble. As if a cannonball fiercely smashed into the plaza, the stone pavement of the plaza instantly blew up. The surrounding patrolling soldiers were shocked and were panicking. The tourists in the plaza taking photos from afar were also shocked as they started screaming. Some of the flying rock even smashed into people. Pedestrians also panicked as they screamed, and a few rocks even flew onto the street. Many cars on the street abruptly stopped, causing a traffic jam. Quite a few drivers angrily honked their horns. Wholly many passers-by stared at the plaza. What they saw was a youth in casual black attire on his soaring shuttle. As he amazingly hovered in midair, from the hole in the plaza came flying out a man who was covered in black. The gaze of the youth on the soaring shuttle was ice cold as he waved his hand. The golden silk net that was focused into a ball in his left hand instantly struck Li Yao in an instant like lightning. It then automatically spread out and trapped him as if he was a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Translated by Zebulon. The rock pavement of the plaza shattered and rocks flew everywhere. Golden silk net. When the golden silk net came towards him, Li Yao, who was already getting beat up like a dog, dramatically changed his expression and fiercely roared. Open, what could be seen was Li Yao's black arms ferociously expanding. Expanding to a length of 3 to 4 meters long, they tried to grab the two ends of the golden silk net and burst it open. At the instant the golden silk net trapped Li Yao, as if there were a pair of hands tying up the ends. The 8 openings of the golden silk net were swiftly sealed. And Li Yao also instantly attacked with a force of over 1 million kilograms. Shishi. Even though the golden silk net was tight, Li Yao still wasn't able to break it open. Since he has already been completely tied up, how can he escape this? Is what the Emperor-level monster, the Black Widow Spider King, uses to trap Emperor-level monsters. Even Emperor-level monsters have to try super hard to break out of it, so how can Li Yao break it? Not good. Li Yao, who couldn't escape, saw out of the corner of his eye Luo Feng's eyes that were filled with intense killing intent as he stood on his soaring shuttle. He also saw 16 flowing lights. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 16 flowing lights, like 16 roaring dragons, directly flew towards Li Yao. I can't die, roared Li Yao in his heart. Chi Li Yao, who was stuck, instantly decided to do something in this crucial moment. His black legs started to extend and become longer and thinner. They became half of their original width. Those skinny black legs were able to slip through the holes in the golden silk net and step on the ground of the plaza. Li Yao now had 2 long black skinny legs that were 2 meters long. Boom. The 16 flowing lights yet again smashed into Li Yao. Li Yao clenched his teeth and his eyes became blood red. I can't die, I can't die. When that horrifying impact force of over 8 million kilograms smashed into him, even though the black god set cancelled out most of it, Li Yao couldn't help but to crazily spit out blood. He felt like all of his organs were going to rip apart. However, his powerful will helped him hold on. Whoosh. Using the powerful impact force of the 16 blade pieces, Li Yao's black skinny legs started running. He was already fast enough, and with the impact force of the 16 blade pieces, he flew out like a black shooting star, smashing sculptures on the plaza into pieces in the process. Those black skinny legs then suddenly changed direction as they charged towards the crowds on the streets. Not dead yet, Luo Feng's gaze became cold as he stood on his soaring shuttle. Crazy, Luo Feng is crazy. I can't believe he's trying to hunt me down in a public area like the HR Alliance Plaza. Crazy, he doesn't want to live anymore. As long as I can grab a bunch of ordinary people to become my shield, I still have a chance to live. Li Yao crazily charged towards the street with his 2 long skinny legs formed by the black god set. There were tons of people on the streets, and many people stuck in the traffic jam got off their cars. Over 10 million people were staring, and each of them seemed to be quite excited. The process where Luo Feng was chasing after Li Yao was as fast as lightning. Before most people even reacted, Li Yao was already charging towards them. What is that thing? Li Yao, who was completely black and had 2 long skinny legs that were 2 meters long, indeed seemed so peculiar that he was horrifying. The way he charged towards the crowd like lightning caused many people to panic, and at this time Luo Feng, who was on his soaring shuttle, instantly reached a speed of over 1,300 ms. He brought a horrifying sonic boom with him as he directly landed in front of Li Yao. You can't escape. Luo Feng stood in front of Li Yao, his 16 blade pieces hovering beside him as he coldly looked at Li Yao. Luo Feng, you can't kill me, roared Li Yao as fresh blood continuously flowed out of the side of his mouth. Luo Feng's 2 attacks greatly injured Li Yao. The only reason he was able to sprint was because of his will to live on. Luo Feng gave an ice-cold smile. Suddenly, Luo Feng's expression slightly changed. A blonde-haired girl in the packed crowd on the streets filled with people and cars raised a tiny controller in her hand towards Luo Feng. She revealed a weird smile. Luo Feng, let go of my husband. Vanina. Luo Feng slightly frowned. With a thought, the golden silk net hovered, making Li Yao look like a pig waiting to be slaughtered as he was hovering in midair, unable to escape, and Li Yao couldn't use the ground to help him in the air. Vanina, yelled Li Yao in the golden silk net. Why should I let go of your husband? Luo Feng looked at Vanina calmly. Instinct told Luo Feng that directly killing Li Yao could lead to grave consequences. Luo Feng has always ignored the Vanina in front of him, because in Luo Feng's heart, Li Yao was the one doing everything behind the scenes, but Luo Feng didn't know that Vanina was the one who sent out the astronomical bounty. The laser cannon used to hunt down Luo Feng in the continent of Australia was also something Vanina got, and even the idea of destroying Luo Feng's family was suggested by Vanina. Li Yao is nicknamed Vulture because many people who know him use this nickname to show his violence. And Vanina is nicknamed Scorpion because she is poisonously cruel. Dogs that bite don't bark. Luo Feng didn't know that the truly cruel one in this couple that is always scheming is this woman. Vanina looked at Luo Feng while she stood in the crowd. Luo Feng. Vanina held the small controller in the villa sector beside the HR Alliance, and on this street, I've planted T-111 bombs. If I press this button, the surrounding crowd went into an uproar in an instant. Many people were screaming and running around in every direction. Then boom, tens of thousands of people in this sector will lose their lives. Vanina's voice sounded like a demon from hell as it reverberated around every surrounding person's ears. Fear. Panic. And Luo Feng focused his eyes and stared at this woman in front of him. Cruel enough, said Luo Feng lightly. If you want to kill my husband, then, let's just all die together. Vanina's voice was soft. However, Vanina had no other choice. She and her husband have antagonized too many people back then. Thankfully, Li Yao risked his life and managed to receive a black god set after entering archaeological ruin 9. After that, the couple was able to live a peaceful life. If her shield, Li Yao, dies, then Vanina's life will be ruined. Everyone stop. Stop. Put down your weapons. The army stationed near the HR Alliance's building swiftly rushed over. A few agents of the country's special forces also swiftly came. The one leading them was a middle-aged man wearing a traditional Chinese robe. The middle-aged man cursed in his heart, fucking shit, 3 advanced level war gods fighting together. If they want to fight, then fight, but they even dragged in regular people. Now tens of thousands of people could die at any time. The power of the T-111 bomb is extremely powerful. You all. War God Luo Feng, Madame Vanina, let's talk this out peacefully. The middle-aged man squeezed out a smile, afraid of angering any of the two parties. He has more authority, but the people in front of him are advanced level war gods. I would suggest you guys not to search for the T-111 bomb. Vanina glanced at the middle-aged man. I placed it in a position that is extremely hard to locate. Even if you can find them, you should know how hard it is to defuse. This bomb, once you begin to defuse it, I will know instantly, and will directly press the button. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese robe broke out in a cold sweat. He hates messing with figures like these, with both power and authority in advanced level war god and the director of the HR Alliance in China messing with such a figure would lead to grave consequences. Luo Feng Vanina stared at Luo Feng. Either my husband and I and tens of thousands of innocent Chinese civilians die together, Vanina's voice echoed around Luo Feng's ear, or you let go of my husband and nothing happens to anyone. The choice lies in your hands. Luo Feng was expressionless, but his gaze became colder and colder. War god Luo Feng. Madame Vanina, the middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese robe, started to panic a bit, but he thought to himself, why isn't Mr. Lon here yet? Whoosh. The temperature of the shattered HR Alliance Plaza started to drop. It was already winter, and now the temperature dropped below zero. The fountain instantly froze, and the air started to become chilly. A middle-aged man with slightly green hair flew down from the sky. Representative Lon Vanina, Li Yao, and Luo Feng recognized the person who came. Humph, even if you guys have a grudge, don't drag in regular people as if he has been frozen for 1,000 years. Representative Lan's gaze caused one to shiver. Representative Lon Vanina shook her head. I had no choice. This Luo Feng wanted to kill my husband inside a headquarter city, so I had no other choice. I am not his opponent, so this is the only path I can take. If my husband is going to die, then let those tens of thousands of innocent civilians die with him. Furthermore, the choice lies within Luo Feng's hands. If he lets go of my husband, everyone is happy. There are 52 representatives on Earth. There are over 10 existences surpassing the war god level of Chinese descent. Even though only 3 or 4 of them are completely loyal to the country, quite a few of them still live in seclusion in the country. They would occasionally help the army and the country, or the HR Alliance anyways. They can help whoever they want to and still live in seclusion peacefully. Iceblade Lan Ran is one of the representatives living in seclusion in Jiangnan headquarter city. Only when a major event occurs will Lan Ran show up. And this time, Lan Ran has to intervene. Luo Feng. Representative Lan hovered beside Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you should know the laws of the country and the rules of the Palace of War Gods. Quite a few rules in the Palace of War Gods are absolute. Nobody is allowed to infringe upon them. Killing the family members of someone in the dojo is one rule. Openly killing a fighter in a headquarter city is also one rule. War gods are not allowed to fight each other in a headquarter city is also one rule. Representative Lan said lowly, powerful war god fighters are the wealth of humanity. Each one of them is important. And the fact that you dared to openly hunt down a fighter in the plaza of the HR Alliance while over 10 million people are watching means you deserve the death penalty. But the war god you want to kill is part of the Palace of War Gods, so your crime is even worse. Even if you kill him, you still get the death penalty. The laws are set by the 5 chairmen. Are you really going to give up your life for Li Yao's and also kill tens of thousands of innocent Chinese in the process? Some of them are teenagers that are still growing, and some of them are just naive babies. Is it worth it? Representative Lan stared at Luo Feng. Translated by Zebulun. Many fighters in the HR Alliance building watched through the window. The soldiers surrounding the plaza also watched Luo Feng with Luo Feng's speed on. The soaring shuttle, even Representative Lan, cannot save Li Yao from his hands. The choice is in Luo Feng's hands. Yes, it isn't worth it. Luo Feng's expression was calm. Pa. The golden silk net dropped from midair and untied itself, releasing Li Yao, who was so heavily injured that he wasn't far from death. The golden silk net quickly shrunk into a ball and flew towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng extended his arm to grab the ball and then glanced at Li Yao. After that, he glanced at Vanina in the distance and couldn't help but to sneer. Vanina, I admit I underestimated you. Whoosh! With his foot on the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng turned his head and transformed into a flowing light as he flew away. Few the soldiers in the surrounding squadrons let out a sigh of relief. They knew that there were T-111 bombs on the street. With the power of the T-111 bombs, they would be affected too, since they were on the plaza. Averted this crisis, the middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese robe secretly let out a sigh of relief. Few Vanina also let out a sigh of relief. Vanina ran to her husband Li Yao and supported him. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm not dead. Li Yao looked towards the direction where Luo Feng left, his face extremely pale. While on the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng was moving at over 1000 ms. With this alarming speed, he flew out of the main city sector and entered the food storage sector between the main city sector and the surrounding cities. A headquarters city is split into a main city sector and 8 large cities. Why would they split up a perfectly fine headquarters city? Because the large amounts of land between the main city sector and the 8 large cities are used to produce food for the humans in the headquarters city. I underestimated Vanina. If I got rid of Vanina from the start, none of this would have happened. Luo Feng was as fast as lightning on his soaring shuttle as he flew past field after field. However, thankfully Representative Lan's words reminded me of, yes, the rules of the Palace of War Gods. Since I can't kill Li Yao myself, I'll use the rules of the Palace of War Gods to kill them in the end. It's the same thing. He was stuck in the same place for a year and 3 months. And right when he came out, he saw his father injured and lying on a bed. The resulting anger blinded Luo Feng. As his anger filled his entire chest, he directly went to kill Li Yao, without thinking about anything else. Yes. A war god that kills another war god in public in a headquarters city will receive the death penalty. Representative Lan is correct. However, he, Luo Feng, can just completely reveal his strength. As of now, he can completely compare to an existence surpassing the war god level. A representative who kills a war god out of anger for the sake of his family's safety will at most receive a punishment like sitting in jail for a few years. War gods and representatives have completely different amounts of authority. If a chairman kills a war god, there won't even be a punishment. If the first chairman, Hong, kills a representative or chairman, nobody would dare to call for Hong's punishment. Li Yao and Vanina, the importance of your lives don't even come close to the importance of the lives of those tens of thousands of civilians. Well, this is good too. I don't have to risk sitting in jail for a few years to kill Li Yao because of the words Palace of War God rules. Luo Feng was swiftly thinking of a plan that results of the death of Li Yao and Vanina. First, I need to make sure everyone knows my strength, know that I have strength comparable to an existence surpassing the war god level. After that, Mingyu sector. Luo Feng walked to his brother's room. Luo Hua, who was sitting in front of a computer, turned his head and had a look of confusion on his face. Luo Feng said directly, which special forces sector did you ask last time to? Protect Dad and Mom, contact them and tell their director to come to our home. Okay. Even though Luo Hua was confused, he immediately made the call. Within a minute, a disc-shaped fighter jet landed in Mingyu Sector 3. Directors of the country's special forces arrived at the living room of Luo Feng's home. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng, we have met before, smiled the old man with white hair. Sector leader Lu Yan smiled. Luo Feng, director of Sector 9. Haha, Mr. Luo Feng sure has good memory. After shaking hands, the old man Lu Yan said, I wonder what kind of business Luo Feng has after finding us in such a rush. It's like this. Luo Feng's expression became serious. For a while, Li Yao and Vanina used all sorts of tricks to deal with my family, and my brother requested for your help. Back then. Yes, such a thing has happened. The old man Lu Yan nodded. You guys should have enough evidence to prove that it was Li Yao and Vanina that were behind these schemes, right? Asked Luo Feng. Lu Yan smiled. This is Jiangnan headquarter city, territory of China. Most of their actions are within our surveillance. We indeed do have enough evidence to prove that Li Yao and Vanina are the masterminds behind the actions used against your family. Lu Yan leaned towards Luo Feng's side without hesitation. Very good, I need you guys to supply me with sufficient evidence, said Luo Feng seriously. No problem, the evidence will definitely be absolute. You have to believe that in our territory, we have absolute control, smiled Lu Yan. The reason why Lu Yan is being so cooperative is because he received a phone call when he was flying over on his disc-shaped fighter jet. Old Lu, that Luo Feng has the strength of an existence surpassing the war god level. China, Kyoto headquarter city. In an elegant lobby were the leaders with the highest level of authority in China, the highest-ranking military personnel, and even an existence surpassing the war god level. A middle-aged man wearing leather clothing of the previous century's style. All of these people are major figures that can shake the country of China. A display was projected onto the wall of the lobby as it played a video. Everyone was watching. Yes, the middle-aged man in the old leather clothing nodded. Look, this Luo Feng is controlling 16 small weapons, with Li Yao's advanced level war god level fitness level and the black god set. A huge amount of force is required to make him spit out so much blood in midair with just one attack. And in 2 attacks, Li Yao was rendered defenseless. The amount of impact force is definitely greater than 6 million kilograms. And Luo Feng was originally a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. A spirit reader at this level can usually control things like throwing knives, with a limit of 520,000–560,000 kilograms of impact force. Luo Feng is controlling 16, and he clearly won't control more than he can. Just for the look, 16 throwing knives would result in an impact force ranging from 8 million–9 million kilograms. Luo Feng's strength has definitely reached the level of an existence surpassing the war god level. After saying that, the middle-aged man took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one up, and started smoking. Smoke emanated within the lobby. Within this lobby were the top people of China, but none of them would call this person an old guy. He seems to be around 40 years old, but he's actually almost 80. I can't believe our country of China has yet again gained another existence surpassing the war god level. I suggest we contact Luo Feng immediately. This news was indeed first grasped by the country of China. However, the incident at the HR Alliance's plaza was huge, so how could it be hidden from everyone else? The Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo just had to give a phone call to the Chinese government to immediately receive the most accurate recording. All 360 degrees of the scene were clearly recorded. You could even clearly see Luo Feng, Lan Ran, and everyone else's faces. The Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, and even the HR Alliance swiftly received the news from the video. With each organization's capability, Luo Feng's strength was easily estimated 16 throwing knives with a total impact force of 8,000,000–9 million kilograms. These numbers shocked everyone. A regular advanced level war god level can only unleash an attack with 800,000 to 900,000 kilograms of impact force. Luo Feng's power is 10 times that. Definitely comparable to an attack from someone at the Star Traveler level. One stage. When the powerful fighters of the Thunder Dojo received this piece of news, they got so angry that they started yelling swears. They were raging about the Dojo of Limits bullshit luck. They actually got yet another powerful representative fighter, and when the HR Alliance received this piece of news, they swiftly prepared a strategy pertaining to the matter of Luo Feng, Li Yao, and Vanina's conflict. Mingyu sector seemed calm, but tons of things were actually secretly happening. Mr. Luo Feng Lu Yan pointed at the laptop. The evidence is currently transferring. After 10 seconds, all sorts of documents, videos, etc. will finish transferring. Luo Feng stared at the laptop that Lu Yan personally brought. Even with Lu Yan's identity, he doesn't have enough authority to bring around all those classified documents with him. Transfer complete, smiled Lu Yan. Good, thank you. Old Luo Feng felt much more relaxed. While Luo Feng was still in the HR Alliance's plaza, he instantly thought of a simple plan. The plan had 3 main steps. 1. Get enough evidence to prove that the masterminds behind the attacks on his family are Li Yao and Vanina. 2. Broadcast his strength and become a representative. 3. Use his identity as a representative to sue Li Yao and Vanina through the Palace of War Gods. Suddenly, his cell phone started ringing. Luo Feng took out his cell phone. Hello. Luo Feng, it's me, Lu He. A gentle voice carried over. Investigator Lu smiled. Luo Feng. Haha, still calling me Investigator Luo Feng? Oh Luo Feng, you sure hid your strength well when the head personally headed over to the Amazon rainforest to pick you up. You didn't even speak about your strength, and now, the head and the rest of us have already seen the video where you publicly heavily injured Li Yao in Jiangnan headquarters city. Laughed Lu He. The head said. Right then that your strength has reached the level of a representative. Luo Feng froze. He was planning on taking the initiative to broadcast his strength, but who would have thought that the Dojo of Limits already knew about his strength before he started? Well, it's good if they know. Once he sues Li Yao and Vanina, they will definitely not get off lightly. Thanks to the sufficient evidence, he has a war god that dared to attack a representative's family. Would such a person be let off lightly? A war god attacking another war god already results in a huge punishment, sometimes even the death penalty, and to attack a representative's family undisputably results in the death penalty. From now on, you are also in existence, surpassing the war god level. Lu He's voice was filled with joy. Soon enough, our Dojo of Limits will publicly Announce a day to the entire world where the head will personally grant you the title of investigator. You will be the 6th investigator of our dojo of limits. Luo Feng, in the future, people will have to call you Representative Luo Feng. And Investigator Luo Feng Lu has started laughing loudly. Translated by Zebulun. The 6th investigator of the Dojo of Limits, even though he has been prepared for this, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. But now, he has more important things to deal with now to make Li Yao and Vanina die. Old Luo Feng held his cell phone and waved his hand towards Lu Yan. I'll be going out first. Lu Yan took the laptop with him as he left Luo Feng's room. Luo Feng was the only one left. There were other people in your room, laughed Lu He. Luo Feng walked towards his window. Yeah, one of the directors of the Chinese Special Forces sectors. I asked him for some concrete evidence just now. I'm preparing to go through the Palace of War Gods to sue Li Yao and Vanina and prove that they are the masterminds behind the plots to kill my parents. Lu He, what would the final verdict be for those two? Oh, the vulture-scorpion couple dared to move against a fighter's family. Lu He was shocked. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't go out of control and chase them down in public. Nodded Luo Feng. No wonder. These two are too cocky. Lu He's voice that carried from the phone was filled with anger. Attacking a fighter's family has always been strictly forbidden. Lu He, what do you think the final verdict will be? Followed Luo Feng. The death penalty, no doubt about it, the death penalty, and a death penalty where it is executed immediately. Lu He said with anger. Luo Feng, don't worry, your identity is different. Now the Palace of War Gods will immediately raise your identity to representative. As a representative, you have a completely different amount of authority, since the vulture-scorpion couple were the ones pulling the strings to attack a representative's parents. They will definitely receive a huge penalty. Luo Feng, keep in mind that the Palace of War Gods Committee is formed of 52 representatives and 5 chairmen. The committee decides the result. Harming the family members of a representative is forbidden. This is equivalent to challenging every single representative, so the representatives must decide to sentence them heavily. Only this way can they set an example for everyone else, said Lu He. This is an unspoken rule. If something challenges the position, authority, etc. of all the representatives will come together to give their punishment. So, as long as there is enough evidence, there is only one outcome for the vulture-scorpion couple: capital punishment, immediately enacted. Lu He said all of this in practically a single breath, which clearly showed how angry he was. Luo Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just like he thought actually when he attacked the vulture-scorpion couple. Luo Feng wasn't a representative or investigator yet. However, the verdict the vulture-scorpion couple will receive immediately changed precisely because of the change in Luo Feng's identity. In the room, there were a bunch of documents and videos displayed on the laptop. Luo Feng read through them carefully. Humph. Such disgraceful and underhanded tactics. Luo Feng's face turned really bad as he read through the large amounts of documents and videos. All the tactics and tricks Li Yao and Vanina used from the beginning to end were all crystal clear. Luo Feng was also scared. If his brother was just a bit less capable, his parents would definitely be ruined. Thankfully, his brother was straightforward enough to directly rely on the 1,000-year Black Crow route to become the 8th largest stockholder of ICBC. Keep in mind that in the headquarter city age, buying a huge amount of stocks of the largest bank in China, ICBC, is basically impossible. Huge organizations usually wouldn't be willing to, even if you have money, you can't buy them. Only with something like the 1,000-year Black Crow root, which is also something that cannot be purchased with money, can you exchange for them. All of this evidence is more than enough. Even if I supply only a tenth of this, it would be enough to prove their guilt. Luo Feng immediately closed the video files, Word documents, etc. He zipped the evidence up and then entered his personal web page as he transferred them over to the Palace of War Gods. In the mail he sent, he wrote the names of the people he's suing, their crimes, etc. In just 3 minutes. His cell phone's ringtone rang and Luo Feng picked up his phone. "Hello, Representative Luo Feng," a gentle voice rang. "We just received your mail. May I ask if Representative Luo Feng himself wants to sue Li Yao and Vanina Paulinus?" Yes, Luo Feng nodded. "All right, when we determine the time and location of the court session, we will notify Representative Luo Feng." After confirming via phone, a few members of the Palace of War Gods started organizing this. There were indeed many documents. It took Luo Feng around 2 hours to read through all of them. By the time this news carried to the ears of the head of the Dojo of Limits, Hong, it was already midnight. Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, in the gigantic spaceship-like structure. In a quiet room. The black-clothed man, Hong, was currently holding a cup of hot tea as he surfed through some information on the internet. "Master." A low voice reverberated around the quiet room. "Representative Luo Feng has provided evidence that Li Yao and Vanina Paulinus are the masterminds behind the actions to kill his parents. Is the evidence sufficient?" The black-clothed man, Hong, slightly frowned. "The evidence is sufficient," responded the voice. The black-clothed man, Hong, slightly nodded. "Notify the 3 best lawyers in our Dojo of Limits and tell them to accept this case. Also arrange for Star Traveler level fighters to personally arrest Li Yao and Vanina. As of 15:30 tomorrow afternoon, we will hold the court session in our headquarters. Luo Feng is about to openly become the investigator of our Dojo of Limits. I want this case to be executed beautifully," commanded the black-clothed man. "Hong." "Yes." After the low voice said this word, the quiet room returned to silence. Mingyu sector, nighttime. All the lights in the homes were lit up. Luo Feng stood on the balcony as he gazed the infinite starry night. His cell phone rang. Luo Feng took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Su Xian. He accepted the call. "Hello. How come you didn't come pick me up?" asked Su Xian. "Sorry, I've been busy dealing with some stuff I just finished. How about I go to Kyoto headquarters city now?" Luo Feng felt a bit guilty, since he devoted all his time into the case of his parents since he got back and didn't even think about picking Su Xian up. "I'm here, in front of Mingyu sector." PA. The phone call ended. Luo Feng slightly froze. Su Xian already rushed to his home from Kyoto headquarters city. "I'm such a bastard." Luo Feng cursed himself in his mind and then directly leaped off the balcony. As if a mirage crossed the sky, Luo Feng leaped across a distance of 100 meters with the help of his spiritual force before landing. After a few leaps, he was 30 meters away from Mingyu sector's main gate. With a glance, Luo Feng saw a slightly skinny young girl silently standing in front of the sector's gate. Under the dim light from the streetlights, this scene caused Luo Feng's heart to ache a bit. After becoming his girlfriend, not only did Su Xian not receive anything good, she had to go through some bitter times instead. Ever since he came back, he hasn't been able to be with her and made her come all the way over here from a few thousand kilometers away. Su Xian looked inside the sector through the gate and couldn't help but to shiver a bit. It was winter right now, and nighttime. Even though Kyoto headquarters city was also cold, the air there was dry while the air in Jiangnan headquarters city is humid, and after Su Xian received Luo Feng's phone call, she quickly got on the earliest train to Yangzhou City. Without remembering that Jiangnan headquarters city is colder than Kyoto headquarters city. Su Xian, a voice rang beside Su Xian. Su Xian froze and then turned to look beside her, that familiar image, her first boyfriend this past year, and especially the past 3 months. Su Xian spent every day in sadness. Luo Feng, Su Xian's voice, was a bit hoarse and couldn't help but to cry after saying that. She directly hugged Luo Feng. Tightly hugged him. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Luo Feng hugged Su Xian and felt her tears go through his clothes. Under the dim light and the cold wind of winter, Luo Feng and Su Xian finally meet each other after a year and 3 months. Compared to Luo Feng and Su Xian's feelings, which were filled with a bit of sadness, but also the joy of reunion, Li Yao and Vanina's feelings, even though they were together, were in disarray. On the passenger plane headed to Paris headquarters city from Jiangnan headquarters city, Li Yao and Vanina grasped each other's hands. Now we're in big trouble. Vanina glanced at the surrounding passengers and then lowered her voice. He became a representative in the future. If he wants to deal with us, then don't worry. Li Yao lowered his voice. We only had to wait for 2 or 3 hours for the passenger plane in Jiangnan headquarters city, and he didn't come find us. Within that time span, after we return to Paris headquarters city, we will be in our territory. My senior and our HR alliances representatives are there. So everything will be fine. Everything will definitely be fine. Who knows whether he was comforting Vanina or comforting himself? How could this happen? How could he become a representative? Vanina started clenching her teeth a bit. A fierce light lit up in Li Yao's eyes. Damn. Endure, endure, we can only endure. Li Yao kept his voice down as his sentence came out one word at a time. The passenger plane finally arrived in Paris, Europe. Paris was a bit dark as of now, but the sky wasn't completely dark. Paris headquarters city's airport. The passenger plane slowly landed. After stopping, the hatch automatically opened and a staircase extended outwards. The passengers came off. Back. Finally back in Paris. Vanina let out a smile. Li Yao also let out a rare smile. This is the first time he smiled since he learned that Luo Feng became a representative. The vulture-scorpion couple were mixed in the crowd as they walked down the staircase. Li Yao, Vanina, a sound rang. The vulture-scorpion couple was shocked as they turned their head. What they saw were 4 people walking over. One of the 2 people leading in front was a middle-aged man with brown curly hair wearing a black robe. His lightning-like gaze caused fear, and the one beside him was a man whose white, long hair was spread out. He seemed like a dead piece of wood. Representative Yan, Representative Bonnet. Vanina was surprised. Senior Li Yao looked towards that old man. That old man, Yan Hai, was indeed the one who had deep ties with Li Yao. Representative Bonnet's gaze was ice-cold as he looked at Vanina and Liao. And then said lightly, "We represent the Palace of War Gods to officially arrest you too. If there is any resistance, we have the right to kill you too." Liao and Vanina's eyes widened. They thought they were safe in their territory, but who would have thought that this would happen right when they came back? Senior Liao quickly looked at Yan Hai. Yan Hai sighed, "Little vulture, this is the highest command of the Palace of War Gods. Nobody can help you. You were too reckless, go. If you don't resist, you might have a chance to live. If you resist the arrest of the Palace of War Gods, you are opposing the entire Palace of War Gods. The Palace of War Gods is a power that has all the war gods and existences surpassing the war god level gathered together. Resist. Want to die? Click." Special handcuffs were put on Vanina and Liao. Both of them were a bit dumbfounded, but didn't resist at all. Senior Liao looked at Yan Hai. Yan Hai sighed and said nothing. "Take them away." Representative Bonnet coldly gave his command. Translated by Zebulon. That night, Liao and Vanina panicked. While they were arrested, they were directly sent off to the dojo of Limit's world headquarters on that same night. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Su Xian were snuggling together while they talked about what happened over the past year. "Sleeping here tonight." Luo Feng hugged Su Xian as he smiled. "You wish," Su Xian said in a displeased tone. After that, she looked at the time on her watch. "It's already 12. Luo Feng, send me back." "Okay," smiled Luo Feng. The two of them chatted for such a long time, so they have calmed down quite a bit. They rode the autojet and left Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector and headed towards the Su family's place in the main city sector. In just a few minutes, the autojet arrived at the skies of the Su family's home. Inside the autojet that was in the sky, "Luo Feng, I need you to promise me that, whenever you do something dangerous in the future, you have to tell me first." Su Xian stared at Luo Feng. "I won't stop your work or your goals, but I need to know about your situation." Su Xian. Luo Feng nodded. "Okay, I will tell you in the future. In the past, I just didn't want you to worry. I am willing to worry about you. I want to worry about you." Su Xian stared at Luo Feng. "But what I am most afraid of is you not telling me anything." Luo Feng slightly nodded. His heart felt warm. Even though his girlfriend comes from a big family, the family's elite education made his girlfriend smart and considerate. On the internet, he read that some girls are always sticking to their partners, not giving them any space at all, and some girls will dwell on even the smallest, insignificant things. But Su Xian isn't that kind of person, which makes Luo Feng glad. "Oh yeah, can you still re-enroll after quitting school?" asked Luo Feng. "I arranged to quit school, not take a break. It will be hard to re-enroll the normal way. I could use our family's special connections." Su Xian shook her head. "But I don't care about the little paper degree while in university for 2 years. I have basically finished learning the basic knowledge I need. I have also experienced the university life, so that is enough. I am preparing to start my own company." "Start a company?" Luo Feng froze. "Yes." Su Xian nodded. "The family prepared to have me take over some things, but I didn't want to take over them immediately. No matter what I do, I want to start from the bottom and go forward one step at a time. I want to first start a company and get some real-world experience. After that, I'll take over my family's business." Oh, Luo Feng's girlfriend sure is a capable girl, laughed Luo Feng. You don't like that? Su Xian looked towards Luo Feng. I do, since as a fighter, there will be many times where I won't be able to be with you even if we marry in the future. I don't want you to be a housewife without a business, said Luo Feng. As of now, all the young couples think this way. The husband and wife usually both need jobs. Without a job, there isn't much to do. Thank you, respectable Representative Luo Feng, for understanding this young maiden's thoughts. Su Xian smiled and did a bow like the girls of the ancient times used to do. After doing that, Su Xian herself couldn't hold it in as she started laughing. After sending Su Xian home, Luo Feng was in a good mood. Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector, Luo Feng's home's training room, deep into the night, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Such high efficiency. Luo Feng looked at the news he received on the mini quantum computer. They arrested Li Yao and Vanina so quickly. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, 15:30, Dojo of Limits World Headquarters court case. Li Yao. Vanina, tomorrow, we can finally end this. Luo Feng closed the message. As of now, Luo Feng really hasn't considered the Vulture-Scorpion couple as his opponents. After his position changed, his view changed too. Maybe the youth back then, that was running around in the wilderness in panic, was afraid of the Vulture-Scorpion couple's astronomical bounty, as he had to be extremely careful in everything he did. But after experiencing the elite training camp, Misty Island, and archaeological ruin 9, the youth grew. As a result, the Vulture-Scorpion couple was no longer this youth's opponent. The so-called archaeological ruin, as the bald crystal person said it, was left behind by a race in the universe like archaeological ruin 9 was left behind by the master of Yunmo planet, and that Yunmo planet is just one planet in the wide, vast universe. Luo Feng felt a bit of danger for some reason. The fact that a race in the universe can leave behind this ruin represents that this race in the universe will arrive one day. When that happens, who knows whether that would be a blessing or a curse for the humans on Earth. And the bald crystal person also said that, in the future, when Earth is discovered by the countries in the universe, the more powerful I am, the better off we would be. I can even potentially help my country. Luo Feng subconsciously stopped treating the monsters on Earth as his opponents. The real danger for Earth lies within the universe. When compared with the powerful countries and races in the universe, Earth as of now is indeed very fragile. Even Star Traveler level fighters were rare. And Earth's so-called high technology is a joke compared to the rest of the civilizations in the universe. What I need to do now is exactly what the bald crystal person said to do. Train first. I'll set Hong and Thunder God as my targets, then I'll train hard to surpass them and become the world's most powerful fighter. Luo Feng's eyes were determined. Back then, the bald crystal person said that the method for Luo Feng's breakthrough was left in his mini-quantum computer, but after coming back today, he first had to deal with Vulture Li Yao and then comfort his girlfriend. He didn't have time to look at it again now that he's free. Luo Feng immediately started looking through it. An effective method for breaking through the Star Traveler level that cannot even be found on Earth. Now Luo Feng was filled with curiosity. Soon enough, he found the method in the mini-quantum computer on his arm. He started reading carefully. Student levels are infinite across the universe. From the student level to the Star Traveler level is the most important step, and also the most basic step, for a life form's advancement once passed. That step, the life form officially goes from the student level to a genetic fighter or a spirit reader in the universe. This instruction manual will describe the method as to how to become a spirit reader of the Star Traveler Level 1 stage. Spiritual force, which can actually be called the power of your spirit, power of your soul. The body is divided into body and spirit, or body and soul. The spirit and the soul is the same thing. Spirit soul is divided into the power of your spirit, power of your soul, and consciousness. When the power of your spirit becomes powerful enough, it can leave the realm of consciousness, control materials in the outside world, seep into other life forms, realm of consciousness, etc. A strong enough power of the spirit is spiritual force. How can the spiritual force of someone at the student level 9 stage break through to the Star Traveler stage? First, your spiritual force needs to reach the peak of the student level 9 stage. Next, out of your consciousness and spirit, namely consciousness and spiritual force, your spiritual force has to spread across your entire realm of consciousness. It is something with form, and consciousness is an intangible existence. Without form consciousness, what is it? What purpose does it serve? You can say that spiritual force represents the soldiers while the consciousness represents the general. The entire combat power of an army depends on both the soldiers and the general. Simply put, when a regular person's spirit is vigorous, they can lift up heavier objects, and when the spirit is lethargic, they might only be able to lift half of the usual weight. In these two situations, the body's power stays the same, but the two states of the spirit, vigorous and lethargic, could lead to different levels of battle power. Just like how the consciousness is important to a fighter, the consciousness is also important to spirit readers. Capable generals will be better at commanding the soldiers. If two people are both at the student level 9 stage, the one with the more powerful consciousness can accurately control 10 small weapons, or even more. And the one with the weaker consciousness might only be able to control 4 or 5 small weapons. This is the difference. There are many ways to train the consciousness. For example, going through painful and difficult times will strength a fighters will actually. A solid will is one way to represent a powerful consciousness. Of course, that is a very primitive way. There are many ways in the universe to train the consciousness. The main way of our UNMO planet is the secret instruction manual of the controllers, basic 312 moves. The secret instruction manual of the illusionists, basic 186 moves. Out of the two branches, one of them is direct while the other is indirect. Both of them are effective. Of course, students have varying talents. Some of them have low brain vigor, while some of them have brain vigor of over 20, and even over 30, over 40. Higher brain vigor makes their breakthrough requirements harder too, but a powerful consciousness will allow them to reach greater heights. So, when both your consciousness and spiritual force reach the requirements, then the next step is your breakthrough. When you reach the border and feel like you can break through at any time, you do not know the amount of time it actually takes to break through. When this happens, there are 3 ways. The first way is to wait for your chance or a special situation. When your emotions are stirred up, your consciousness will become invigorated and you could break through, but there also exists the chance of waiting for 3 or 5 years and no breakthrough opportunities come. The second way is to continue to strengthen your consciousness. A powerful consciousness could let your spiritual force instantly break through. The third way is the method this instruction manual is going to describe. 81 Spirits Forging, which is a process split into 81 steps. Each step requires 5 hours. When undergoing this 81 spirits forging, stopping in the middle means you have to start from the beginning again, so you must finish it in one go. Once you finish the 81 steps, you can break through to the Star Traveler level. Below is the specific way of doing the 81 spirits forging. Luo Feng was extremely excited as he read this instruction manual. The bald crystal person left for him is definitely an extremely valuable treasure. Way better than the spirit reader basics Han gave him. After it was translated, the words were super easy to understand. It basically described the source of a spirit reader's power spirit, which is the soul. This spirit is split into two things: spiritual force and consciousness. Consciousness is the general and spiritual force is the soldier. Yeah, according to what the bald crystal person said, my consciousness and spiritual force have reached their limit and can break through at any time. But if I just foolishly wait, who knows how long I'll have to wait for Luo Feng instantly decided, I'll just follow the 81 spirits forging. Luo Feng didn't even know that, even across the vast universe, the instruction manuals for breaking through the student level 9 stage to the Star Traveler level are all extremely valuable. Some powerful races and countries in the universe are not willing to share them. Every step needs 5 hours, and there are 81 steps in all, which means I need a little more than 5 days. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. The court session is tomorrow, so I don't have enough time after the verdict is given and the vulture-scorpion couple is executed. I'll finish this 81 spirits forging in one go. Next, I'll take a look at the Soaring Sky instruction manual. According to what the bald crystal person said, only through the soaring sky can I truly unleash the power of the soaring shuttle. Maybe my power will raise by quite a bit tonight with a thought. An instruction manual with a bit of starlight shining from it floated out from the surface of his black vest. This was indeed the Soaring Sky instruction manual that he received from the archaeological ruin, which Luo Feng has always left in his vest, formed by the Black God set. He has never seriously read this instruction manual after receiving it. The pages of the book were made out of a special black material, unlike any material on Earth, and the bit of starlight on the cover had a fear-inducing aura that couldn't be detected unless carefully observed. Even a book is made like this. Luo Feng flipped open the first page. This is the instruction manual passed along the controllers of Mo planet. Those who read this cannot spread its contents to other people. If you pass its contents to other members of Mo planet, you will receive a punishment of 60 years of hard labor if you pass its contents to people outside of Mo planet. Death with no exceptions. Just these short phrases shocked Luo Feng. Clearly, this Mo planet is an extremely strict organization. You can't even pass its contents to other members of the planet, and passing its contents to the outside world is absolutely forbidden. I passed the death mission, so the bald crystal person clearly treated me as a member of Mo planet. Luo Feng flipped to the second page. The Soaring Sky instruction manual is a unique instruction manual for using the soaring shuttle. The soaring shuttle is one of the spiritual weapons created by the master of our Mo planet, Hu Yan Bo. However, only when combined with the instruction manual Soaring Sky can the soaring shuttle's true power be Unleashed, the soaring shuttle can allow the controllers of UNMO planet to defeat enemies that are more powerful than them. The soaring shuttle has three main forms. The first main form can be trained when your battle ability amplifier reaches 12. The second main form can be trained when your battle ability amplifier reaches 30. The third main form is the soaring shuttle's ultimate form. You need to have reached the universe level, have your own domain, and have a battle ability amplifier of 48 to train it. The contents that describe the first main form of the soaring shuttle in the instruction manual, Soaring Sky, can be flipped to immediately to read the contents describing the second main form. Your battle ability amplifier has to have reached 30 to have the ability to open that page. As for the contents describing the third main form, your spiritual force has to have reached the universe level to be able to open that page. The next part describes the first main form of the soaring shuttle. After reading this page, Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. It looks like it isn't even possible for him to read through the entire instruction manual right now. Let's try. Luo Feng tried flipping through the pages one at a time. He flipped through the pages made out of the special black material, one at a time. However, after he flipped through about a third of the pages, Luo Feng wasn't able to flip any more, as if the rest of the pages were stuck together with glue. On the last page Luo Feng could read was a complicated, mysterious diagram. Beside it was a line of words. Seep your spiritual force into the diagram to read the contents of the soaring shuttle's second main form. Looks quite mysterious. Luo Feng stared at this diagram and, with a thought, his spiritual force extended into the diagram. Instantly, his spiritual force fell into a new universe. At this time, Luo Feng himself was like one of the planets in that vast universe. As if the end of times has come, a countless amount of planets started crazily flying towards Luo Feng, over thousands of billions of them, an infinite amount. This Armageddon-like scene shocked Luo Feng. He tried to use his spiritual force to control the planets and block them away. Rumble, not even a second has passed and Luo Feng has already been smashed into pieces by the infinite amount of planets. The spiritual force he extended into the diagram was directly destroyed. Huff, huff. Sweat appeared on Luo Feng's forehead as he looked at the diagram in front of his eyes, his heart still shocked. What is this thing? An illusion? Luo Feng was flabbergasted. He hasn't even heard of any spirit reader on Earth who could create such a realistic illusion. Looks like it's just like the instruction manual, says my battle ability amplifier has to reach the required level to read the second main form's contents, and now, my battle ability amplifier is only 16, which isn't even close. Luo Feng figured out in archaeological ruin 9 that the maximum amount of small weapons you can control at once represents your battle ability amplifier. Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier is 16. Across the entire Earth, not a single spirit reader is more powerful than him. Of course, across the vast universe, Luo Feng's skill is nothing. He can only brag a bit on Earth. The soaring shuttle is split into the attack form, defense form, and flying form. The flying form of the first main form is the soaring shuttle itself. The attack form is the mountain drill, and the defense form is the mountain bulwark. The first main form is split into 3 stages. The first stage can be trained when your battle ability amplifier reaches 12. The second stage can be trained when your battle ability reaches 18. The third form, when your Battle ability amplifier reaches 24. Soaring Sky is split into 3 main forms, where each main form has 3 stages, which is to say, there are 9 stages total. As of now, Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier is 16, so he can only train the first stage of the first form. Amazing. This master of Yun Mo planet, Hu Yan Bo, is fantastic. How did he even think of this, coming up with ideas like these? As Luo Feng continued to read, he praised the master of Yun Mo planet more and more. According to the instruction manual, Soaring Sky and the Soaring Shuttle is just one of the various creations that the master of Yun Mo planet, Hu Yan Bo, has created. That archaeological ruin 9 was also left by Hu Yan Bo. So that's what the complicated engravings on the 365 blade pieces of the Soaring Shuttle are for. But how do they work? Luo Feng didn't understand some of the latter contents. Take an assault rifle for example. The instruction manual tells you how to use an assault rifle, but it won't tell you how to make one. And there were no principles of the Soaring Shuttle written here. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Luo Feng was a bit excited. I'll go to the wilderness right now, to test out the first stage. Deep into the night, Luo Feng stepped on his Soaring Shuttle and directly flew out of Mingyu sector. He transformed into a flowing light as he swiftly flew out of Yangzhou City sector and arrived at the wilderness, around 300 kilometers away from Yangzhou City. An image fell from the sky and completely spread his spiritual force out, which caused the scavenging monsters on the ruined highway to run away in fear. Luo Feng looked towards a hill around 100 meters away. The Soaring Shuttle in its original form instantly split into 365 thin blade pieces, which hovered in front of Luo Feng. Combined mountain drill. Luo Feng focused his eyes. Whoosh. The 365 blade pieces instantly gathered together and became a single entity as it formed a round drill. There were even spirals on the surface of the drill. It seemed like an electric drill workers used to drill through walls. Not sure if it'll work on the first try. Luo Feng swiftly recalled how to operate the mountain drill. Break. Luo Feng stared at the hill in the distance. 12 golden thin lines reached their maximum power as they were controlled by Luo Feng's spiritual force. They immediately went up along the engravings of the mountain drill. Immediately, golden thin lines appeared on the originally gray Soaring Shuttle, each thin line carrying an astonishing amount of power, as if they were going to split the sky and earth. A total of 12 golden thin lines extended from the bottom of the mountain drill to the top. As they extended towards the tip, one of them arrived first. The 12 golden thin lines immediately dissipated and the mountain drill returned to its original gray color. Failed. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. Again. The 12 golden thin lines dissipated again. In terms of his power, Luo Feng's current limit is 16 small weapons, so controlling 12 portions of spiritual force to activate the mountain drill isn't that hard. However, it is hard to get all 12 engravings to perfectly reach the tip at the exact same time. Thankfully, Luo Feng's amplifier has reached 16, which makes the first stage a bit easier. If his amplifier was 12, that would mean he just reached the requirement, so he would probably have to spend a lot of time to succeed. Time passed slowly. Luo Feng tried over and over again. A bit of light started to appear in the originally dark sky. The winter mist emanated in the ruined highway of the wilderness, the shadows of monsters started to appear when these monsters saw the corpses of other monsters surrounding a mysterious person they didn't dare to come near. The sky became brighter and the clouds towards the east started to become red. Finally, the sun started to appear from the east. Break Luo Feng's eyes were focused on the mountain drill in front of him. Like lightning, 12 golden thin lines were instantly conjured from the complicated engravings. On the surface of the silverish-gray mountain drill like snakes made out of lightning, the 12 golden thin lines instantly extended to the tip of the mountain drill. As they arrived at the exact same time, it seemed as if the 12 golden thin lines were calling upon the forces of nature. The 12 golden thin lines instantly started rotating. Ong! The mountain drill transformed into a golden light as it rotated and pierced the air. Its speed accelerated to an unbelievable level. The golden light that the mountain drill formed directly pierced into the hill, as if it had limitless power. Rumble, smoke and dust spread out, and the mountain crusher flew back from the other side of the hill. After the dust cleared out around the hill in the distance, half of the hill was missing under the destructive force of the mountain drill. The hill was only half of its original height. Such high speed, such powerful piercing power. It's at least 50 faster than my original attacks. According to the instruction manual, the first form, mountain drill, has around 3 times more power than my normal attacks, and a Star Traveler Level 2 stage has around 2 times the power of a Star Traveler Level 1 stage, which is to say, with the mountain drill, I am stronger than a regular Star Traveler Level 2 stage. Luo Feng's heart was filled with excitement. This is the difference between an elite with a background and a fighter without any guidance. Almost all of the fighters and spirit readers on Earth have no sort of inheritance. All of them train bitterly without understanding anything. Even if they receive a spiritual weapon, they don't know how to use it. And Luo Feng, after becoming a member of Yunmo Planet, he immediately received the instruction manual basic 312 moves, which greatly increased Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier. After that, he received the Soaring Sky instruction manual, which increased his attack power greatly. Both sides were greatly increased, which allowed him an elite at the student level 9 stage, to skip a level and be able to fight a Star Traveler Level 2 stage. This is the benefits of receiving guidance. Luo Feng spent 5 hours to successfully complete Mountain Drill first stage, and another 3 hours to successfully complete Mountain Bulwark first stage. As of now, even when compared with elite students from large organizations from other parts of the universe, Luo Feng isn't much weaker. With the inheritance of Yunmo Planet, after I reach the Star Traveler Level 1 stage, the other representatives will pose no threat to me. Rapid increase in strength caused Luo Feng to become excited. However, he was also a bit worried. He just received the entry-level teachings of Yunmo Planet and instantly became so powerful. Once the powerful races and countries in the universe actually arrive, will Earth really have the ability to fight back? 12/27/2058, afternoon. Outside of the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters were large amounts of parked disc-shaped fighter jets and auto jets. Each of these fighter jets were extremely expensive. Luo Feng's Emperor-level auto jet could only count as an average jet here. It didn't stand out at all, because over 30 representatives have come here today. 1510, over half of the powerful representatives, and an extremely small amount of war gods with a lot of authority, were gathered inside the cordon. The gigantic spaceship structure Luo Feng, let me introduce to you, this is Representative Bygrave under the introduction of Luo Feng's friend, Investigator Lu He. Luo Feng met a few famous people one by one. These representatives were also respectful towards this soon-to-be sixth investigator. This is Representative Zhu Shi, smiled he is also from China. Hello, Representative Zhu Shi. Luo Feng extended his hand. Hello, Representative Luo Feng. The skinny man with an aquiline nose, Zhu Shi, shook Luo Feng's hand. This scene seemed to be exactly the same as the other scenes he just experienced when meeting the other people, but Luo Feng's heart was full of amazement right now. Back then when War God Lu Gang died, Representative Zhu Shi also attended the memorial, the scene of the large figures from the government, economy sector, military sector, and fighter circle respectfully greeting Representative Zhu Shi. Greatly shocked Luo Feng, who was still in the Fire Hammer Squad back then. And after a blink of an eye, he also has become a representative. Luo Feng, look at that guy with white hair and seems to have no life to him at all. That's Representative Yan Hai. Lu He lowered his voice. Even though he is also from China, he has an extremely good relationship with Li Yao. Since Li Yao is going to die because of you, things between you two are irreparable. It will be hard to be on good terms with him. He is extremely powerful and has the right to go for the spot of the fifth chairman, but don't worry, he won't dare to mess with our dojo of limits, said Lu He quietly. Of course, don't mess with him for no reason. Luo Feng glanced at him and then simply smiled. Representative Yan Hai, not just Yan Hai, even the third, fourth, and fifth chairman won't be his opponents after he practices 81 spirits forging and steps into the Star Traveler Level 1 stage. Yan Hai glanced at Luo Feng from far away without an expression and sneered. The time he spent with Li Yao together back in the Grand Nirvana period was an experience on the border of life and death. After that, Yan Hai treated Li Yao as his own son. After all, going through an experience like that indeed forges a deep relationship. Sadly, his opponent is part of the dojo of limits. Even though Yan Hai has a grudge, he can only keep it in. That's Luo Feng. It is said that he can control 16 small weapons at once. His most powerful impact attack can reach around 8 million, 9 million, which can indeed compare to some representatives. So what if he can compare to them? He still hasn't become a representative. Yet his movement, speed on land, and various techniques in combat cannot compare to us. If he really had to fight against a representative, he probably wouldn't even be able to defeat one. Some representatives can control fire while others can control ice, so their attacks are indeed more flexible than his. Some representatives were quietly discussing in a few corners in the court gallery. While they discussed, they formed a barrier around them to prevent their voices from spreading out to Luo Feng. After all, these Star Traveler level fighters don't want to antagonize Luo Feng, they're just slightly looking down on him. And their negative feelings were born from jealousy. They were jealous of Luo Feng's potential to have such attack power. At the peak of the War God level, Luo Feng will definitely stand out when he breaks through to the Star Traveler level. So what if he has high potential? If he fights with us right now, he's still not enough. Quite a few representatives were thinking this. After chatting with many representatives, Luo Feng noticed that these representatives were keeping a bit of distance with him. Only the investigators of the Dojo of Limits were approachable and kind to Luo Feng. The first and second chairmen are here. Hong and Thunder God. The powerful representatives and war gods in the gallery all quieted down from the side door of the court walked in one black-cloaked man and one bald monk. In a white robe, one in front and one in back, towards the front of the gallery the black-cloaked man, Hong, seemed to swallow all the light around him, while the bald monk gave off a feeling that made one's heart shake. Hong, Star Traveler Level 6 Stage. Thunder God, Star Traveler Level 7 Stage. Luo Feng looked at these two people. The black-cloaked man, Hong, cold and expressionless. The white-robed Thunder God, filled with warm smiles but seemed a bit fearful. These are the two most powerful fighters on Earth in terms of fitness level. Thunder God surpasses Hong, but since Hong has his own domain, he completely overwhelms Thunder God. When Hong and Thunder God arrived, court quickly went into session. Luo Feng sat at the plaintiff area while Li Yao and Vanina stood at the defendant area with handcuffs on. The judging of two advanced level war gods is quite a rare event. 1620. Afternoon, the court made their decision. Li Yao, Vanina Paulinus, instructed other people to kill the family members of a representative. Their guilt is clear. Decision: death penalty. Immediately, the faces of Li Yao and Vanina at the defendant area slightly changed. Truthfully, they have long prepared themselves for this result. Luo Feng. Li Yao and Vanina glared at Luo Feng at the plaintiff area. Luo Feng just glanced at them coldly. The vulture-scorpion couple actually tried to harm his family. He already messed up once, so he definitely cannot mess up again. He cannot allow these threats to exist. Letting these two live means he is being irresponsible and ignoring the safety of his family. Li Yao, hand over the black god, said. Two powerful representatives stood in front of Li Yao. Li Yao, at the defendant area, scanned the court. There were over 30 powerful representatives in this court, and the first chairman, Hong, and the second chairman, Thunder God. You can say that killing Li Yao would be as simple as a hand raise. Even though Li Yao didn't want to, he could only force the black god set of his body and hand it over. Bring the criminals to the wilderness and execute their death penalty, said the judge of the court. The ones responsible for executing the penalty were two representatives, one of them from the Dojo of Limits, Lu He, and the other from the Thunder Dojo, Amuhan. Under Luo Feng's request, Luo Feng was allowed to go along with them inside a prehistoric-level autojet. Li Yao and Vanina had cuffs on their hands and feet and were being watched by the three representatives: Luo Feng, Lu He, and Amuhan. Luo Feng. Vanina stared at Luo Feng, her Chinese a bit accented, as she grinded her teeth. If you're capable, you would have killed us directly in the headquarters city yesterday, but who would have thought you were underhanded enough to judge us through the court of the palace of war gods, you disgraceful bastard. Even in death I won't. Shut up. Lu He, who sat in front of her, scolded with dissatisfaction. I'm about to die. I'm not scared of you, sneered Vanina. Vanina is European. Even though she knows Chinese, she clearly is not good at using Chinese to insult people. Luo Feng simply looked at her coldly. He basically ignored what Vanina said. She's just a pitiful bug about to die anyway. But Vulture Li Yao simply stared at Luo Feng, not making a single sound. Even though you were trying to hunt me down in the continent of Australia, I never did anything to you. I let you stay in Paris headquarters city peacefully. Luo Feng looked at Li Yao coldly. But I never would have thought that once the news of my death went out, you immediately made your move against my family. Li Yao, Oh Li Yao, I'm not human if I don't kill you. Li Yao stayed silent as he stared at Luo Feng. Wei, I wasn't able to avenge you. I'm useless. Over, everything is over. Luo Feng, if an afterlife exists, I won't let you go even though. Li Yao said nothing, he kept roaring in his heart, but no matter how angry he is, everything will disappear when he, Li Yao, dies. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. I don't want to just die like this, Li Yao roared in his heart, his teeth were clenched so tightly that blood started seeping out of his mouth. The prehistoric level auto jet slowly landed. Get off. Li Yao and Vanina were depressed as they walked down one step at a time since their feet were cuffed too, they could only walk tiny steps. Li Yao and Vanina stood in the vast wilderness. Lu Ha said Representative Amuhan on the side, you kill Li Yao, I kill Vanina. No problem, smiled Lu Ha. Amuhan walked towards Vanina one step at a time. Vanina's face was indeed beautiful, but this beautiful woman's eyes were full of hatred and even had some tears in them when Representative Amuhan neared. The scimitar on his waist instantly unsheathed, a light drew past, and Vanina, who wanted to dodge, stopped moving. Voila! A head directly rolled down, and a headless corpse fell onto the ground. Vanina. Li Yao stared at Vanina's body and couldn't help but to close his eyes in pain. If I die, everything will be gone. It doesn't matter how angry I am, it's all useless, useless. I don't want to die like this, but everything will disappear when I die. Li Yao's emotions were in disarray as he closed his eyes. He was angry, unsatisfied, depressed, and saddened. Death itself isn't too scary, but waiting for death like this seems to take an eternity. Li Yao's body couldn't help but to shake a bit due to these emotions that were stirred up like never before. Li Yao, Vanina vulture scorpion couple. Luo Feng glanced at Vanina's corpse and then looked towards Li Yao. Let's end this. Luo Feng, do you want to do it? Lu Ha looked at Luo Feng. You can do it, said Luo Feng. Lu Ha smiled and then walked towards Li Yao. Li Yao's entire body was slightly shaking as his eyes were closed. Tears seemed to appear in the corner of his eye. Li Yao, die, smiled Lu Ha as he spoke. Chi. The surrounding light suddenly curved. Li Yao, who was standing there motionlessly, furiously leaped back over 100 meters. Li Yao raised his head and roared. He pushed with his hands, bang, and broke out of the handcuffs. His feet also moved, bang, and the leg cuffs shattered. Luo Feng. Li Yao furiously soared into the air. I will kill you, I definitely will. You're not getting away. Luo Feng ferociously roared and then stepped on his soaring shuttle as he swiftly flew into the sky. Chase after him. Lu Ha and Amuhan didn't hesitate at all as they also soared into the air. Star Traveler level fighters can all fly. This is the biggest change resulting from the student level to Star Traveler level transformation. However, you can't use your legs when flying in the air, so their flying speed is way slower than their sprinting speed on land. So fast. Luo Feng is also very fast. Lu Ha and Amuhan looked at Li Yao and Luo Feng in the air, one in front and one in the back. Both of them were soaring at an extremely high speed and quickly disappeared from Lu Ha and Amuhan's field of view. This Li Yao's special ability is probably light, frowned Lu Ha. Like the head, those with the special ability of light will be able to fly much faster Then us, we can't get him, the reason why the universe deems Star Traveler level fighters as true fighters is because once they reach the Star Traveler level, fighters obtain their true abilities. Contact the head, Lu He commanded the tactical communications watch. Contact the head, Amuhan also wanted to contact Thunder God. The call quickly went through. Head, right in the crucial moment where Li Yao was about to be executed, he broke through to the representative level, and his special ability is probably light, so he's extremely fast. He just flew into the air, and Luo Feng is currently chasing after him. Amuhan and I haven't been able to chase them. Lu. He immediately reported. Amuhan also reported. After their report, go, let's chase on the auto jet, Lu He called the universe-level auto jet. However, Lu He and Amuhan were clear that even the auto jet wouldn't help. The auto jet's flying speed is way faster than the speed of the representative level fighters. However, once the auto jet catches up, Lu He and Amuhan have to get off the auto jet to kill Li Yao, but since they are slower than Li Yao, there's no point in chasing him. Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, Banquet Hall. Of course the Dojo of Limits wouldn't make all these representative fighters come over here for nothing, so they held a banquet in the banquet hall just for these 30 representatives. For representative fighters, the deaths of 2 war gods is but a small matter, the only one who would actually care about this is probably Yan Hai. What in the banquet hall? The face of the black-clothed man, Hong, slightly changed. He broke through. The bald monk Thunder God was also shocked after receiving the report. The entire banquet hall immediately quieted down. The black-clothed man, Hong, gave his order right away. Allure, Vladimir. Yes. Royal Guard. Allure stepped forward. Yes. A black man also stepped forward. Get on my prehistoric level autojet and immediately assist Luo Feng in killing Li Yao, commanded the black-cloaked man, Hong. Li Yao has already broke through to the representative level. His special ability is light. Depart quickly. Yes. Allure and investigator Vladimir quickly left the banquet hall as they rode on the prehistoric level autojet towards the wilderness. The entire banquet went into an uproar. Li Yao broke through. Breaking through before his death, this Li Yao sure is powerful, and his special ability is light. The representatives discussed with each other quietly. The old face of Yan Hai, who was in the corner of the group of representatives, had a rare smile on as he thought to himself, little vulture, you definitely must grab onto this chance and escape. The first chairman ordered Vladimir and Allure to assist Luo Feng. Could Luo Feng be chasing after Li Yao? Li Yao's special ability is light, so he is much faster than most representatives. Luo Feng dares to chase after him. This Luo Feng is way too cocky. His attack power rivals a representative, but this Li Yao's attack power isn't any weaker than him right now, and with his special ability of light, his agility is extremely amazing. Luo Feng is doomed this time. Some representatives felt bad for Li Yao. If Li Yao made his breakthrough before the court session, he definitely wouldn't receive the death penalty. And now, it's too late. Some also thought that Luo Feng was too cocky. All he has is an attack of over 8 million kilograms with 16 small weapons. Just with that, he dares to chase after a representative. Brother Hong, this Luo Feng fellow is a bit too courageous, smiled the bald monk Thunder God. A bit reckless indeed, frowned the black-clothed man, Hong. Right now, he isn't Li Yao's opponent. Vengeance and hatred has blinded his eyes. Sigh, he Still has to be raised, since he's too young. Yeah, this Luo Feng fellow is a good seedling if raised properly. His future will be bright. If we run into something big in the future, he might be able to help us, smiled Thunder God. The black-cloaked man, Hong, slightly nodded. He has high potential. He might be able to become the third chairman in 10 or 20 more years, assuming he works hard enough. In the eyes of the two most powerful fighters on Earth, Luo Feng has potential, but now he isn't enough. This time, he was reckless. The black-clothed man slightly shook his head. Clearly, Luo Feng's actions this time has disappointed him. In the sky, stratosphere. This is the power of an existence surpassing the war god level, the power of a representative Li Yao, who was soaring in the sky, couldn't help but to laugh loudly with excitement. His laughter blasted around like a shockwave. The light around him was slightly curved. Sometimes his body was blurry, and sometimes it was unclear. The tattered clothes on his body were torn apart by the swift wind, revealing his powerful body. Such great power. My agility and power is way higher than before. Li Yao waved his fist and the air burst apart, using the energy of the transformation to assist with the impact. Clearly makes strength exertions way easier. No wonder the representative level fighters are all so powerful. And behind him, whoosh, a flowing light swiftly approached. Liao, a roar came. Luo Feng. Li Yao glanced at Luo Feng out of the corner of his eye. A cruel light shined in his eye, and he actually hovered in midair as he watched Luo Feng. Luo Feng stopped on his soaring shuttle as he hovered in front of Li Yao. All because of you, because of you. My son is dead, because of you. My wife is dead today. I will let you know the power of an existence surpassing the war god level. Under Li Yao's tattered clothes, the muscles of his body seemed sculpted. The curves were perfect. His eyes were full of killing intent as he stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was cold towards Li Yao as he stood on his soaring shuttle. The black god set on his body transformed into a battle uniform set and a helmet. An existence surpassing the war god level. Just a Star Traveler level 1 stage. Li Yao, you are still fated to die by my hand. Luo Feng looked at Li Yao coldly. Too cocky, roared Li Yao. And at this time, the universe-level auto-jet that the two representatives Lu He and Amuhan were riding on was hovering in the distance. However, because Li Yao and Amuhan were slower than Li Yao, they didn't rush to come out, since even if they rush out, they wouldn't even be able to touch a corner of Li Yao's clothes. They were only responsible for chasing after him. As long as they don't lose him, when the people sent by Hong arrive, they can easily kill Vulture Li Yao. Luo Feng, get in the fighter jet, quickly. Lu He's voice carried over. But Luo Feng and Li Yao continued to watch each other. Luo Feng, you're too young, too cocky. Today you die, because of your arrogance, sneered Li Yao. After that, he slightly extended his hands. A ray of golden light slowly started to appear on Li Yao's hands, as if they were two blades. His hands also started to become blurry. Luo Feng's soaring shuttle was already hovering in front of him. Black footboards extended from his feet, which allowed him to hover in midair. He silently watched Li Yao prepare his ultimate move. Even though the black god set is powerful, your body is still at the advanced level war god level. Li Yao let out a peculiar smile as he closed his eyes. Light slowly appeared from his entire body, and he seemed to be covered in a layer of golden light. This scene shocked Lu He and Amuhan on the auto-jet. Going all out right off the bat. Lu He was shocked. This Li Yao indeed has a gigantic grudge with Luo Feng. He's willing to heavily injure himself to kill Luo Feng as Star Traveler level fighters. Lu He and Amuhan were clear as to what Li Yao was doing. Li Yao, whose entire body was coated with the golden light, suddenly moved. Whoosh! He shot towards Luo Feng like a rainbow. Li Yao, Dai Luo Feng, slightly waved his hand as he hovered in midair. Whoosh! The soaring shuttle instantly transformed into the mountain drill. 12 golden thin lines were born when 12 portions of powerful spiritual force merged into the engravings. They immediately rushed towards the tip of the mountain drill, forming an incredible piercing power. It seemed that the mountain drill contained an impact force formed from hundreds of billions of tons of dynamite. As if the soaring shuttle drilled through space itself, it formed a golden light as its speed reached an incredible level, even a Star Traveler level 9 stage probably wouldn't be faster than the soaring shuttle in the mountain drill form. What Li Yao's mind only had enough time for shock, there was no time for anything else. Boom! Under absolute speed, Li Yao, who was preparing to unleash his ultimate move, had no time to think nor dodge as a huge hole was drilled through his chest by the mountain drill and the powerful rotation power of the mountain drill. Instantly shred Li Yao's corpse into pieces. Blood and flesh was scattered everywhere. The mountain drill instantly disassembled into the soaring shuttle and returned to Luo Feng's feet. Li Yao, dead. Right when he became an existence surpassing the war god level and was preparing to have his revenge, he was directly killed by Luo Feng. Just like that. The soaring shuttle is split into 3 main forms in the soaring shuttles. First main form, it can transform into the mountain drill and the mountain bulwark, and the second main form of the soaring shuttle requires a battle ability amplifier of 30 to start training it. As for the third main form of the soaring shuttle, you need to have reached the universe level, have a battle ability amplifier of 48, and have your own domain to start training it. Maybe the second transformation of the soaring shuttle is even more absurdly powerful. However, the first form's transformations, mountain drill and mountain bulwark, just the power of the first stage, has completely satisfied Luo Feng. Holy Lu He froze in the distance. Great Buddha, Amuhan was also stunned. A representative fighter was killed by a golden light. Luo Feng's movements were too fast. Just now, he instantly transformed the soaring shuttle to attack. Even Lu He and Amuhan weren't able to see what the golden light Luo Feng sent out was. They only saw that, before Li Yao's seemingly powerful attack was able to reach Luo Feng, Li Yao himself was blown to smithereens. Head Lu He quickly contacted. Head Amuhan did the same. Both sides connected. Luo Feng is fine, right? Hurry and let him in the autojet and tell him to calm down and stop being reckless. Right when they connected, Hong immediately gave his command. Head, Li Yao was killed by Luo Feng, said Lu He after clearing his throat. On the other side of the tactical communications watch, the head, Hong, went silent for a moment, and then couldn't help but to ask, "You said Li Yao was killed by Luo Feng?" Yes, head Lu He was also extremely confused. Luo Feng can control 16 small weapons, and the fact that an advanced level war god level spirit reader is comparable to a representative level fighter can be accepted by them, but no matter how powerful he is, for him to kill a Representative that sleep talk unless he saw it for himself, Lu He would never believe this. Head, I'm sure I saw it. Luo Feng transformed the soaring shuttle into a golden light, which pierced through Li Yao and killed him, said Lu He. Soaring shuttle golden light. On the other side of the tactical communications watch, Hong went silent for a bit and then commanded, Lu He, bring Luo Feng back to headquarters. Immediately. Yes, Lu He heeded the command. Also, your auto-jet probably recorded the battle just now, right? Send a copy. To me, commanded Hong. Yes, Lu He heeded the command. Besides Lu He, that investigator from the Thunder Dojo, Amuhan, has also finished his report to Thunder God. Lu He and Amuhan exchanged glances and then turned their heads towards Luo Feng, who was still hovering in midair. The hatch was already opened. Li Yao was killed by me. Luo Feng gazed upon the infinite sky, his thoughts in disarray. Ever since he completed the first stage of the first main form of the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng stopped taking the regular Star Traveler Level 1 fighter seriously. Even though Li Yao made his breakthrough, Luo Feng had absolute confidence in killing a Li Yao without a black god set. However, at the instant he actually killed him for real, Luo Feng's feelings were in disarray. His grudge with Li Yao has been going on for a long time. When he was still a rookie fighter, Li Yao was like a gigantic mountain that stood in his path, that struck fear into him step by step as he grew. Li Yao's threat drastically lowered this time, because of what happened to his parents. His rage decided that Li Yao must die, which is why he killed him. Luo Feng, what are you thinking about? Haha, is it because killing Li Yao in an instant made you feel accomplished? Lu He yelled from the auto-jet far away. Coming, Luo Feng smiled and then flew over with the soaring shuttle. After he entered the plane, the hatch closed. Return to headquarters, ordered Lu He. The auto-jet immediately turned around and flew back. In the plane, Luo Feng could feel that Lu He and Amuhan's eyes were different. Then before he couldn't help laugh and say, Lu He, what are you guys looking at me like that for? Powerful, powerful indeed to be able to kill a representative level fighter. Lu He stared at Luo Feng. Respect twisted Chinese came out of Amuhan's mouth, and he even gave a thumbs up. It's nothing that Li Yao didn't have a black god set. If he had a black god set, it would be hard for me to kill him. Luo Feng slightly smiled. Lu He and Amuhan were secretly shocked. How many existences surpassing the war god level are there on Earth? All the other representatives don't have the record of killing a representative. After killing a representative fighter, Luo Feng is still so calm. Lu He and Amuhan were of course shocked by Luo Feng's maturity. Killing a Star Traveler Level 1 stage. Luo Feng shook his head to himself. On Earth, this is an incredible thing, but after going through archaeological Ruin 9, Luo Feng was clear Star Traveler level fighters in the vast universe can barely survive. He, who has received the inheritance of Yunmo planet, indeed has nothing to be proud of over killing a Star Traveler level 1 stage. After a moment, this universe-level auto-jet landed at the apron. Luo Feng, Lu He, and Amuhan, these three representatives, entered the large spaceship structure. All the other representatives are at the banquet hall, smiled Lu He as he said, this way. Under Lu He's lead, Luo Feng and the others quickly arrived at the banquet hall. The large door to the banquet hall was dark red beside the door that was 3-6 meters tall and had detailed engravings on it, stood two servants. The two servants slightly bowed. "Please enter." Three representatives, as he said that, he pushed open the huge heavy door. The door slowly opened, and the sounds of discussion within immediately spread out. Luo Feng, Lu He, and Amuhan directly walked in. At the instant when Luo Feng, who was wearing a black casual outfit, stepped in the banquet hall, all the existences surpassing the war god level whoosh, turned their heads and looked over. All of their eyes landed upon Luo Feng. Luo Feng was slightly shocked. Over 30 powerful Star Traveler level fighters were staring at just him. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Vladimir, Wang Yu, and the other investigators from the Dojo of Limits came up with a smile and greeted Luo Feng. As for the other representatives, they were all discussing quietly together. However, most of them formed a barrier around them so their voices won't spread out. Clearly, the things they were talking about were not appropriate for others to hear. That Luo Feng still needs to step on a weapon to fly, which means he hasn't broke through yet. He's still at the peak of the advanced level war god level. He, a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level, was actually able to kill Li Yao with a golden light. Luo Feng must have got an extremely powerful special weapon. Representatives discussed quietly with their good friends. Previously, Li Yao's breakthrough shocked everyone here. Many representatives were talking about that, and after that the news of Luo Feng killing Li Yao spread. The various representatives of course wanted to know how Li Yao was killed. When faced with over 30 representatives worrying about the same thing, Hong and Thunder God can't keep hiding it. So, they played the video of Luo Feng killing Li Yao. Hong and Thunder God didn't put the video on slow, rather, they played it at the regular speed. All the various representatives only saw that the special weapon hovering beside Luo Feng instantly transformed into a golden light and shot out, blowing Li Yao into smithereens. Luo Feng's weapon is too powerful. Didn't he stay in archaeological ruin 9 for a year and 3 months? He must have got some special rewards. He probably got that weapon from the archaeological ruin. He, at the peak of the war god level, can bring out so much strength with this weapon. Then if a powerful fighter who has truly broke through to the representative level uses it, he could probably become even more powerful. Everyone wants good things. If a kid is hugging a piece of gold and walking down the street, it would be weird if someone didn't steal it. One thing is for sure. These representatives are all a bit envious of that special weapon that can transform into a golden light, but Luo Feng is no child. In fact, he's a powerful fighter that can kill a representative. That's why these representatives are still able to show some self-control. However, these representatives still had confidence in themselves, since they are different from Li Yao. When Li Yao was killed, he didn't have a black god set. And all the other representatives have black god sets. With a black god set, their defensive abilities go up by over 10 times. Luo Feng was with the other 4 investigators. How come I feel like quite a few representatives are looking at me in a weird way? Said Luo Feng quietly. You made such a big scene. The investigator named Wang on the side said quietly. You, a spirit reader at the peak of the war god level, was able to rely on a weapon to kill a true representative level fighter. Clearly, this weapon is powerful. You tell me. How can all of these representatives not be envious? They are barely able to control themselves. However, once there's a chance, some of these people will make a move. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. A bunch of representatives. He seriously doesn't care about them. There are only two people that he is aiming for on Earth, Hong and Thunder God. As for the others, they're seriously not much. After going back, he'll start the 81 spirits forging and directly become a spirit reader at the Star Traveler level 1 stage. At that time, the representatives that dare to come after him will end up giving up their lives. However, these representatives probably aren't that daring. Rumble, the door to the banquet opened once again. Everyone turned their heads. The black-cloaked Hong and the bald monk Thunder God walked in, one in front and one in back. All the representatives quieted down and didn't dare to speak any further. Everybody. The eyes of the black-cloaked man, Hong, scanned across everybody in the room. The formless pressure caused everybody's heart to shake with no will to resist at all. I heard your discussions just now, nice and clear. Who would have thought that after just a mere 10 years, people have started to forget about the Yahan case? Bunch of trash. Thunder God also sneered on the side. The faces of many representatives went pale. The Yahan case was when Hong struck down a representative fighter. Yahan back then out of anger. Not just Hong. On Earth, not just Hong, Thunder God is also a fighter who has killed a representative fighter. Of course, today, Luo Feng will be added to that list. However, unlike Luo Feng, the representatives Hong and Thunder God have killed were representatives with Black God sets. I created the Palace of War Gods with Thunder God so everybody can come together. I wished for the elites of humanity to work together for humanity's survival. Unity. You must remember this one word, otherwise, in the battle between humans and monsters, humans might end up being eliminated. The black-cloaked man, Hong, said coldly, the amount of monsters in the sea are many times more numerous than humans. They also have way more Emperor-level monsters than us, and they have 2 Grand Emperor monsters. Luo Feng, who was in the banquet hall, froze when he heard this Grand Emperor, 2 of them. However, the other representatives weren't shocked, as they clearly all knew this already. Unity is the most important thing. I don't want to see something similar to the cases of Yahan and Lian Sheng happen again. If they do happen, I and Thunder God wouldn't mind getting rid of them. These kinds of people are just ruining everything for everyone else. The black-cloaked man, Hong, spoke with a cold voice. None of the representatives dared to say anything. As for Luo Feng's case, Luo Feng's weapon is called the Soaring Shuttle. A bunch of representatives started listening carefully. That is something I gave to Luo Feng, said the black-cloaked man, Hong, coldly. Of course, one point is, because Luo Feng has enough talent. Another point is that Luo Feng gave me all of the huge amounts of spirits of nature he got back at the Misty Island, which was why I exchanged them for a soaring shuttle. I am a fair man. If you want something, then you need to give something of equal value. The black-cloaked man, Hong, looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, come with me. The rest of you continue the banquet. After saying that, the black-cloaked man, Hong, turned around and headed outside. The bald monk Thunder God also followed. After Luo Feng heard the command, he also followed them and left the banquet hall. Rumble. The huge door of the banquet hall closed once again. Only then did all of the representatives let out a sigh of relief. All of them exchanged glances with a bit of fear in their eyes. Hong and Thunder God have not shown their anger in front of the representatives for an extremely extremely long time humans are. A forgetful species, roughly 10 years, was enough time for them to forget about Hong and Thunder God's cruelty. In that scene before, everyone felt that in front of Hong, their lives were no longer their own. This feeling scared all of them, and none of them dared to think of any twisted ideas. Luo Feng quietly followed the black-clothed man, Hong, and the white-robed monk, Thunder God. These two are the strongest fighters on earth. Luo Feng watched their backs and set them as his goal. One of them reached the Star Traveler level 7 stage in just a few dozen years, while the other is at the Star Traveler level 6 stage, but invincible in the Star Traveler level. This training speed is way faster than everybody else on Earth. HUA. Along the tunnel, the metal door opened. The three of them went in and the metal door closed. They walked forward and quickly arrived at the open-air rooftop. Hong and Thunder God both sat down. Hong glanced at Luo Feng. Sit. Yes, head. Luo Feng sat down on the side, his back straight. Kiddo Luo, how did you kill Li Yao with just the soaring shuttle? Tell me the details. Thunder God's face was filled with smiles and seemed quite kind. Back then, I discovered this soaring shuttle with your head and spent a lot of time on it. Even though we know that this spiritual weapon is extremely powerful, we didn't know how to use it. Luo Feng's heart leapt. The bald crystal person said that Hong and Thunder God have received inheritances from other archaeological ruins, so they clearly know the power of a spiritual weapon. But the soaring shuttle is one of the unique spiritual weapons in Yunmo planet. The usage of it is definitely a secret. Even if someone outside of Yunmo planet gets it, they can't even use it. What should I do? The secret of the instruction manual. Soaring shuttle definitely cannot be spread according to what was on it. If I pass it to other members of Yunmo planet, hard labor for 60 years. If I pass it to people outside of Yunmo planet, death without exceptions. The bald crystal person is watching the entire planet. If I expose the secret, he'll definitely know. He might even shoot out a laser beam and kill me. Luo Feng didn't dare to take the risk. Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. Is there something wrong? Hong watched Luo Feng. I'm thinking about how I should explain this. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. I trust that the head has guessed that there is an AI system controlling Archaeological Ruin 9 from behind the scenes. Hong and Thunder God nodded. With so many war gods on Earth entering it over and over again, it was really easy to discover that this archaeological ruin was following a process. People naturally guessed that there is an AI system controlling the archaeological ruin. I said before that because of my brain vigor, I took a special exam in Archaeological Ruin 9, which was my death mission. During the mission, I received a bit of guidance for spirit reader controllers from there. I learned 2 ways to use the soaring shuttle: an attacking method and a defending method. Finally, I successfully completed the mission in 1 year and 3 months. And I received a training method for spirit reader controllers. However, even though I feel like this Archaeological Ruin 9 is like a teacher picking out students, a lot of things were hidden from us. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. Hong and Thunder God slightly nodded. That's normal. Hong lightly smiled. That Archaeological Ruin 9 is one of the few archaeological ruins on Earth that are functioning perfectly according to what we know. That's a place to pick out students. However, it prefers spirit readers, which can be determined by comparing the death rates of spirit readers and regular fighters. Luo Feng froze. Yeah, before entering, Hong told him that even though spirit readers at the advanced level war god level have failed after entering archaeological ruin 9, none of them died. Rather, the death rate of advanced level war god level fighters is high. Clearly, this archaeological ruin 9 likes spirit readers and isn't very fair on the screening process. So my guess is that the organization behind archaeological ruin 9 values spirit readers, said Hong. Luo Feng applauded in his mind. According to what he knows, the master of Yunmo planet, Hu Yen Bo, created many spiritual weapons. Someone who can create spiritual weapons is probably an incredible existence within the spirit reader division. Keep in mind that to use the third main form of the soaring shuttle, you have to at least be a universe-level spirit reader. To be able to create a weapon that even powerful universe-level fighters have to struggle to use. The strength of this Hu Yan Bo probably exceeds the universe level. Since the master of Yunmo planet is such an accomplished spirit reader, it isn't weird that he prioritizes spirit reader students. This organization heavily values spirit readers, and archaeological ruin 9 is just an entry-level test. How could it teach a lot? Hong shook his head and then looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, there is only one spirit reader on Earth who has reached the representative level, the fourth chairman. Eastbourne, however, he isn't as talented as you. Furthermore, that guy is too ambitious, which I don't like. You can control 16 small weapons now, so you can probably break through. Hong looked at Luo Feng. That Eastbourne can only control at most 14 small weapons. Probably recently, I have been feeling like I can make my breakthrough at any time, replied Luo Feng. Okay. Hong and Thunder God both slightly nodded. Hong and Thunder God are definitely the two people on Earth who know the most about the universe. Most of the various archaeological ruins on Earth were discovered by these two powerful fighters. Luo Feng's knowledge of the universe doesn't even come close to Hong and Thunder God's, because they know so much about the universe. Hong and Thunder God don't dare to relax. Keep working hard, encouraged Hong. Head, you mentioned a Grand Emperor monster, asked Luo Feng. What is this Grand Emperor monster? Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. Hong said seriously, you haven't been in the circle of representatives for a long enough time. This actually isn't a big secret, whether humans or monsters. After breaking through the war god level and emperor level, it's not like their strength doesn't grow anymore. Our representative fighters are of varying power, and me and Thunder God surpass the others by far. Monsters are the same. There are strong emperor-level monsters and weak emperor-level monsters. However, usually, the difference isn't too great, just a difference of a few times. However, the sea, with an area several times that of land, has countless monsters. There are also many emperor-level monsters. Naturally, a few horrifying monsters will be born. We call these two monsters the Grand Emperor monsters. Each of them have an astonishingly high amount of strength. Except me and Thunder God, anyone else on Earth who encounters them will die. For sure, said Hong without hesitation. Luo Feng was shocked. Such horrifying monsters exist. But after thinking a bit, one can understand that the higher your authority, the more you will know. For example, regular fighters don't even know things like spirits of nature. If the news of the Grand Emperor monsters goes out, human society will just go into more turmoil. As long as the representatives know that there are still monsters that can kill them within a second, they'll keep working hard without relaxing. Keep in mind that the representative level is only the beginning and not the end, said Hong seriously. Do not let your guard down. Understood, nodded Luo Feng. Of course he understood that the so-called representative level is actually the Star Traveler level. He even knew that the Star Traveler level was split into 9 stages. And the level of the two-head Star Traveler level 6 stage and Star Traveler level 7 stage. Okay, Hong paused a bit before saying, our appointment of the 6th investigator of our dojo of limits is going to be broadcasted around the entire world, so we have to pick an important day. I think the 1st, 5th, and 18th of January are all good days. You can pick one. Appointing the investigator. Luo Feng thought a bit and then smiled. January 1st is New Year's, so that probably is not a good day. We can do it on January 5th. Okay, Hong nodded. All right, go participate in the banquet. Yes. Luo Feng obeyed and immediately left. Only Hong and Thunder God remained on the open-air rooftop. Brother Hong, I think this little fellow is hiding something. Thunder God smiled as he looked towards Hong. Everyone has their own secrets. Some secrets cannot even be told to one's own family, so is there a need to force it out? Hong said seriously. The thing I am worrying about is that Earth will one day be discovered by the countries and organizations across the universe. At that time, it is hard to say whether humanity will be eradicated, sold off as slaves, or will somehow be able to luckily survive. So, we must enter the star level as fast as possible. That way, we will have the ability to protect Earth. Yeah, Thunder God slightly nodded. The two peak existences on Earth were worrying about humanity's fate. They were clear how insignificant Earth was in the universe, and the humans on Earth are only living on the land of this planet. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound rose. Enter. Hong spoke, and the door opened automatically. Royal Guard Allure walked to the open-air rooftop and said respectfully, Head, we just received news that there has been some special change at the Misty Island. It will become clear after the head watches the video. Misty Island, said Thunder God with shock. Brother Hong, isn't that where you got the cloud contact vine? Play it, commanded Hong. Mingyu Sector. Night, Luo Feng and his family were eating dinner. Dad, Mom, I have to go out to deal with some business tonight. I probably need about 5 to 6 days. Luo Feng held his bowl and picked up a piece of scrambled egg. 5 to 6 days. Beside the dinner table, Father Luo Hongua, who was sitting on a wheelchair, Mother Gong Xian Lan, and Brother Luo Hua were all shocked. You just came back for 2 days. How come you're going out again? Gong Xian Lan couldn't help but to say, there's no danger, is there? Our child is going out to do important things. Don't hinder him, scolded Luo Hongua. I'm just worried about Feng. What are you yelling about? Yelled Gong Xian Lan immediately. Okay, Dad, Mom, followed Luo Feng. There won't be any danger this time. I'm just going to deal with something important. I'll be able to come back 5 to 6 days later. Only after that was the family at ease. Since Luo Feng indeed just disappeared for a year and 3 months. Deep into the night, Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and silently left home in the night. He entered the Emperor-level autojet without a sound. Inside the autojet, the seat was placed horizontally and was as flat as the ground. Luo Feng silently sat cross-legged on it. Don't worry, be good, I'll call you later. Luo Feng ended his call with Su Xian. 1. Do not allow anyone to disturb me until I come out, commanded Luo Feng. All preparations were made. He told his family and Su Xian his investigator appointment was also on January 5, so he had 8 or 9 days, which was enough for him to break through to the Star Traveler level. 81 Spirits Forging. Luo Feng took in a deep breath, closed his eyes, and swiftly recalled the 81 steps of 81 Spirits Forging. No problem. Then begin. Luo Feng's breathing became steady and his heart rate slowed down in his vastless realm of consciousness. The originally calm, galaxy-like spiritual force ferociously surged. Rumble. The surging spiritual force started rotating and started constantly accelerating.